Welcome back. Welcome back to another TodePond live stream. This is not an episode of the Sand Pond Saga. I haven't done it yet. I haven't. This is a live stream. I am coming to you live right now, which means I can read your chat messages and I can respond to you live right now, which means that anything can happen. Anything. And what better way to prove that I'm live by doing some live coding? Can you see that? Can you hear that? Can you hear it? It's a bit loud, isn't it? It's definitely a bit loud. Do you know what this is? This is a secret. You know this? Yes, I can read your chat messages. Thank you. That's very kind. No, Toad is still asleep. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. When will Toad wake up? When will Toad wake up? Someone's asking. Toad will wake up in the year 2099. Do you understand? Yeah, I've been... No, I know I'm going slow, but I'm going as fast as I can, you know. I'm going as fast as I can. Wait a second. Hang on. Wait now. Wait. That's not live. That's not... Come on. Come on, look, that's not live. It's fake. It's fake. Look, that's not live. What are you talking about? Come on, that's just a video. You thought it was live? You thought that was live? Buckle up, motherfuckers. None of this is live. None of this is live. Nothing about this today is live. We're gonna be watching non-live recordings today. You thought I would just do what the title said? No. This must be your first TodePond live stream. Look, this is just a video. Where's it gone? Here it is. It's a video that I recorded 2 weeks ago. And you thought it was live? Look, I need to go find the actual live stream. Hold on. Here it is. Here it is. Right, this is the real live stream. This is live. Right, this is the real live stream. This is live. Right, this is the real live stream. This is live. Right, this is the real. You know how this is live. Right, this is the real. You know how this is live. Right, this is the real. You know how this is live. This is the real. You know how this is live. This is the real. 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 Are there any questions? 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 This is the real stuff. Are there any questions? This is the real stuff. Are there any questions? This is the real stuff. Are there any questions? This is the real stuff. Are there any questions? This is the real stuff. Are there any questions? This is the real stuff. Are there any questions? This is the real stuff. Are there any questions? This is the real stuff. Okay, so we're here today to watch every single TodePond talk. Yes, these are real comments. This chat is live at least. Yes, now we're really live. But this is not a live stream about liveness. What we're going to do is we're going to watch non-live recordings. Water Pea Shooter asks, is this live? Yes, this is live. But this is not about liveness. We're going to watch recordings. Read this message if you are live. Yes, okay, I'm reading this message. So I am live. We are live now. Yes. Colizan asks, am I real? Yes, you are real. Right? Are you following? Are you all following so far? Okay. Right. Okay. So let's see this. Normally, I do a lot of preparation for these live streams. But this one is the most live, I would say, out of all of them. So, I've done no preparation. What do I do here? Here we go. Can I close this now? Boom. I've done zero preparation. I only announced this today. That's how live we are. Do you understand? Do you understand how live we are? I haven't even prepared a plan. But what we're going to do is watch every TodePond talk ever. Okay? From start to finish. And there will be nothing live about this at all. So, we need to find all the talks I have ever done. This is so live. You know, like most live streamers can't handle this kind of liveness. This is not prepared. No, I have not written a text editor. This is I'm not allowed to say what this is. Okay. So so the first one is spatial. This is the part of the live stream where you get to watch me type. All right, pipe dream is the first one. And then, I actually did this talk twice and both were recorded. So we get to watch this one twice. These were my first ever TodePond talks, right? And this is on, I need this on all chats. There we go. Because then I get the best ones, right? And so we're going to watch those ones first. And then I think it's perfect programming language next. And then it must be, normalize. Was that only my third one? That's crazy. Normalize sharing scrappy fiddles is the next talk. And then it's the big one. It's the first good one. Spatial programming without escape, right? Surrender your IDE. Oh, wait. What can you even see right now? You can see enough. Maybe I need to, where's OBS? Where did OBS go? Here it is. Right. Maybe I need to move the stream in a bit more. Right. Can you see everything now? Yeah, you can see everything, right? Yeah. Okay, like this. Boom. And just make it a little bit, I think it's a bit wonky. There we go, that's better. Okay, is that okay now? Can you see everything? You need to be able to see chat, just so you know that it's live, right? Is this live? Are you real? Okay, if you are live, then comment something to prove it. Okay, so we've got spatial programming without escape, and then I think there's, yeah, is it really the next one? No, the next one is, I think, death of the Taddy. No, I think the next one is what it means to be open, maybe. I'm trying to do these in chronological order, and then the next one is death of the Taddy web, and then there's another death of the Taddy web long. So there's the short one. Yeah, this was the short one. This was the long one. So we get to watch that one twice as well. And then, okay, you are live. Thank you. No, I'm not gaslighting you, Aditya. Wasn't the Scrappy Fiddles talk on the same conference? You're thinking of the other one. You're thinking of, I think the next one is unblocking creation with friends. And then there is, dialogues on natural code. And then there's the most recent one, which I literally did 2 weeks ago, called I Am Not Dead Yet. And the recording of that video is not released yet, but hopefully this will take such a long time that by the time we get to it, it might be released, right? So I think this might take like a few weeks to do this live stream. So hopefully that one is released by the time we get to that, and then, end live stream. All right, do you understand? You see the plan? Yeah, I did it a few weeks ago. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, this is live this time. I'm actually live now. I am live this time. I have coffee to get me through it. Yeah. Okay, I'm wearing this t-shirt that I wore for many talks, and we'll see that. Yeah, this is not recorded. I am now live. Right? How could this ever take 2 weeks? Listen, if you don't understand how this could take so long, you should look at the reaction video, which got like increasingly long as it went on. So yeah, this may take 2 weeks. So if you're tuning in now, then it's fine if you leave. Just come back in about a week and we'll still be here. Like I said, this is the most live live stream I've ever done. And I think it kind of puts shame to all other live streamers out there for not being as live or as real as I am. So yeah, make the camera less straight. Okay, sure. Here we go. Yeah, just a little. There we go. Oh, you mean the camera? Like this one? Yeah. How do I do that? Like this? Yeah, I think that's better. Thanks for pointing it out to me. Okay. Right. So I'm gonna put myself down there, and now how many have we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There was one more, I think, here. It's called Swallowing Myself. And this was not recorded. It's the only TodePond talk that was not recorded. Yeah, this is macOS. Yeah. You made it more straight because you compensated for the non-straightness of the frame itself. Listen, nothing about this is straight. Right. Okay, so yeah, we don't have Swallowing Myself. That's the only one we can't watch. But I'm pretty sure we'll be able to watch I Am Not Dead Yet because hopefully it gets released by the time we get to it. Okay, let's go. Right. Are you going to reenact the talk if it's not recorded? No, that would be ridiculous. The only one that I really need us to see is I Am Not Dead Yet, but I'm pretty sure it will be released by the time we get there. So, spatial programming, Pipe Dream is the first one. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Can you hear this? Can you hear this okay? What's the audio like? What's the audio like? Okay, that sounds fine. What's the audio like? Okay, that sounds fine. What's the audio like? That sounds fine. What's the audio like? Okay, that sounds fine. Sounds fine to me. Okay, this was my first ever TodePond talk. Let's go. I'm not a Boeing employee. What the hell? There's a pink cell. Can you turn yourself into a fractal? Listen, I already did that one. We're not doing that today. Today is about watching recordings, non-live recordings. Okay. Okay, I need to remember not to pause because this talk is very short, but some of them are very long. So let's go.
Above and to the side of a...
Okay, I'll just pause for a second. You see that? This is pink sand. I try and make it in as many talks as I possibly can. This will be a recurring theme. This is not actually the start of this talk. Someone decided... The talk was so good that someone decided to start filming partway through the talk.
Black cell, then... So now it's moving slightly diagonally. Is this making sense so far?
And look how different I look there. How long is the longest one? The longest talk is 1 hour. Oh, yeah, I okay, please remind me to not pause, yes. This talk, I like this talk because I didn't really know what I was doing. So it was quite chaotic. A teacher says, so instead of getting tons of views on each of those videos, you're just letting your viewers watch through your stream. How selfless. Thank you. Lenbot says, you are a Pixel user, right? Yes, unfortunately. When was this from? This was from 2 years ago. The recordings... the recordings are not live. The recordings are recordings, okay.
I can also flip it to give it a bit of symmetry. And I
Pretty
put
good,
it
right?
to you
Pretty good.
that I have made pink sand. I've made a pink sand element. I've coded that right now. Hey, what is it? Right now.
That's the classic, like stopping people from clapping, right? But you see this pause here? I knew what I was doing. If you just put an awkward pause, people start clapping. Look.
That right now. Hey, what is it? Right now, that was about the real...
No, I don't want an iPhone. I want a non-Google phone, you know? I want like a Fairphone or something. Stop distracting me. That's fine.
Okay, I made some demos earlier.
Okay, this is so amateur. Like, nowadays, I would have this folder open ahead of time. But in this was my first TodePond talk. I didn't have it open. What an idiot. But do you know what it does reveal? I did this one on a Chromebook, which is a bit of a flex because most people at these kind of events, this is the future of coding. Most people whip out their fancy MacBooks like I've got now, right? But this was a Chromebook, which is a bit of a flex.
TodePond examples, future of code demo. So you can just carry on this.
Wait, Junior the Dragon is watching this stream as a recording? How are you doing that? I have paused 7 times already? Oh no, okay.
Making more and more rules. Whoa. So I made a bunch of elements here just by adding more rules in the exact same way. I say we've got wood.
Okay, wait, is this the old cell pond? No, this is the new cell pond, okay.
We've got some water.
Oh, and you can see how slowly it runs on my Chromebook.
We've got some
8 pauses, oh no!
And, you can make a lot of fun stuff with it.
Did you hear how I said, we've got wood? We've got wood. Did you hear that? You hear how I said we've got wood? All right, that piece of information is going to be important in a few hours from now. 10 pauses.
Actually,
9
this
pauses?
doesn't appeal to me so much. We've got a lot of rules. The thing
I always wore caps back then, like in talks. I think it was like a comfort thing. Like, I don't know why. Like if I could be the cap guy, you know, people laughed at the wood. Okay, yeah. I see. Did you? We got to watch the wood catching fire, right? Because this was a subtle little trick.
And you know, you can make a lot of fun stuff with it.
Oh, I do that so much better now. But I try to make it look accidental that the wood catches fire, you know.
Fire.
Oh, we've gone backwards
and,
now.
You know, you can make a lot of fun stuff with it. But actually,
And look, I just try and act like I didn't do that on purpose. So one rewind. Yeah, I've got an Anjuna hat. You know, most of the TodePond, the Sandpond Saga videos use Anjuna beats and Anjuna deep. I can't believe you're counting my pauses.
This doesn't appeal to me so much. We've got a lot of rules. The thing that I enjoy.
Look, and you can see here, right? You can see like what's coming. It's kind of a spoiler for the audience, but also, I like to show this because it's A, it shows like I have a plan, and B, it shows like there's an end. You know, so I think it helps people to keep a bit of attention.
More about spatial programming, and I hope you end up enjoying this a little bit today, is that sometimes just having one rule or just a couple of rules can make some quite interesting behaviors.
Confidence hats, like a confidence man hat. Yeah, I would love a confidence man hat. I only have a confidence man video. Am I looking tired yet? No, I look fine. All right, good. Let's go.
So I don't know, this is a sort of a gloopy sort of thing. The only rule that is happening is that every cell is trying its best to copy itself to cells around it. And you know, if you put down a whole range of colors, and if you left this for the rest of the demo,
like how
what you
gloopy
get
it is.
is that, and I'm not going to do that. What
Ha 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 ha. Like you hear that? Oh, and I'm not going to do that. That's like, it sounds like ad-libbed, but it's fully not ad-libbed. It's fully intentional.
you get is that similar colors start to group together.
That's not true. That's just not true. It's really not true. That's not what happens. But I genuinely thought that at this point in time. It's just not what happens, really. It's like not a very good description of what actually happens. I don't know what actually happens, but that does not happen.
It's quite an exciting idea. Right, I've got something else to show you.
So countries. Yeah.
Okay. There's like another thing you can do with rules.
That looks
Instead of
cool
just
on the
replacing
like film
any
recording.
cell with a different color. Let me open up this square to show you what's going inside it.
Oh, that's old. That's
on.
old cell pond.
I'm planning to change it, but what's going on is that in each channel,
That's old
we're
cell pond.
reducing the value of that channel by 1. So whatever you place down just fades away to black.
Ah, that
You could,
looks
you know,
bad.
change this. Let's say
I
that
changed it.
We're only going to reduce.
So instead
red.
of
Oh,
using the hexagons, you use arrows.
So if you place
now.
down like a red
You can point
color,
up or down.
it will leave
Because
this green and
what the
blue
hell
and
does that
just reduce
hexagon
red.
mean?
And
What does that mean? You
Let's
know?
now combine
What does
this
that
with some more
mean?
interesting
Ugh.
rules.
Yeah. Ugh.
You can make some really wonderful
That's
things
nice.
if you make cells move around and change their color
I cut this one out of future talks, which we will see later. I don't know why.
at the same time. I think it's just some sort of
Stop pausing!
dirty
Stop
water. I
pausing!
don't need these shapes, so what you can do is just
No more pausing. Right.
Here's another one.
No, it's not the
I
best again.
made.
It's the
It's a
worst
kind
again.
of lightning effect.
Did I cut this out of future talks? Did I cut this out of future talks? I can't actually remember. But if I did, then that was a mistake. 20 pauses! Oh,
Okay, next part 3, final
No
part.
more pauses.
And then there's a finale that combines all together and a beautiful ending. Right, can you see this?
Okay, I think you see this delivery. Oh shit, I paused again. Okay, you see this delivery? I think this is the best I ever did this delivery. And I've done this delivery a lot. This delivery. It's like, yeah. Like the twist, the reveal about Cell Pond that you see now.
What, can you see that? We've got a blue cell and it's not just changing to another color, it's changing into 2 different cells. And this is my big idea, is this grid is not fixed. We can merge cells together and we can split them apart. So if I, all right, I'll turn off the wall for a second. If I place,
I think the reason this was the best one. Okay, pausing is good. Okay, fine. Pausing is good. We're gonna be here a long time. All right, you know, we got 22 people watching. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. What shit? We got 99 people watching. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the hell? All right. Well, for the new people who've joined, hello. For the new people who've joined, we are watching every single one of my talks, my TodePond talks, from the start to the finish. We're still on the first one. We've only got 3.5 minutes through. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I think the reason I like this talk is because I was clearly like very new to it, and I was like a little bit nervous, and there's like some fun chaotic energy from me panicking on stage, right? Every time I pause, 5 more people join. Stop pausing. Which way? We got some people say I should pause more. Some people say I should pause less. I'm just going to pause a medium amount and upset everyone.
It's every single cell has split into more cells, and you know, I can.
Or did you see that? I accidentally did the wrong thing. Look, I accidentally scrolled these
into more cells, and you know.
Do you see that?
I can
mistake?
I can like add even more.
Oh, you should have clicked more. You should. I should have
can,
clicked more there to make it cooler. I was actually using a mouse then. I was actually using a mouse because it's easier to do some of this stuff, like which nowadays feels crazy to me to use a mouse in a talk. Like, so I actually brought a book. I might have it around here, like a hardback book. I think of like a Terry Pratchett book to use as a mouse mat, and you can maybe see it up there. I'm not sure.
On the rule, you can change the chance of it happening. So
what do I use now? I just use my trackpad, but there is some stuff that's quite hard to do in TodePond with a trackpad. So either I've had to like add extra keybinds that do what the mouse did, or I've had to just like do other things. But like this thing of being able to zoom in and go deeper and deeper is much easier with a mouse, because you like I assign the middle mouse button to stuff, and nowadays I can't do that. I have to do some like weird combination of keyboard shortcuts, and I sometimes mess it up because it's harder.
slow motion.
Terry Pratchett mentioned.
Okay, you can actually encode data by splitting cells into smaller cells.
What do you think about the outfit, the talk outfit, the NASA and the cap and the like dog ear hair? I think this is a pretty solid one. Like
in this case,
I would say like B tier. B tier, it's really let down. Yeah, outfit check. B tier, because the dog ear hair really lets it down. But then NASA jumper and Juno hat is good. Yeah, and black jeans.
I've got the same shape again, and it just has one rule. It moves to the right.
Looks
but this
looks like you're about to go fishing. That is such a read. That is such an insane read, but it's not wrong. Do you know what? I'm just because of that comment, I think I might drop it down to a C tier, because it's like it doesn't matter if you're wearing a few good things if you look like you're about to go fishing.
This rule is flipped in all directions.
I have friends who fish like this. It tracks, says Rob. Right, now we're pausing for outfit and sand. Yeah, how long has it taken for this first video? Oh my god.
So if I...
Oh my god, we're going to be here.
Place down one that's pointing up.
Nenbot says, also the viewer count is dropping. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know of like this real-time feedback of how high quality the stream is. I'm not here for the viewers. You need to understand. I'm doing art, right? I am watching every single one of my talks.
It goes up.
If there's no one left in the chat, I will still keep doing this.
I flip it round.
Needs more pauses to raise viewers. Yeah, maybe, because that means more audience interaction, you know?
Flip it around, it goes down. I can even add a rule that makes these things have a random chance of changing direction. I've got one rule that's moved forwards.
I fumbled those lines a bit. I lost the audience a bit there.
But it works in all ways. But this is not the fun stuff you can do.
You know that thing where I go, I think then it was accidental, but in future talks I do that on purpose. On purpose. Kat asks, will you post the VOD after? Yeah, immediately after. I will just leave it up.
It was splitting. The fun stuff, well, okay. The fun stuff is when you...
Okay, and you saw, okay, I should point out this.
This is not the fun stuff you can do with splitting. The fun stuff, well...
I pretend here that it's an accident. Look.
Okay.
I pretended it was an accident, but it's not an accident. I always do that when I demo this because it sort of like piques some interest, you know. But you can notice I accidentally hit the volume button. Anyway.
The fun stuff is when you split something into another copy of itself. And I'm going to pause before it crashes. But it's...
I always pretend as if that's just like an off-the-cuff comment as well, but it's not, as we will see.
This is quite fun. You can make fractals and things like that. Let's make a slightly different one. This one.
Wow, so I was actually... You can tell this is one of the early ones, because here, this is like a big mistake. Never do this when you're giving a tech talk. Never look at the screen and control your cursor here. Like, A... it looks worse for the audience because you're not looking at them. And B, it's much harder to do because there's a delay and it's the wrong way around. Oh, Lenbot7 donated £2. Here's some money. Hopefully it covers my criticism. Yes, thank you. It does. It does. Thank you. I forgive you. If you want forgiveness, anyone reading this, you can also donate some money and I will forgive you.
Okay. And
you can see how slow I was going there because I was looking at the projector behind me. Never do that. Why are you watching the talks? Okay, Keys asks a very good question. Why are you watching the talks if you have already seen them because you were the one talking? Listen, Keys, if I was the one talking, I didn't see them because I was doing it. I wasn't in the audience. I was doing it. You know what I mean?
You know, it doesn't, you know, it'll go, I paused it, but it will go on forever and crash your computer. Just like any other programming language.
Whoa. That joke landed there, you know. The fact that it's like any other programming language, that it landed. And then you can see I was accidentally scrolling the panes up and down again by accident.
I haven't really got a point to make.
Arthwolf says, it's called narcissism. It's a YouTuber thing. That's right. That's right. We're here. Listen, you're all fans of TodePond, aren't you? Otherwise, what are you doing here? You know, you're fans of TodePond. I'm a fan of TodePond. So let's doing it. Let's doing it.
With this one, but I just think it looks nice. Oh, I guess there's one point is that if you want a bigger resolution, you can just split every cell into 4. And then I'm going to take some of these down.
The audience totally didn't appreciate that. They didn't appreciate the fact that I increased the resolution there. And I noticed that after watching this one back. Just remember that these are all things that we'll pick up later, like 2 hours from now.
Anyway,
Ulamu asks, so you also studied how to be an engaging public speaker? I didn't study. I just did it a lot. I don't know.
So what? What's the point? My point is, I think spatial programming...
Oh, you know what? This looks way better if I press the G key and it hides the grid lines. And I guess I didn't do this then, which is a terrible thing.
Programming is really cool. And I think, me personally, I've only really touched the tip of the iceberg with this. And I know there's probably lots of other clever people out there who could do, you know, a lot more. So please do, and talk to me. And thank you very much.
Terrible ending. Terrible ending.
Thank you. Max, you're up next.
Terrible ending. Terrible, like, conclusion. Oh, we have Asher Gray join the Patreon. Thank you, Asher Gray. I forgive you. That was the deal. If you give me money, then I forgive you. So this was, I guess this was my first tech talk, and I thought I need to give it some conclusion. So I made some cheesy thing up that I kind of said nothing. And so very bad conclusion, but I really like this first talk because I think it was very raw. It was very real, you know? Like, I didn't really know what I was doing, which made it good, I think. You know what I mean? Okay, so, hey, this one's done. We did it. We did spatial programming pipe dream brackets short. So I guess, can I, like, take that one off? Cool. Right, so next up, it's spatial programming pipe dream long, right? And you get to see the start of that talk that I just did that was cut off, but it was a bit longer. And I don't quite know, like I said, this live stream is very live. I haven't prepared. So I'm doing this from scratch. So I think if I type like London Creative Coding Lou Wilson, like, yeah, this seems right. Videos, I don't know. No. You know what? What's the best way I think if I go on YouTube, right, let's see. London Creative, I've been exposed. Being exposed. That's me! Look, that's me! That's me right there. Now, there's a slight issue with this, I remember.
Take it away.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Why is it so loud? Alright. Okay, let's see. Do you hear the problem? Can you hear it? Some users can probably
thank you. Hi,
hear
everyone.
the problem. It's only going in the left ear. It's only going in the left ear, right? So that's already like a -1 on this talk. We're gonna watch it only in the left ear. Lyndon Fate says, you could say it doesn't sound right. Now my right ear feels left out, says Luminous Herbs. If my viewer numbers are going down because of your terrible jokes, then yeah, they have. They've gone down about 5. They've gone down 5. Can you make it send everything through both ears? Maybe. Can I set this to mono? But then it's only mono for you. It's not mono for me. Right? I can do this. Right. Let's test this out. So this, if I get is it copy left? Oh wait. Channels. Like this. I say copy left. How about now?
First of all,
it fixed it. I'm a genius. I mean, thank you. Thank you. Look at that. We did it live. We got to remember to switch it back for the next one. All right. Talk number 2.
Our second and final talk of the night. Just a short evening this evening. Lou, take it away.
yeah.
Look at the audience, you fool. Look at them. You know, you can look at your laptop in a second. What am I doing? Look at the audience.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
All right, fine, I did.
First of all, I'm Lou. I'm Lou Wilson.
Got the cap again. The Anjuna Beats cap. And the big baggy hair ears.
I go by the handle TodePond online on the
TodePond online. Collison says fishing outfit check. Yeah, does it look like I'm going fishing again?
internet. And can I just check? Can you all hear me? Okay, if you can you put your hands up?
Wow, where have I gone? You can't see me in this.
And yeah, hands up. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
and,
there we
and
go.
if you can hear me, can you give me a wave? Okay, and stop. Yeah, and if
You got to warm up the audience. But I would say outfit check. The Anjuna Beats cap is good, but the like doggy ear hair is bad. And I would say the jumper is worse than before because that was a NASA jumper. No. And I would say like the hairband on the wrist looks messy. I'd say this is a D tier. Definitely a D tier.
if you can see me, can you give me a thumbs up? Yeah, and if you can see me and hear me, can you do both at the same time?
Okay, one of the things I always notice when I look back at talks is like, it's always better if you smile. You know, I'm just not smiling here at all. You just got to smile.
Okay, lovely. And
It's not B tier, you know.
okay, so I am here today to show you some things.
Like, I really needed to brush my hair before this. I guess this was after work. I don't know.
About spatial programming.
Okay, but clock the presentation is done in TL Draw, right? Which is pretty cool.
So I make
Pretty
some slightly surreal film.
What? So Kathy asks. Kathy asks. So what you saying is we should tell people to smile more? No, not necessarily. I'm just saying, if you're giving a talk, then smile because it puts people at ease. It lets them know that you're not nervous, which obviously is a lie because everyone is nervous when they're talking. But you need to put the audience at ease. Okay. M asks, I'm kind of confused about your gender. Me too. Tell me about it. It's too real.
And I put them on the internet about.
Kathy says that was supposed to be a joke. Listen, I don't know what's a joke and what's not. You know? Am I even joking? I don't know. It's too real.
The creative coding.
Hamburger asks, what are your pronouns though? I don't know. I have no idea. If you find out what my pronouns are, please let me know. Yeah.
Projects I do, and a lot of them involve this thing called spatial programming. Now, you might
Aren't we all just trying to figure it out?
have no idea.
Okay, Gun says, sorry, I keep pausing, but we got to do audience interaction, you know? Gun says, I think enthusiasm is better than smiling, trying to look into their reactions and respond to them feeling. Yeah, I know, but the thing is, people want to feel good, you know? People want to feel good. Sorry to interrupt. That's my line.
Idea what that is, or you might have some understanding of what that is and what that means to you. So today I would really love to show you, and I'm really thankful to be here.
You know, I did actually make a pronouns. Like, if you want to know my pronouns, you just go to todepond.com/pronouns. Here we go. What's it gonna be this time? Oh, that's a cop-out, isn't it? That's a cop-out. Any's boring. Come on. All right, let's re-roll. We'll get some new ones. Let's see. She, her. It's too predictable, isn't it? Come on. Let's roll again. Let's get some better ones. Let's get some better pronouns. He, him. No, that's just edgy. Come on. Let's get some new ones. Do you know? Actually, no. Let's carry on watching the video.
I want to show you what this means to me. Okay. So to do that, we need to go back
all the way
This really
to
needs
when I was
slot
that's
machine
6 years old.
sound
So
effects.
that's
Whoa.
me.
Look, okay, I guess this is my first, the first talk that you can see where I put in baby photos. Yes. So this is definitely a recurring tradition.
When I was 6 years old in the year 2000, I think. And when I was in school, I learned
It's Arthur. It's not manipulating the audience to smile at them. It's just putting them at ease. You know.
how to
Fish for sure. My pronouns are not fish sure. Oh my god.
program
That is not Excalibur. That is teal draw. Right.
with this thing called Stagecast Creator.
No, I'm not going to add Tumblr Neo pronouns. I'm not a Zoomer. I'm a millennial. I'm not cool enough to do made up pronouns. Guys, you are distracting me. I'm trying to show you about spatial programming here, right?
Can you give me a thumb wave? Wait, no, just give me a normal wave if you know what that is. Fantastic. Okay, so here we go. I've shown you something.
Yeah, I'm a millennial. What did you think I was? Do you think I was a boomer? I'm a millennial.
New. This is Stagecast Creator, and it is a simulation where you can program these little characters like this alien. Can you see that?
Can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that? I think at this point, I wasn't saying, can you see that? Intentionally. But people pointed out to me over time that I say it a lot in talks and demos. So now it's kind of become a bit of a joke. But back then I was just saying words.
Yeah. So the way that you program them, I'm not going to go into how to do it. I just want to show you what it looks like. Okay. And it looks like
I was quite apologetic about that, I think. I kind of thought, no, you have to show how to do something for a talk. It has to be educational. And now I understand it really doesn't need to be educational. It's about like saying something, you know. But I was kind of apologetic about that here.
These are little diagrams that you draw to program the different characters. So this diagram right here, this one here.
Yeah, I guess it's funny when you use a TL draw for a presentation, you can like wiggle stuff around, but it would have just been easier to just point at it with my physical hand. So it's kind of stupid, right? And I really should have, you see how I gave these things outlines, but I didn't group the things with their outlines. And I should have done that because then when I wiggled it around, it would have moved it all, you know. Anyway.
We have like a before and an after picture. So I found that at the age of 6, I found that incredible. We can program the computer by basically drawing pictures. And this really resonated with me. It was this huge outlet of creativity.
Yeah, all right, hurry
up. I bored my
So it's too long on one slide here. Too long on one slide. The audience will be getting boring. Bored. Right.
Parents and sister to death.
My pronouns are not TL draw.
With all of the different things I made in this, and here are some. These are some I made recently. Okay,
Hurry up.
Now we're going to go 10 years later. Okay, so 10 years later, I was around 6. Oh. I was about 16 years old.
Oh, it's fun showing
and I
old
was
photos,
a complete
isn't it?
loser.
It's funny because like at this point when I gave this talk, this was the old funny photo. It's like, oh, look how different I looked. But now, look at us now. We're looking at this and saying, oh, look how different I looked and look how different I sound. You know, isn't that funny? We're doing what they're doing to them, right? Isn't that funny? I was a complete loser. I still am a complete loser. Have you not noticed?
And I used to play this game called Team Fortress 2. And
no, not fishing. Not fishing. I was not a fisherman.
Give me a wave if you know.
Somebody is addicted to recursion. Yeah, we're just starting. We're just starting on the recursion now. Are you noticing this? It's gonna go further.
What Team Fortress 2 is. Right, so you're losers as well. Okay.
Whoa! I just called the audience losers. Right. I think I got away with it though. I think they were in for the joke.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. So I used.
How are you a loser if you are winning this hard? The reason is because I'm sitting here on the Saturday evening, and I'm not recording. I'm live streaming myself to you, and I'm watching myself talk. That's pretty losery behavior, you know. But you know what? I'm at peace with it.
I used to play this game so much with my friend called Joe Boho. Hi, Jay. And we love this game so.
Okay, did you hear that? A Joe Boho reference. We'll get one of those later if you stay around another 10 hours.
So much that we didn't just want to play it. We wanted to put our own ideas into.
Lewis asks, do you often rewatch your talks? I don't think I could watch myself. It would be hard. I do often rewatch my talks, especially when I'm preparing for other talks, right? So, like for example, last week, 2 weeks ago, I gave this talk in Barcelona, and I was covering some of the same content that I covered in previous talks, and I wanted to know, like, wait, how did I do that again? Like, what worked? What didn't work? You know, I always learn from it. And, you know, sometimes, like, I wait 6 months and I go back and watch a talk again, and I, like, notice different things, you know, and I always learn stuff. Void Hype asks, are we losers too? The answer is yes, but you're my losers. You know, we're all in this together.
To this game. So we wanted to mod the game. We wanted to program, we wanted to add new things, change things around. So I thought, yeah, this is going to be easy. When I was 6 years old, I learned how to program with Stagecast Creator, right? You just draw before and after pictures, right? I know we got some.
Oh, this is a good bit. This is a good bit, I think. This is making use of the canvas.
Programmers in the room and some people who don't. But if you don't program, this is what programming usually looks like. And it's really long. Do you see this here? That's text, and you type it with a typewriter.
It's funny how many of these gags I reuse, right? I didn't remember that I did that gag then.
Sorry, a keyboard. And
do you hear how I said you type it on a typewriter? Now that was a reference. That was a callback, because the previous talk at this event was about a typewriter, like an AI typewriter. So it was just a little callback that none of you get because you didn't watch the first one.
I found it was
Kathy asks, I hope this is not too personal, but your voice changed a lot since then. Did you have any voice training? Well, you know that I already covered this, right? I already covered this. You go on TodePond, and you go on you go on playlists. I don't know if my playlist is going to expose me, but you go on playlists and you find the bonus episodes playlist. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Find the bonus episode. It's called Losing My Voice TodePond, but it's unlisted. Whatever. Find the bonus episode and called Losing My Voice, and that tells you my voice training story.
Sure. It was a sort of a coming of age moment at the age of 16. Okay. But that being said, you know, let's
we get an emotional part now. You always need an emotional part.
Go 10 years later again. I did.
Lenbot says, thanks for practically single-handedly getting me through COVID with your ASMR voice and fun coding. You're welcome. Just to ruin it for you, I do intentionally make stuff ASMR-y. I really like unintentional ASMR, and so I like making unintentional ASMR. But the paradox of that is that by making unintentional ASMR that's not like explicitly ASMR, it actually becomes intentional ASMR, and then it ruins the effect. So I'm sorry about that.
Did fall in love with computing and programming. Let me just zoom out a bit. Okay. And I've been creative coding, I guess, ever since. However,
Keep scrolling, keep scrolling.
there's always been this special place in my heart for this kind of spatial programming, this drawing a picture to make the computer do things, right? But I thought, that was just a kid's thing I did when I was 6.
Oh.
That's just a pipe dream, right?
Oh.
That's not serious if you want to do...
And that's why the talk is called the Spatial Programming Pipe Dream. It's because I had this pipe dream, that I thought it was a pipe dream, but it's actually real.
Real programming, you have to type stuff. And I thought that until I discovered this. Oh, there I am.
Oh, look, that's a different era. That's a different era. That's a funny one. Oh my god.
26. I discovered this programming language called Splat.
Yeah, real programming, you have to type stuff. That's right.
And it stands for, so the SPL, Spatial Programming Language. ASCII, text. Right.
No, for real. Is it ASCII or ASCII? Please type your answer. Is it ASCII or ASCII? I don't even know.
And so look at this. Do you see what this is? Do you see what that is? Do you see what this? They're before.
It's ASCII. This is useless. ASCII. It's ASCII. Oh no, how do I zoom out? Oh, there we go. ASCII. Can I make a poll? Okay. How do you pronounce ASCII? Thanks for letting me know about the poll. Is it ASCII or ASCII? Okay, go. Poll is open. Let me know.
And after pictures, right? And this is a programming language made by an extremely clever and kind person called Professor Dave Ackley. And it's a serious programming language, but it's made by drawing pictures. And you can make amazing things with it. This is a Hugene. Wow. And this is a new...
I love that. This is a Hugene. I turn around as if I'm going to make some actual helpful comment about it, and I just go, wow. but that's fine. I'm actually pleased I didn't try and make a comment about it. Like, I didn't need to. I didn't have anything to say about it. It's just like, doesn't this look cool? That's the point. So yeah.
Type of computer. This is
okay. Thanks for your answers. I now know that it's pronounced ASCII. Thank you. Yeah, that's me presenting Code Bit Cookie. What do you think we're doing here? We're watching every single talk I've ever given, right? Okay.
Like an indefinitely scalable computer. It has academic papers
I
written
need to
about
stop
it.
pausing. We're only on the second
language,
video.
But it's spatial programming. And ever since I discovered this, my imagination has just been running wild with ways that we can try to push spatial programming and try it in different ways. So ever since then, I've tried lots of different things. So for example,
this was
this
clever.
is a little engine.
Do you see that? I put this iframe of SandPond inside TL Draw, right? Yeah. Wait, YouTube caps streams at 12 hours? I need to hurry up now.
That I made. And do you see these elements here? We've got sand,
Does it actually?
water, stone,
Oh no.
lava.
Oh,
All
God.
of this is programmed with spatial programming. And can you see these diagrams here? We've got before, after, whatever. Okay.
Why am I just going blah, 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 blah. It wasn't even on purpose. That's me just panicking, right?
And I've been really enjoying this. I've been really exploring
look at this screen pond in TL Draw, right? That's cool.
Relationships and things, and it's
this stuff contributes nothing to the talk. It's just me showing off, like, look at this cool stuff I've made, right? Which I think is kind of like, in this specific event, I think that's part of the deal of coming as a speaker, is like showing you're supposed to show a bunch of stuff. But this talk wasn't so good because it was only focusing on one thing. So I thought I had to throw in a bit of everything. You have to show off a little bit in this kind of event.
It's gone really well. This was a weird one. And okay.
Bit of self-deprecating humor. Classic.
But here's the twist, right?
This one is actually better than I remember. I thought this talk was bad. I guess we haven't got to the demo yet.
I find myself wanting to try something a little bit more complicated. I want to, push some behavior a little bit further, make something that's going to blow people's minds a little bit more.
Oh my god, we've got 91 people watching. Oh my god. Oh my god. What are you doing here? Welcome. We are watching all my talks. David asks, what's the title of the video where you keep being like, sorry for the interruption? You're thinking of define TodePond. This one. But we already watched that on a live stream.
To resort to
live screen?
That traditional program.
Why is your screen rotated? It's not rotated.
I don't want to do that. Okay, it's fine. I enjoy it. But what I really want, what I really, really, really want, the Spice Girls. Anyway.
Did you hear that? I said, what I really want, what I really, really, really want. Spice Girls.
What I really, really, really want. The Spice Girls. Anyway.
Zig zig ah. I'm not going to play it because I'll get a copyright strike. I'm not going to play the song. If you want to be my lover, you got to get with... Wait, that's actually a different one, is it? No. That is the... Yeah. If you want to be my lover, you got to get with my friends. Friendship lasts for the buzz. Some friendship never... Yeah, that's the one. Okay, right. Oh my god, one day I'm going to...
Stagecraft creator.
Oh, look at this, the reveal. We've gone back around because it's a canvas. Like, we've gone back around. And look, that's me from like now, right?
This spatial programming drawing picture experience.
Gotta have a twist. You gotta
like
have
last
a twist.
Year or something. Bit of a pout.
Oh, self-deprecating again. Always self-deprecating. Bit of a pout. I did have a bit of a pout in that picture, but whatever.
So, since then, I've been trying an idea, and I'd love to show you, just to try and show you some of the things that I think we could.
All right, now we get the demo.
So, you ready? We're ready for a little demo?
Okay.
Yeah.
This is fun.
Okay, so
this is fun.
Whoa.
Because we've just seen this exact same demo.
This is a little.
Right. We just watched me give this demo at the Future of Coding meetup. Now we can see me give the same exact demo here, and I can point out all the differences to you, all the things that went worse in this one, because this one went worse. Alex says, oh my goodness, it's TodePond. I absolutely love your videos and go back to them over and over again. Oh, thank you, Alex. Right, let's go.
Spatial programming engine that I've been making.
Okay,
called TodePond.
So just to start with, I already have less energy in this one compared to the previous one, right? Because I'm not panicking so much, but panicking is sometimes good for talks.
I want to show it to you now. So, can you see we've got a grid with lots of squares in. I call them cells, right? And
I didn't need to say that. That's, just get on with it,
We can paint these cells.
I don't do this demo like this at all anymore.
Cells, different colors. So we've got white selected, but we can open up the color
and we'll see this demo like at least 2 more times, right? So there's some stuff here which is bad, which I learn how to do better.
Change it. So if you know computers and stuff,
if you know computers and stuff,
colors are usually made of.
And you hear there was like no laugh, so I made this like awkward.
shape of red, green, and blue. So we can pick, some different values in
You can
here
hear that I'm a bit
pick
nervous
some
there,
different
can't you?
colours.
A bit panicking.
And the other thing you can do is you can
Chill out.
pick a range of colours.
Okay, I guess when you're giving a demo, either you got to chill out, be calm, or get like really frantic and panicked. And what I'm doing here is like panicking, but on a frantic way. I'm like freezing,
To paint down as well. Okay, but the fun thing you can do is you can make rules like you can in Stagecast Creator. So we can say, I don't know what color, let's go to like bluey.
Oh yeah, someone pointed out I'm no longer flexing by using a Chromebook. Yeah, I betrayed it. That's probably also why this is worse,
Purple. We want a bluey purple to turn into, let's say...
Jan on Demand is like, oh, it's game dev related. Now I remember how I subscribed to this channel. Yeah. Oh boy, you have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, like...
But this will only last another 10 hours or so. Hey Lou, I think your screen might be crooked. No, it's not. Don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about. It looks fine. In fact, I think we could just fix it a little bit. Just like... There we go. Yeah, that's better. Right? Yeah, no worries.
Yellowy orange. And did you see what just happened? Did you see that? I'll show it to you. I'll turn off the rule, put down some bluey purple, turn on the rule again, boom, and they all change. Okay.
That's interesting.
But the most interesting thing. Okay. I'm really sorry about the flashing there.
This is
paused
bad,
it.
Right?
The interesting thing for me is
I made it the screen flash, which is really bad. Like, because some people could be photosensitive or have whatever it's called, right? And B, like, I'm trying to show something simple here, but it's kind of getting muddied by the fact that I'm also showing you that you can do a range of colors. And so, like, the messaging is not clear here.
Is when you make rules that it's more than just one cell. So we could say that if there is an orangey cell above a black cell, then we replace it with this. So I want you to think in your head, what do you think is going to happen?
This is such a letdown.
Don't tell me, because I already know.
Letdown.
This is what happens. We're kind of programming some sort of
you know why it's a
element
letdown?
Here. And we can just keep adding more cells. By the way, if you don't need one of these cells anymore, we can just chuck it off the screen.
I even messed that up.
These can be in any shapes you want. So we could say
it is sand,
if
but
an
it's not
orangey red
pink sand.
Cell is above.
It's not pink
and
sand.
To the side of a black cell, we could.
It's not pink
that
sand
as well. And can you see what's happening?
What a
They're falling to the
letdown!
right.
And you can see
that
I was trying to do
around.
pink sand.
So currently it's just moving to the right. We could say, yeah, we want this to happen in the left direction as well.
Do you remember the bit before? I chucked off the pinky colour and I kept this one by accident. I did it the wrong way round. Like, I knew it as I was doing this. I was like, I wanted to do pink sand for the running joke that would, like, me in 2 years' time could watch on a live stream and I could be like, look, it's pink sand. But I failed and now it's orange sand.
Well, so I can add a little
yellow
toad.
Mirror.
Boom. And I put it to you that we have just made sand. Yeah, and we can just...
And okay, this time I did not get a round of applause for sand. Right, in the previous demo, I said sand and got a round of applause. This time I got a laugh, but that's not a moment you want to laugh. You want a round of applause there. You want people to just like, reset, cut the tension.
Keep going.
I failed.
Keep going. So I've got some things that I made earlier. So
you can hear I'm nervous.
Just keep adding more and more rules. Make wood,
hear the wobble.
Water.
Okay, so this time I said you can make wood. So the first time I said we've got wood, and this time I said you can make wood. Both of those are fine. Please clap. I need the applause. Otherwise,
sand,
Yes,
stone.
I need the applause.
Fire.
Thank you, Handstand Dad. The amount of effort you put into your videos is incredible. Thank you. We're going to do even more today, but we'll see how it goes.
And you can make some quite fun stuff. And this
Quite
is sort
fun
of
stuff.
recreating that initial joy I had.
You're right. They also didn't laugh at the burning. But did I actually manage to do it? How well did I do the burning?
Sand, stone.
I think it's because I'm nervous.
fire.
And I didn't do it right. You see, I didn't make it look accidental, right? So they didn't laugh at that. It's bad. I did it worse this time.
And you can make some quite fun stuff. And this is sort of
That's such a weak line. You can make some quite fun stuff, right?
recreating that
But
initial
it's
joy
true.
I had with spatial programming.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's still quite simple. It's still quite simple. What we really need to do. I've got one more thing to say about.
Yes, I said the wrong thing here, right? I meant to say it's not actually simple. It's quite complicated in a way, right? And I prefer doing something simple. I said the wrong thing.
Simple. Ooh.
Dappernaut says, TodePond, you're the reason I almost didn't quit my tech job to farm. Thank you. I'm glad you almost didn't quit. But actually, I'm glad you did quit to farm. That sounds much better.
We've just been adding more and more rules. But the thing that I always find really compelling about spatial programming, and I really love to share some of that excitement with you today.
Oh, get on
is
with
that
it.
Sometimes
Stop talking
just
about
having
it.
One or two rules.
Stop talking about it. Just do it.
Sounds simple, but
Just
it can
do it.
create some
Cut
quite
to the
complicated
chase.
behaviors.
You know?
So here we've got
All right.
just one rule that says every single color is trying to copy itself into the colors around it. And the surprising thing for me is that if we left this running for a really long time, you'd start to get the same color grouping together. And I really didn't expect that, and
Again, that is not true. That's not what happens. Yes, Arthur, I should show, not tell. And I'm not going to watch 1.5 speed. That's cheating.
yeah.
Oh, did you hear that? I didn't know what to say, so I just went, yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's another thing you can do with these
Oh
rules.
God, it's
Instead of just
6:13
replacing
already.
one
Oh my
colour
God.
with another color, we could edit them over time. So here we're just saying that whatever color we put down,
I'm not gonna watch on half speed either. Come on. All right, come on.
we're reducing the red, green, and blue values.
Oh,
of
okay, and we've
every
still got the
single
hexagons
frame.
here, which is
And
bad.
we could change that to
Yes.
say, oh, we're only going to reduce the red, and we'll leave behind all the green and blue. And by combining these two ideas,
We're already on
together,
half
you
speed
can make some
because
more,
I speak so slowly. Femboy Gaming. Okay, for a start, what kind of name is that? Femboy Gaming asks, why are you bullying yourself? I am not. Oh, I just kicked something over by accident. Okay. Wait. Let me put that back up. All right, let me put this back up. Okay, let me put this here. Okay, sorry, Femboy Gaming. I'm not bullying myself. I'm just pointing out all the mistakes I made. And, I learned a lot from these. It's not a bad thing. It's fine. It's fine. People like this talk. It's okay.
wacky looking things. I try to make a sort of
We're already on half speed as you're pausing at least half of the time. Oh, yeah, sorry.
water drop
Yeah.
system. And here's some lightning.
Oh, wait. So, I changed it from last time I had like a red thing that flew away. And I
tried to make a sort of water drop.
And I said I tried to make a water drops thing, and that's just not true. I just took the red one from before and made it blue and said, I was trying to make a water thing the whole time. No, I wasn't. I was just messing around and it looked like water, I guess.
System. And
I think I remember why I changed that. It's because the red next to the red ended up looking quite similar. Like the red lightning and the red flowy thing, it looked similar, so I wanted to change it a bit. But then I think I also changed the lightning a bit, which made it look more blue, so it kind of didn't work.
Lightning.
I like the lightning though. The lightning looks
so
cool.
You can see, this is just 3 spatial rules. There's no sort of written text code.
GR the Dragon
It's all just
is watching the stream on 1.5 times speed. How are you doing that? How are you doing that? That's
spatial relationships. Okay, so now,
did you hear that?
so that was
I just said okay at the same time as myself. That's weird.
like the warm-up. And now I want to show you the main idea behind this. Okay, so...
Right, let's see. This delivery is definitely worse than the previous one, I think.
You see this rule in the top left. So instead of just replacing this blue cell with one other cell, can you see what we're doing? We're replacing this cell with 2. And this is the main...
Kat, your messages are showing up. I can see them. What about moderation? Should I turn on moderation? And then I can see banned messages too? Okay, cool.
main idea behind this, that this grid is not fixed. We can split...
Okay, I can see one reason. I can see a couple of reasons why I didn't land so well here. I think, A, I'm like more confident. I'm saying it more confidently, which is less exciting because it sounds like I don't know, like it's less chaotic. And B, I'm walking as I say it, which means it doesn't like land, you know. If you want to say something impactful, you got to stop moving. Anyway.
cells apart, or we can merge them together. So watch what happens when I place down some of this blue. Can you see that it's actually splitting apart, and we can just, you know, keep going like further and yeah.
Okay, so I did that bit better because I went deeper, and you can kind of hear the reaction from the audience there. That part went better than the first time.
And this will eventually runs. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
This will eventually
that's pretty good.
crash
Pretty
the
good.
computer. But I think it's quite a powerful idea, and I'd love basically more.
Get on with it. There's too much talk around it. I think I needed to. I thought I needed to talk around it more. You really don't.
More and more people to explore this idea too.
Serious question. How do you test your talks? Do you do some beta testing? Oh, that's a pretty good question. I mean, it's kind of a jokey question, but no, we're not going for 1,000 pauses. When I'm doing talks, when I'm preparing for a talk, I do the talk so many times just to my laptop, to myself, and it gives me a chance to like listen to it back, you know, because when something's just in your head, it's hard to imagine, but when you actually do the talk, you hear it back, and I notice things like this, right? Oh, Andrew, join the Patreon. Thank you very much. I forgive you.
Because look at this.
That's the deal. If you join the Patreon or you pay on Super Chat, then I forgive you.
Okay, so...
If you don't get that joke, it's because you weren't here at the start of the live stream. All right, you got to be here the whole time, basically, to get all the jokes. If you don't find it funny, it's your fault. It's not my fault.
In this example, that same shape, the red and green, I've got one rule here that just means it moves forwards.
I'm definitely delivering these demos
down,
slower,
right,
you know?
Right?
Too much talking. Too much talking.
This rule is flipped in all...
I guess it's pretty ironic that I'm saying too much talking now when all I'm doing is talking, right?
Directions.
You want to see a beta talk? You want to see an unfinished talk? Oh my god. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know, I guess part of the hard part is I would love to share talks as I'm working on them, but often the talks involve twists, so it would be a spoiler, you know, a lot of the time. That's the problem with my YouTube videos as well, is that they involve twists a lot of the time. So there's too much of a chance of a spoiler, and I love things with twists in, you know. It's like one of my favorite part of fiction is like big reveals or big twists. So I don't think it's like spoiling how I do the tricks. I think if I show you how I do something afterwards, it's more interesting, but it's just like seeing the twist too early, you know? So anyway.
So I could place one down that's kind of pointing upwards.
Oh, I guess I should record the half-done talks ahead of time, and then I can release them afterwards. That's a good point. That is a good point.
Or I could like flip it round and place some down that go downwards. I could even add a rule that makes...
Lenbot says, yeah, a Patreon blooper reel. That is a pretty good idea, actually. I hadn't thought about recording my half-done attempts, but maybe I should start recording the crappy version. That would actually be quite interesting. Okay.
Makes them randomly...
In a way, this is a bit of a behind the scenes, right? This is a bit of a, scene behind the curtain.
Change direction.
Oh
And
my god,
this-
I need to
this,
stop
like,
pausing.
Storing a
No
direction
more pausing.
value
We've
is one of the
done
main
enough.
things that I always had to resort
We've
to
done enough
traditional programming for.
pauses.
But if I pause it and I zoom in, just by looking at this picture, I can see what direction it's
Oh.
storing in it. And I think we can store lots more data just by drawing pictures.
This is the first glimpse of me doing this me moment of me saying, look, just by looking I can see it, and this is like the early glimpses of this, which I did in a later talk.
And I think that's a really accessible and fun idea. But this isn't the most interesting thing you can do with splitting. So the most interesting thing you can do with splitting is when you make a cell split into more copies of itself. So I just want you to have a think. Have a look at this rule. What do you think it's going to do?
There is so much talking in this. Oh, turn off. There is so much talking.
Whoa. Pause before it crashes. And
Oh, okay,
so
that
if
got a
you
laugh.
zoom in. I put. This will just carry on going and going and going and going and going. But I mean, coding fractals can be hard. This is a fractal.
Did I just say splitting is the most interesting part of splitting? Kathy, there is so much talking in this talk. Yeah, there is so much talking in this talk. Like,
It will have infinite detail. It will just keep going on forever. But it's just done with one simple spatial rule. And I think we can help more people to have fun with these ideas and understand them if we just present them in a more spatial way like this. And the great thing about this is I can just interact with it and add more wherever I want.
That's fun.
Or I could say, actually, I want to try this fractal in a different shape.
So I actually interacted with the fractal there, which I've stopped doing. I should really do that. There is so much pausing in my pause. Okay.
And yeah, I'll try it like this instead. And we've just made an entirely new fractal. There's been no words spoken, but it kind of makes sense.
It's so warm in
to
here.
me, at least.
Oh no.
And we can just place down more. Okay, I've got one more example, and then it's the end.
Who the hell is Cutie Cinderella? Who is Cutie Cinderella? And you thought I was Cutie Cinderella? Is this a risky Google? No. What? No. No.
So
How dare you?
oh yeah, there's one thing I want to say about this one. If you don't like the resolution that I've
hello,
chosen
R74N.
for the grid, that's fine. You can just make a rule that splits every cell into like 4
She's the Streamer Awards host? There are Streamer Awards? There are Streamer Awards? Why haven't they invited me? Okay.
more.
Aladil asks, how do you make tools like CellPond and a Roost? A lot of time and effort and energy in JavaScript.
Or you can keep going, but I don't want it to. We've got this far and there's been no.
Arthur says, you're a YouTuber, not a streamer. Streamers have swimming pools. Yeah, I don't have a swimming pool. Maybe if some more people did super chat, I would. then I could be a streamer. Yeah. I'm really not paying attention to this talk. I've lost interest.
My main point behind all of this, if you haven't been able to pick up, is I think this kind of spatial programming is really
pure JavaScript,
fun,
pure
and exciting,
JavaScript,
and accessible.
Hello, Gamerl. Good to see someone from the TodePond community here. Someone else from the community says, making tools requires also creativity and bravery. Yes, it does.
Makes sense to me, so it might make sense to other people out there too. And
a swimming pool on screen to justify nudity? I don't know what you're talking about. This is a family-friendly stream.
I just want to give out this plea and this call for more people to explore.
You're only a streamer if you're kind of toxic and you have questionable political opinions. I can do that. I can be a streamer. I can have questionable opinions and be kind of toxic. I can do that. And a swimming pool.
Explore it. If you found this inspiring or exciting in any way, then please, I don't know, give it a try. What's your take on it?
You know, like, what if... No, I'm not even going to pretend to have... I'm not even going to pretend to be toxic. No,
I'd love for you to reach out or contact me or contact... try.
What was I saying here?
Exciting in any way, then please, I don't know, give it a try. What's your take on it? Like, I'd love for you to reach out or contact me or contact a lot of the other people involved in this. And thank you very much.
Okay, do you know what? I really lost attention at the end of that talk because I think it got kind of boring. Actually, I think the first half was pretty good, and then the second half was pretty boring. So we should keep track of this. Hold on. Oh, whoa! For the swimming pool fund, $5 from Jimmy Mona. Thank you. And swimming pool fund as well from Yusuf. 2 at the same time. Did you synchronize on this? How did you know you're both gonna do it at the same time? Yeah, I failed to be toxic. Okay, I failed to be toxic. Yeah. I'm sorry. I tried to be toxic and I just couldn't, you know? I just couldn't be toxic. That's how untoxic I am, you know? I just failed. That's how... Oh no! It sounds weird, right? I need to turn off mono mode. Oh, that sounds so much better. Oh, that's nice. We can hear in stereo again. Okay, I'm going to start rating these. So, in the first one, the outfit was C tier. The demo was, I would say, pretty good, A tier. And the talk, well, there was no talk. So that means, like, F tier, you know? Right? So then the second one, as we discussed earlier, the outfit was absolutely awful, D tier. The demo was also, I found so boring, like D tier. But the talk was pretty good, I think. Pretty good. Like, B tier? Oh, we got some more. So, oh. You forgot to forgive. Right. Yusuf, I forgive you. Jimmy, I forgive you. Jan on Demand says, splish splash. Thank you so much for the donation. And Arthur Wolf says, swimming pools for the toads. Yep, please donate. So I can get a swimming pool and be a real streamer, not a fake one, not a YouTuber. Arthur, I forgive you. Jan on Demand, I forgive you. If you give me money, I will forgive you for whatever you want. We're like reinventing religion here, you know. I wonder how many people made it through the first 2. Whoa. 91 people! Oh my god, I actually have to do something good then. This needs to be good. Right? You know how to be good? Does anyone know how to be good? Any ideas? Drop them in the chat. How do you be a good streamer? Do you do this? Or something? I think it should be this. What program is this? I'm not telling you, it's a secret. They actually asked people to stop saying what program this is. Void Hype says, one forgiveness please. Thank you very much, Void Hype. Yes, I forgive you. Yeah, this is Google Chrome I'm using here. Yep, I can't tell you what this is. Sorry. Okay, any questions before we move on? We have done 2 talks. And we have... oh my god, we got so many left. Alright, right. That's enough of this. Enough of this. Okay. Alright, the next talk is... oh, this is another... This is a weird one. Because I simultaneously find this one... like, it's a... Whoa! Did it lose? Oh my god, it lost. I desynced. Is that because my internet? Is that because my internet's bad? Oh my god. I lost. I'm gonna have to write this again. Oh my god. Alright, well, let's just put a donk on it. Right, whilst I'm doing this. Outfit. Outfit for that one. What was it again? C tier. Right? And demo, what was it? Oh, A tier, talk, F tier. Right, and this one, the outfit. Can you hear me? It's not too much bass. It's not too much bass. That's not too much bass. That's not too much bass. Should hide the URL. Yeah, maybe. That's not too much bass. Are you afraid of bass? Are you afraid of bass? It's fine. It's fine. Here is 10 quid. I request the program thankings you. I can't tell you the program. You're terrified of bass? Jesse GS! Jesse GS, hello! And Lenbot, I forgive you. So the outfit for this one was D tier. The demo for that was, also D tier. But the talk was okay. Yeah, B tier. Did I spell tier right? Okay, I probably did. Next up, we've got perfect programming language. Are you ready? Ready for the next talk? Here we go. This one, it's easy to find. It's on TodePond.com right here. Oh, right. I didn't like my voice in this one, but you know what? It's your voice. You gotta love it, you know? You gotta love it. You end with either a semicolon. And you know what? This one, someone did film the whole thing. But I didn't like the start of it, so I cut it off. So cheeky, right? Right? I cut off the start of it because I didn't like the start. Right, good. We've successfully gone slow enough that some viewers have left. And so now we can continue just with the hardy people, right?
Well, they usually end.
But there's still 82 of you. What the hell? All right, got to be good.
With either a semicolon or nothing, right? I don't. Yeah, this is how programming languages usually work.
Okay, like what the hell is going on with his outfit, right? What the hell is going on? Like, I have an Above and Beyond t-shirt, which is a plus. But then I'm literally got like a bag. I've got a bag whilst I'm giving a talk, and I thought it would be funny, and it's really not funny, right?
There's a big debate about which one's better. So just.
But at least I don't look like a fisherman.
With applause, can you please clap if you think this one is better?
And I'm like holding the microphone way too close to me, speaking way too loud. And it seems like really, and I'm doing this. Can you see that I'm like putting my head down like that? And you know, that is what's making my voice sound weird there. You know, that's why it sounds like constricted. You got to speak out. You got to speak out. And I'm kind of doing the same here, but like I'm not doing a talk right now, so it doesn't matter. You know.
Yeah.
It's slightly funny, but it's like, what does it add to have a bag? You know, like, it's weird, sure. Like you giving a talk with a bag, like weird, sure. But like, it doesn't have a point, you know.
And
the bag means more storage for fish. No, it's.
And by applause, can you tell me?
No, there's not pink sand in the bag.
Clap if you think this one's better. Yeah.
Look, okay, and I told the audience to get out, and then I say,
I'm joking. Okay.
You've got it. Okay, when you insult the audience, you have to, this is a rule, you have to say that you're joking, even if it's obvious, I think.
So what do we do for Dreambird? This is probably the first thing you have to decide when making a programming language. So clearly, for Dreambird, I've decided on the exclamation mark. Be bold.
No one ever laughs at be bold, even though I think it's one of the things that people laugh at it. People laugh at it when they read Dreambird, because I've watched people read Dreambird, and people laugh at sort of like be bold here, but in a talk form, they just don't get it. You're right, R74N. They just don't get it.
And if you want to be bolder, multiple exclamation marks. Yeah.
They also didn't laugh at that. That one fell flat.
It's okay if you feel unsure though. We have a feature in Dreambird. You can end them with a question mark, and this will print debugging information.
That one is a little bit better. That one's a little bit better. People like that one.
For the whole line. I know what you're thinking right now. So in many languages,
also this is like HDR. It's like recorded on a like iPhone, and so on my screen it looks really weird. I don't know how it looks on the stream though. I wonder how it looks on the stream. Let's see. Oh, no, I've got to go back in time. Let's see. Hold on.
Oh, they usually.
Oh. I think it it looks a little bit weird. It looks nice and bright. Be bold. Not HDR on the stream. It looks a little bit bright though. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I saw Freya Homer had cat ears. I'm not sure about cat ears in a talk, you know. But I guess that's her. Okay, I'm just not sure about. Okay, so let me be clear. Having cat ears in a talk would be like me wearing the frog onesie in a talk, and I'm not sure about doing your like YouTuber branding in a talk. I'm just not sure about that at all. You know, Captain Disillusion talk. He has branding, right? He has like character branding. When he's on YouTube, he has metal face, right? But when he gives a talk, Would it be here? Does he? He's done talks, right? When he does a talk,
You guys in a way that you
he
can.
doesn't do the metal face, right? But Freya Homer does the cat ears. Well, I guess maybe the cat ears is I know that, okay, that's the intern. But it's a fun joke that that's not actually him, right? And for me, it just means that when I'm not in the frog onesie, I'm not in character, right? But then the joke is that I really am. Anyway, never mind. I'm live.
The exclamation mark
I'm live.
is used
Do you think I should do a talk in the frog onesie once?
to mean like not something, you know. So what do we use to mean not in Dreambird? We use the semicolon. We just okay. The next thing you've got to decide when making a programming language is how do you make functions? So different languages do this in different ways. You know, so JavaScript calls functions function.
So this is why you should never listen to your audience, because you think I should do a talk in a frog onesie? It would be awkward. It would be weird. Because you have to remember, when you do a talk, there's real people in the room, right? And most people aren't TodePond fans. So they're not going to be like, whoa, it's TodePond, they're in the frog onesie. They'd just be like, what the hell is this weirdo doing? Why are they in a frog onesie? You know? You got to understand this. Maybe if I was a real streamer, it would be fine. And to be a real streamer, I need money. So please, yeah. Contribute to the swimming pool fund.
Some call functions func, and some really weird ones call it fun, right? And so in
Okay, the laughs are starting now. It's starting to get more laughs. People know that it's a bit, right? They know it's
Dreambird,
comedy.
we like to support all different variations of the spelling of function. You can do function, func, fun, functy, and my
It's funny, you can just say funny words and people laugh, like funkty, funkty, funkty. You know, there's like a really good, actually no, I don't want to platform him, he's a twat. Sorry.
personal favorite
I was just about to show you a comedian, but I remembered that they went bad. You know, so many of those. Third AT says parametrize. That's a good reference. If you don't know what third AT is, you're not a true Toad fan.
is Funyun. It was recently pointed out to me
Funyun is a funny word, right?
this week that actually you can use union as well, which could not heckling anymore, are you?
Right. Okay. So this is the bit I cut out from the start. Someone was heckling. Like, they were genuinely heckling. And I actually dealt with it pretty badly, I remember. Yeah, so I cut it out partly because it was embarrassing for me, but also a bit embarrassing for them. Which sounds really harsh. Like heckling like you're doing now. Yeah, pretty much. So that's why people laughed when I said, like, you know, because so this person who was heckling, and this is what happens a lot at Future of Coding. People heckle and it's kind of fun, right? People call stuff out, which is why I love this meetup. So yeah, this person actually got really into it, which was funny.
No, okay.
And then they started shouting, I never was heckling. And you know what I should have said to them right here, right now? Like, okay, so I used to do a bunch of comedy in places like around London, but also in Edinburgh Fringe. And you get a lot of hecklers at the Fringe because, like, people's standards are high because there's so much going on. And hecklers are really fun, right? Like, hecklers make a show really good, usually. What I should have said here was like something like, okay, ladies and gentlemen, or something, you know, whatever. This person is communicating to me that they are not heckling. And their chosen form of communication, okay, just imagine this, but the wording's better, right? Their chosen... the way that they're telling me that they're not heckling is by heckling, right? Okay, imagine that, but like a better joke. That would have been a good response. That would have been a good response, but I can't. But instead, I just said nothing, right?
So,
It's kind of weird though that someone's like, "I'm not heckling. I'm not heckling. I'm not heckling," and they're heckling to say that they're not heckling.
moving on.
Yeah, come on. They're like, it was such an open goal for me. That would have been funny. I think people would have laughed. Anyway.
You might know that in programming languages, you can put text. You can make text. This is text, like hello.
In a frog suit, it would have been the perfect punchline. No, a frog suit would have made it so much more cringe, right? Yeah, that's what you got to understand. I still haven't decided what I'm rating this outfit.
Something, and we're putting something inside the text. We're putting it.
Yes, Raphael. I could have said, "You, sir, are a walking contradiction." Yes.
A name there.
That would have been good. I didn't do it.
And this is called string interpolation. So, unfortunately, for those of us in the United Kingdom here, this isn't very helpful. This is a $sign. We usually use a $sign for. You see where this is going.
You see where this is going, right? You see where this is going.
Right. So at the Dreambird
outfit is nice. B+. Yeah, this is a weird one. This is a weird outfit. I don't know how. I think the part of the problem is I'm not selling it very well. I have a real hunchback there because I'm leaning over the microphone because I don't know how to use a microphone. Like I was very out of practice with a microphone here. So it kind of makes me look like a little bit of a bag goblin, you know?
At the Dreambird Foundation, we take internationalization very seriously.
And it also my voice is really bad because I'm leaning over like this, you know? The bag is where you keep the frogs. Yes, it is.
And you can... I have to say this, please make sure to use your regional currency.
It's weird that I went a bit posh, like, because I guess I was speaking like with this sort of like comedically like formal language, which is basically like lifted from the Dreambird README, right? You know, and this was it regional? Like this, it's almost like sort of like. It's formal language. It's like kind of like terms and conditions kind of language. And so I went a bit posh. Yeah, I don't know how I deliver that.
It goes without saying, if you're in Europe...
I guess like a lot of these jokes just work better in text form. They're kind of written to be text form. And I didn't know how to do them here, but I think people seem to enjoy it.
You put it after. Yeah.
And the funny thing is, I didn't write most of these jokes. Like, this is open source, right? Most of these jokes come from other people, right? So this came from someone else. This came from someone else. So I feel a bit bad about this because I'm saying other people's jokes.
Or if you're using Cape Verdean Escudo...
I looked up how to pronounce that because, again, this is something that I'd only ever seen, like, you know, in text form. And I hope I pronounced it right.
The protocol is to put the $ symbol in the middle. Okay, so that's just a PSA from me.
That one didn't go down well. That one was like too much explanation needed for that joke. I never did that one again.
Okay, so
and so we'll see in the later talks. I've presented Dreambird a few times. This was the first time.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so.
Oh, that's like a little bit. Okay. You know, did you hear how I said we're getting there? We're getting there. That was like a little bit. Okay, it's a little bit apologizing. You know, like, sorry guys, we'll be over soon, which makes people feel uncomfortable because it's showing them that you're feeling uncomfortable, and you should never do that in a talk. However, letting people think that we're nearly at the end is good because it makes them more attentive. But you need to do it in a way. So I wouldn't do this now. I am so real, James. Yes, I am real. So I wouldn't do this anymore. I was trying to make people think we're almost at the end, which is good. But I was doing it in a way that made it clear that I was uncomfortable, which is bad because you want people to relax, you know?
In many languages, you can make very
This joke by PHP Femboy on GitHub. No, I don't know who it was by, that one. This joke is under GPL v3. No, Dreambird, have you read the Dreambird license? It's not GPL. How would I do it now? Asks a Starry Sky. Well, if you just carry on watching, we'll get to my later talks where I do it better, right?
variables and constants. So
It will all be over soon. Yeah, we've only got like, what, 20 more talks? I don't know.
this is a constant. Const stands for constant. You following? Yeah. Okay, so
At this point, you can start to see some of my catchphrases, which I have now become catchphrases. You can see them start here. You know how I said just then, are you following? Are you following? I say that all the time now as a joke. I even said it in this live stream earlier, right? But I didn't think it was a catchphrase then. It's just like people point out to me, and I notice that I say these things again and again. The tense shoulders. I have tense shoulders then. I have tense shoulders now. It's making me tense watching this. But it's fine. It's okay to be tense.
however,
I've never seen a TodePond. I've never seen a TodePond stream so straight. How straight are we looking right now? I look pretty straight, to be fair. Thanks for calling me out on that. You know. Okay, someone says, well, we'll need to go. Glad you're okay, Luke. Luke, no, glad you're okay, Lou. Good journey through the bits of gold and cringe of your past. Yes. More tilt for Pride Month? Yeah. Well, alright.
so a constant means you can't change it. Like it's constant. What's going on here?
Can you see okay?
Do you see this here? We set the score to 0 and we said constant, but we're changing this here. You know, this is very confusing. In other languages, this is Rust. So Rust has lots of different ways of making constants and variables.
No, I'm not going to turn it upside down. How many people attended this talk? I would say it's about 50 people.
Const, which stands for constant. Mute, which stands for mutant. Mutable. And let, which...
That one landed pretty well because it looked very unintentional, but of course it was very intentional.
Is just let. Okay, and these are all different ways, and you can combine them together, and you know. And
oh my god, almost double that. How many people are watching? Oh my god.
It's really confusing.
Oh
this
my
is a noun,
god.
this is an adjective, this is a verb. What's going on, right?
95 people.
So, with Dreambird,
Hello.
How
If you've just joined, then what we're doing right now is watching through all of my TodePond talks from the start to the end. We're currently on number 3. And we're watching all my mistakes and cringing.
How could we advance this, you know, to be perfect? And it's a very simple answer. We can make constant constants.
Okay, how did I do on the delivery of this? Because this is a bit of a tongue twister.
Be perfect. And it's a very simple answer. We can make constant constants, which you can't change, and you can't change to something else. We have constant variables, which you can change, but you can't change to something else. We have variable constants, which you can change to something else, but you can't change. And we have variables, which you can change to something else, and you can also change them. Thank you. And
we get a little audience shot here. Yeah. Oh, it's maybe more like 40 people, because it goes back a little bit, or maybe even less. I guess this was like early days of Future of Coding. There's Max. There's Max. There's Tony. Anyway.
this is a strict improvement. So, okay.
It's weird, I'm doing this talk in character of someone who actually works on Dreambird seriously. And this is the only time that I've ever done that. There have been other times where I've presented Dreambird, but I've done it not in character, you know what I mean? And I don't think this was a very good character. I don't know what the right character is to do for Dreambird, but watching this has made me start to think about it again. Oh, hello, Alex McLean. Some aren't wearing glasses. Yes.
Okay,
Very
this is
good
one
observation.
other core.
Aladile asks, how can we attend a talk? Well, you look on TodePond.com and you take a look at my talk section and you see which one's coming next. And actually, there is actually one happening on Monday. If you go to Luma/TL Draw, yeah, there's this good content for developers. But how? In the TL, and I'm speaking on Monday. So you've got to sign up here and be cool. And then if we have room, we bring you off the wait list because it's currently full. But yeah, I'm going to be talking about how I make content. Does anyone get any ideas? James L asks, I need to stop pausing. We're going to be here all night, but I will answer this one last question. No more questions. James L asks, how long does it take to make and prep a talk? James, that depends on the talk. If it's a little throwaway one like this, I probably prepped it in like half an hour and maybe did like half an hour of practice and then did it. But if it's like a keynote, then I spend months on it. And it becomes my life, and it's like every little passing moment I have is dedicated to trying to figure out the talk, and then hours and hours of preparation, and then hours and hours of practice. But we'll see those later. You could, Starry Sky says you could like stream yourself watching past content if you wanted to make more content. Great idea, let's do it.
One final core feature of languages, which is loops, which is basically doing the same thing again and again, but in a different way.
I'm not answering your questions. I have to
do loops again and again, but in slightly different ways, right? So these are all from JavaScript. So this is very confusing.
That joke landed, right? I guess so far we've been looking at what different languages do. So I wanted people to think that these were examples of different languages. And in the grand reveal is that I point out that they're from JavaScript. Yes. All my homies hate JavaScript. Nothing to hate about JavaScript. Aladile asks, fine, I'll answer your question then. But if people leave the stream, it's your fault, right? Are you going to do another Aroost or TodePond talk? Well, I don't know. Probably not only about Aroost, probably not only about TodePond. But even in the one 2 weeks ago, they featured quite heavily. So they probably will feature again a lot. Gamal asks, and by the way, because I did so much pausing, we have lost around 10 people from the stream, and that's your fault. But Gamal asks, are you going to answer this question? Yes, I am. Stealth asks, what is Noodle? Well, you have to wait for another, let's see, not the next talk, 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 but the next talk, then I'll tell you what Noodle is. So just stick around for, a few days.
Your choice of which one to use actually has, some quite heavy consequences. You need to know that.
Why is the sky blue? I don't know, Yusuf. I don't know.
Pros and cons of each one. There's some that people never use, but yeah, okay. So
okay, Gamal says, but the I in my name is pronounced I, like the pronoun. Oh, like I, gamer I. Stealth says, no more questions.
You probably see the pattern now. I present to you some feature of programming languages, and then Dreambird does something a little bit more complicated. So this is a tricky one, because how can we possibly be more complicated than this? So I'm pleased to announce that this is what the Dreambird community decided. In Dreambird,
that got a mixed response. That got a mixed response.
An archaic, complicated feature of languages that we would.
Just why am I sounding so posh here? I guess I am pretty posh, but I was definitely letting it come out more than I usually let it come out.
I'd like to move on. Okay, who knows Dan Abramov?
Oh, this bit I find very cringe.
I'm going to say that again.
Oh no! I don't like this.
We must respect Dan Abramov. Who knows Dan Abramov? Yeah.
I guess what I was hoping for was that people would cheer. But of course, people put up their hand. you know? I should have said, if you know Dan Abramov, cheer, make some noise, you know?
Who knows Dan Abramov?
Oh God, why? I hate it so much. It's just like awkward. It's just awkward when you see someone try to get an audience to do something and they don't do it. But here it's so obvious. It's just they would have done whatever I told them to do, within reason. But I just didn't tell them to cheer, and I don't know. This was only my third TodePond talk, so fair enough.
Okay, so I'm very pleased to
And the fact that I was shaking my head there is the worst. Actually, why am I watching this again? Why am I forcing myself through? No. I'm going to skip back. No. We're going to move on.
announce that Dan Abramov is a contributor of the Dreambird language.
Lenbots says, "Oh no, we dropped to 75 viewers." That's cool. You know, like that's a lot of viewers. But I oh yeah, 16. It's dropping. That's fine. Listen, I'm not doing it for the viewers. I'm doing this for the art, right? This is a great number of viewers. I'm gonna do it even if no one is here, right? Lucia asks, "Do you really find it cringy?" It reads as enthusiastic. Yes, I do find it cringy. I actually do. It does make me cringe. Yeah, of course it does. Like doing a talk where you're trying to make people laugh and cheer and do stuff. If it doesn't work, it's embarrassing, you know. Armunti says, "Do you think you will have any talk about Pondiverse in the future?" Sorry about the question. Don't want you to lose more viewers. Yes, I think I will do a talk about Pondiverse in the future and all of that jam-oriented programming. Yes, that I didn't cover that in the recent talk, really. This I Am Not Dead Yet. It was kind of about some of it, but I didn't cover jam-oriented programming really. I only touched on it tiny bit, you know. And I'm pleased that you're sorry about asking a question, and it probably did lose me some viewers by taking this long pause. But that's how much I care about you and my fans, right? And hi Max, hi everyone. Right, let's go.
So this
Talk-oriented programming. To be honest, that's kind of what I do. Okay, I am going to stop pausing, even if we lose the fake fans, right? The fake fans, you can go, it's fine. I'm going to keep pausing. I genuinely, most of the projects I work on, I'm thinking about how does this demo, how does it come across in a presentation, in a talk, you know? That's genuinely what I think about a lot.
This next feature, my lawyer said I could say this, I couldn't, but I will, that this is a feature condoned by the React Core team. Okay, so Dan Abramov...
So Dan Abramov contributed this. Why am I telling you this? I'm going to tell you this from the past.
Created this feature.
Digital Ada says, "I'm a viewer and I'm feeling pretty lost." Yeah, that is pretty much the TodePond experience.
In Dreambird, you can delete numbers. So you don't want to use the...
Me too. I'm pretty lost.
The number 3. That's it. No more adding 2 and 1 together. The good thing about this is that you can...
Why do I sound so posh?
Sort of delete mistakes in programming languages. Delete...
That one got a big laugh at the Future of Coding crowd. They love hating on other languages.
Object-oriented... I'm sorry. Yes! And to achieve perfection.
Do you hear that? Yes! Someone's like, yes! Yes.
It itself, of course, you can delete. But seriously, this is actually quite a useful feature because you can fix the $1 billion mistake and delete null, and if you really
They didn't get that joke. They didn't like that one, did they?
really want to remove all errors from your code, then you can just delete them. So,
they liked that though.
This is why we...
Recursion again. Someone needs an intervention. No, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine, Arthur.
Clap Dan Abramov, because this is before his contribution. This is how many stars that Dreambird had on GitHub, and this is afterwards. Thank you, Dan. Oh, by the way,
Did you see that? I looked at the camera there.
and this is afterwards. Thank you, Dan.
You see? Okay. We're gonna... was this the first time? Yeah. I started looking at the camera a lot in talks, in like little in-joke moments. Max says that's called spiking the camera. I didn't know that. I was spiking the camera. But this wasn't really an in-joke. This is like talking to someone, you know, watching from afar. I don't know if Dan actually watched this or not.
Oh, by the way, I just want to show you my my wallpaper. There we are. Oh wait. Sorry, you have to use 4 fingers for this gesture. Right. There we go.
Wait. How do you do it? Yeah, there you go. 4 fingers.
Sorry, Sam.
So there's like a running joke that Dan Abramov is like a much loved figure of the web development community, and I guess I parodied that with this silly little background that I made specifically for this talk.
Okay, so
because I was in character.
Here's the plot twist. So as Maggie said, I was on the Future of Coding. I come on.
It's not making fun of Dan. It's poking fun at people who love Dan Abramov above anyone else. Let me be clear. It's not poking fun at Dan. It's poking fun at people who are obsessed with Dan.
About here, where it gets noisier.
Yes, it was in character. I don't. That's not actually my wallpaper. Look, it's Eugene instead.
Prize.
I always forget about that gesture.
So this was about a joke language.
4 fingers.
And
4 fingers.
What happened after this podcast was Dreambird got a little bit more popular. So this was before the podcast, and this was after.
Yeah, have you ever made a joke with a wallpaper in a talk before? I have. Was it worth it? I don't know.
This has been quite a week.
Yeah, this literally was going viral this week. Yes, I remember. I was going to demo a roost in this meetup. But then Dreambird went really crazy viral. So TodePond lore would have been very different if I did a roost here in a very different state to the one that we're going to watch later, which is what I actually ended up doing.
I've been receiving lots of sort of groundbreaking suggestions for the language, time travel risks prevention, and I'm very pleased to say, this was my favorite though. Someone put little Timberland boots on the logo.
I still don't know why they did that. I still don't know why they added boots, but I found it very funny.
Thank you, whoever did that. And this is me, right there. I'm talking to this lovely young man, Riccardo, from Italy, him and one other person are now working on a real compiler for Dreambird. I was really confused about why he wanted to do it, but then he told me that he wrote a compiler for PDFs for fun. So, there we go.
You meet some strange people on the internet. They're very lovely people, but yes.
This is a diagram.
Anyone who wants to try and implement Dreambird is strange, it's true.
That those 2 people sent me. This is describing how time travel would be implemented.
That's still the best attempt at implementing Dreambird's time travel. Most other people have just given up on it, but this is it didn't get better than this so far. Someone might do it still.
We didn't manage to get onto that. And not only is the language a bit weird, they're also in true Dreambird spirit, making it in a weird way as well. So normally you wouldn't use this thing called regular expressions because it looks like someone's just vomited on the screen. Apparently this version didn't work, so they had to make it a little bit more complicated. But
obviously that didn't go any further. That did not work either. And it's kind of weird. I guess at this point in the talk, I've sort of switched out of the in-character joking into kind of just like reporting on the community. And I guess this kind of like reporting on cool things that other people have done is something that I really, really like doing. And I do it loads more now. So I guess I kind of forgot that I did this all the way back here. You know, it's kind of just like a nice, easy listening, easy talking situation. Like it's, I don't know. Yeah, I like showing off other people's work in talks.
It is real, and they are. These are real programs that are currently being tested on the compiler. As you can see, we use a .db
It's community building. It's great, it says Lucia. Yes.
file extension.
Oh, look, it's me trying to do another shitty conclusion again.
I just want to end to say,
You don't need to do conclusions. This is what I now know. I didn't know back then.
yes, of course, Drewbird is not a real language yet, perhaps, and this is all just a bit of silly fun. So I just want to encourage you to have a bit of silly fun as well, and bad ideas can be popular, so don't worry about yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, so what I know now about conclusions is that, okay, you shouldn't do a conclusion at the end. The conclusion should gradually unfold throughout the talk itself. Do you understand? Like that you shouldn't just do your talk and then you do the conclusion. You know what I mean? Like, you should... Do you understand? Are you getting this? The conclusion should come... It should, like, unravel throughout the talk. Do you understand? So, yeah, that's right, Kathy. The talk is the conclusion. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's not just something you stick on the end, you know? Yeah. Yeah, you understand? Talk is the conclusion. Are you getting this? Are you getting this at all? That you can't just say something and then come up with some points at the end. You need to do it throughout the middle. Okay, so so we did this one. And what do you think about the outfit? I would say outfit's pretty bad because of the bag. It just didn't work. It just didn't work. But I guess at least I didn't look like a fisherman with a fisherman's cap this time. Demo, absolutely awful. There was no demo. There was literally no demo. Right, the talk, I don't know. I don't know about this talk. I found it too cringy. I'm giving it C tier. Alright. So far, what's the winner so far? What's the winner? Is it really this one? The second one? No. I would say so far the winner is the first one because the demo is good. I don't think the talk was B tier. I think it was C tier. Okay. So, next, it's time for a roost. This is when it gets better. Hi, Lucian. Oh my god, I'm shouting too loudly. Okay. Why do I hear an echo? Do I have the live stream open somewhere? I don't even know. Right, let's let everyone know that we're starting. It's a roost time. Let's go. I hear an echo. It's weird. Don't know where it's coming from. But all I do know is that it's time for a roost. Okay. Why do I hear boss music? Oh, you're at the boss. Let's watch Normalize Sharing Scrappy Fiddles. Lou, you just revealed crucial info on the editor. It said Pasta Gang at the top. That it's not. The editor is not Pasta Gang. Okay. Right. I think this is a good one. If I remember correctly, this is a good one. So let's see. So already we can notice some things going on here, right? Who is this, right? Who is that? That's Alex. That's my friend Alex. And I got her to help me with this, right? She helped me to do this talk. She was holding my microphone, right? So we're going to see Alex pop up in a couple of talks, but this is the first Alex appearance. Give a round of applause for Alex, please.
Just as long as Alex is in.
Are you noticing that this is in the same venue as the Dreambird talk and the first Future of Coding talk?
Okay. We just need to...
At this point, yes, I asked people to film this from multiple angles, right? And then I edited it together very weirdly.
One more test.
Why is everything tilted, asks Tapu. Is it? No, it's fine. I think it's okay. Yeah, looks fine to me. I don't know what you're talking about. Right, there we go. Yeah, it looks good to me. Here we go.
Okay, we need to put this in. Hey, this is part of the set, by the way.
Okay, look, the NASA jumper is back. And I have my name badge right here in a stupid spot. I've got no fisherman's hat. Outfit is looking good, right? Outfit.
Is it part of the demo?
I'd say this is the best outfit so far.
Alright. So,
You see, it's a different angle.
Okay, I don't know if it's working. But we're just
We've got a few different angles, you see?
So, hi. My name is Luke, or Luke, either's fine. And
So look, this is when I started saying this stupid catchphrase, hi, I'm Lou or Luke, either's fine. Right? Because I do go by both names, and I guess I got, it became a running joke that I would say this to everyone, right?
so I'm not going to tell you what this is. I'm not going to tell you why I made it. I'm not going to tell
Good,
you
good,
behind it. I'm just
good,
going to
good.
show it to you.
Because that was the problem with some of the second talk. There was too much talking around it, and not enough doing it, right? So this is better.
Is that okay? I just need it's George. George, can you?
Yeah, I still have that catchphrase on my site, because I still use that catchphrase. Yes.
I just need your help. So
But here is when the catchphrase was still fun, right? And I wasn't tired of the catchphrase, which we will see in later talks.
I just need you to hold something. Alright.
Oh look, and immediately getting someone else up
Just stand there. Just stand there.
to
Alright, I need
help. This is George.
Okay.
No, it's Lou or
Alright,
Luke.
okay,
Either's
so,
fine. Either's
This
fine.
is this is something I've been making.
It's not too much of a struggle though, Lucia. It's just a bit of fun.
So this is an arrow.
Kathy asks, how do you feel about almost sharing a name with noted Dimension 20 player Lou Wilson? I don't know there was someone else called Lou Wilson. That's crazy.
It might not look like it, but look, you can throw it around. Can you see that? You can throw it around. You know, I might just make it's like this, yeah. And you can throw it, and you can move around the camera, and you can like zoom in, you can zoom out. Can you see that? Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Look, I said the catchphrase. I said, "Can you see it? Can you see that? Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see that?"
And if you click it, then
can you see that?
Then this happens. Right, you watch them? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and then
And that's. I did the thing. I did the thing. Did you see it? I did the thing.
You can place something else down, and you get another one of these, right? And again, you can just like move around the camera. Like I said, zoom in. Okay, and if you click this, now this is a bit that might not work, but when I click it, I just need
Can you
to
see
say anything. All right.
And the way that I said that instruction is just like giving this person a open goal to say the word anything. And guess what they did?
Anything.
It worked. I'm a freaking genius. It worked. It always works.
Anything. Okay, great. Okay, so what you can do.
Because that's funny. It's funny when people like try and mess with me during a talk, right? Because you like to see me struggle. This is something I've learned.
Record a sound, and you can make more of these sounds. I need you to say something.
I'm like Darren Brown.
All right, say something else. Something else.
It worked again.
Yeah, perfect.
Something else.
Anything.
Something
Anything.
Anything.
Okay, so you can record sounds. The other thing is you can like adjust the start of the sound. So
Else.
and now I just
That was some like slightly jump. I think I got a bit carried away with the multiple shots here. Look at the editing. Else.
And now I just I'll help you with this one, but I want you to join in, okay?
Postmodernist
Right, ready?
anything says best cartoons, and then it's always fun to get the audience to do that. We'll see that later as well.
Perfect, because what you can do is you make a little musical instrument. Okay, so we made a little musical instrument. Just delete that. Alright,
And it sounds like I just thought in the moment that I would delete that. But no, that was entirely planned. And Jacob, don't compare me to Jacob Collier. Oh.
so the other thing is, you see this little X? You know what X means? Don't say right. You can delete stuff. Delete stuff. Can you see that? But these ones here, they're too important. So if you delete it, they come back. Can you see that? I'm gonna show you again.
Can you see that?
It's
I did the
important,
thing.
it comes back. Like even if you like zoom out really far and you try and delete something, here it is. So these ones are really important.
Classic.
I delete the sound. I need you to make something else. I quite like these. Something else.
So this time, the way I said I needed to like make something else. It's like I'm trying to get them to come up with something this time, because it's like we've got a quick win. You know, the audience knows how it works. The person knows how it works. At this point, it's fun to just like roll the dice and go a bit crazier and see what they say. But you need to start them off with something easy, like saying the word anything. You know, just to get the ball rolling. You know, like dip your toes in.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure.
And it's pretty common that the person panics because you're just like getting them to say one thing is one thing, but another thing is another thing. But then it's like good, you've like failed once, you know, and then and this is why like I usually pick someone confident for this first thing, because then they can fail and not like completely closed down and everyone sees it's fine to fail, you know what I mean? And then the second person can see that because they're standing there already, they got a bit used to standing on stage, and then we can pull it over to them, and this is when something funny often happens.
George, do one.
Please join my new Haskell meetup.
All right.
So he said this really funny line of "Please join my new Haskell meetup," and yeah.
All right. So,
And I was so pleased.
as you can see, you can.
Please join my new Haskell meetup.
You can connect these together. Can you see that? You see? Yeah. Oh, all right. And then
So like after this, I think he told me like, "Oh, I'm sorry I said that," and it's like, no, this is exactly what I wanted. You know, someone to say something unexpected.
So, when you connect sounds together, they happen at the same time. All right. So can you see this one is pointing to that one?
Can you see that? Yes.
So they fire at the same time, right? And you can make them point to like lots of different ones.
I still didn't realize that I always said, "Can you see that?" At this point, it was still just like natural, but like I guess this is me kind of being in character of myself, you know, just like an exaggerated form of myself. You see this shot here? I never got this angle given to me, which is a shame, even though I asked for it.
Please join my new Haskell meetup.
That's a good one. All right. And
Please join my new Haskell meetup.
but you can also like make like a chain of them like this. And so then if I click this one, it fires.
Please join my new Haskell meetup. Join my new Haskell meetup.
And then right.
join my new Haskell
So
meetup.
I need someone else to.
So I guess this, right, compared to the previous talks, like the TodePond talks, I'm really trying to explain how it works. And in this talk, I don't care about explaining it. I'm like, I'm not going to manage to explain this to you right now. I'm just going to show you, and you can just find it intriguing or like pretty or ugly. I'm not going to, you know, and I guess I had learned that you don't need to explain things. But maybe that's worse. I don't know.
Do you mind coming up? Yeah. You do mind? Oh, you see what I did there was I pointed at 3 people and 1 person.
Yeah, this is a good strategy. If you want volunteers to come up. So I know Alex and I know George and I know that they would come up. So I asked them. But when you want like other people to come up, one thing I genuinely do is I just like gesture an area and make eye contact with as many people as possible. And then hopefully one person at the very least comes up, if not more. But then it's kind of funny if more come up as well. But yeah, I wasn't even showing it really because it was going too fast to actually show it. You know, I wasn't even showing how it worked. But I didn't even care about showing how it worked. I just wanted to like get people to I don't know, like experience. I'm still not answering questions. I was taking too much time.
So this is not what it looks like. All right.
This gag didn't work. Wait, no, this. Yeah. Let's see how this goes.
Just hold that.
I wanted it to look like I was getting out a guitar, and then I get out an automaton, and I guess some people giggled, so maybe they got it. I don't know.
Okay, and so you see.
And part of the intention here was to just I want to create some intrigue. Like, why are you giving these people things right now? Like, why are you getting them to just stand here with these things? That's really weird.
See this little button in the middle of this wire? You can click it, and it changes.
And I kind of like just ignoring them. I don't know.
Yeah, just fine. It's fine. You're doing great. You're doing great, guys. Thank you. And now what happens is that before it fired at the same time on the same beat, but now it's going to fire 1 beat later. Watch this.
This does go on a bit, right? This does go on a bit.
Do you see that? We're going to need to record some shorter things. Okay. 1, 2.
Yeah, this is going on a bit now. I think in the later iterations we'll see that I did this a bit quicker. Oh, it's still so annoying I never got this shot. Or maybe I did get that shot, I can't remember.
Alright, so look, you can chain multiple ones of these together.
1, 2, 3.
And you can just keep adding more and more.
1, 2.
Did you see that? Did I say, did you see that? I just don't even hear it anymore. It just passes through my brain. Oh yeah, and I guess this is another intentional gag. Like, you get someone to count, but you want to make it to the audience. It should seem like you're expecting the person to carry on counting. So they say 3 and then they say 4. But to the person, you want them to think that they only need to say 3 and then they're done. And then you can sort of catch them off guard and you get this moment where they...
2, 3.
And then you record what they say. So it sounds like they go 1, 2, 3, nailed it, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyway, this worked here. You'll see in some later talks it didn't work.
So actually, let's can you hold the microphone to George and he's just going to shake that. 3.
1. 1, 2,
3.
1, 2,
3.
1.
Right, and there's a switch on the back.
2.
Ah, yes. I should have helped them to turn it on before this point. This also wasted a bit of time.
Let you figure that out whilst I'm explaining the next bit, right?
1, 2, 3.
So remember how I said it makes it happen via one beat later?
Yeah, this has taken too long to get to this. I didn't need to do this little song bit here.
But look closely. If I change this, if I click it again, it changes to something different. So we had
So long and boring.
One beat later. And this
Hurry up.
Fire one beat earlier. Okay, so I'm going to click this.
Oh,
one.
okay. Maybe I'm being harsh. People did go like, oh, then. I don't know.
So listen very carefully, because it's going to be quick. It's going to happen in the past, all right? Ready?
I guess I should say this demo that you're seeing, like, I have practiced so many times, probably like 50 or 60 times, as in like over-the-shoulder demo form. I took this round Strange Loop, which is this big conference. It doesn't happen anymore. I did this so much at Strange Loop, and I learned a lot about what people liked and what people didn't like. But then I think it still made it too long.
1.
Did you hear the 2? No. No? Wait, try it again.
1.
Oh, we can't hear the past, right? We can't hear the past. So, how do you hear the past?
And-
How do you hear the past? So this is...
And that stupid line of like, we can't hear the past, I guess was something that came up just from me being like a chaotic monkey doing over-the-shoulder demos. And then it stuck for all of these talks. And I still do that stupid line. Did it 2 weeks ago in ICLC. Is the stream being laggy for anyone else, or is it just my internet? I don't know. It could be my internet. Let's see.
Getting sent to the past. So we could make this one like fire one beat later, and then...
Oh no! The stream is laggy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's... Hold press. Hold on. I'm on the correct internet. Now I don't know if people are just messing with me or if my internet's actually bad. Let's find out. Boom. Let's see. Does it look okay? Let's see. Does it look okay? It looks fine. Yeah. Yes. See. Does it look okay? It looks fine. Yeah,
Let's
yes.
see.
Is it? Does it?
It looks
look
fine.
Okay?
It looks fine.
Yes, of course you.
You'll always see the comment. It looks fine. It looks fine.
Yes, of course you.
You'll always see latent comment. It looks fine.
It looks fine.
See me
Yes,
type
of course you.
You'll always see latent comment. It looks fine.
It looks fine.
See me
Yes,
type
of course you.
You'll always see
you can hear me,
comment.
right?
It looks fine.
It looks fine.
See me
Yes,
type
of course you.
You'll always see
you can hear me,
comment.
right?
Oh, I
It
saw it
looks
start
fine.
the video.
Fine.
See me
Yes,
type
of course you.
You'll always see
you can hear me, right?
Oh, I
It
saw it
looks
start
fine.
the
It looks
video.
fine.
Did you see
Yes,
it
of course you.
You'll always
you can hear me, right?
Oh, I
It
saw it
looks
start
fine.
the
It looks
video.
fine.
Did you see it
Yes, of
start
course you.
You'll
Yes,
always
you
see
can hear me, right?
Oh,
It
I
looks
saw it
fine.
start
It
the
looks
video.
fine. Yes, of course you.
Stutter. Is it stutter? It stuttered. It stuttered.
Is it stutter?
It stuttered. Did it stutter?
It stuttered.
Was that stuttering? Or was I just not moving? Hold on, look at my face.
Was that stuttering?
Can you
Or was
see
I
it?
just not moving?
Can you see it? I'm going to keep
Hold on,
moving.
look at my face.
And if I stop moving, then we
Can you
know the
see it?
internet's
Can
bad.
you see it? I'm gonna keep moving.
Right? The audio is
Stop
fine.
moving, then we know the internet's bad.
Look, it's stuttering.
Right? The audio is fine.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
Look, it's stuttering.
Oh my god.
Did you see that?
What do we do?
Look, it's stuttering.
What do we do?
Oh my god. Did you see that?
We don't need the video.
What do we do?
We don't need the... It's stuttering
We don't
again.
need the video.
Oh
We don't need the.
my god.
It's stuttering
We
again.
don't need the video. Oh my god. Okay. What should we do? Just keep going? Alright, let's just keep going. Fine. Do you know what? I don't need to watch this at HD. I'll just watch it like lower quality. There we go.
And that sends it one beat earlier. So if I click this one,
2, 1.
I'll try and match the
see
stutter.
how it works? And we could flip this round. So this one sends it one
Oh wait, we get another catchphrase now.
beat earlier, and then it comes one beat later.
2, 3.
Right? And there's someone out there right now who thinks you're just faking this, right? But I'm not. All right? This is real. And you, one more. Hello. Hello. Ooh. And so it's getting sent 2 beats to the past.
My voice is okay in this talk, I think. I wasn't being weird and posh or weird and like, you know.
Hello. and then it's like coming. You see what's happening here? So that I could flip these round. So it's getting 2 to the past, and then like. Hello.
2, 3. 1.
You're following, right?
So, okay, like, did you see that moment of like, the audience is just like completely lost. They don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And I think, you know, like we saw in these earlier talks, like from 2 years ago, that I think I used to panic in those moments. And here, I think I was a bit more comfortable with it. And I was just like, you know what, you don't need to know. Like, and then let's make this throwaway comment just saying like, you're following, right? Like, this is easy. And obviously they're not following. That's the joke. And I'm pleased that I got a bit better at that. But it's kind of funny that I did actually try to explain what was going on there. Like, which is quite funny because of course they can't follow it. I don't know. Let's keep going.
But we can sacrifice the shot. I need your help, please. Yeah. Okay.
So here, I pointed at someone and I asked someone to come up who had a camera, right? And I thought it would be fun to get someone to like stop their shot and midway through. And so yeah, I picked them, and guess what? They picked up the camera and they dropped it while it was still filming. And I think they had the shot. They just never gave it to me. Hamish never gave it to me. So if you can ask Hamish, no, don't go asking Hamish. If you ever see Hamish in real life, ask him to give me that shot. Okay, he must have it somewhere. And then I'll do a better version where we have like a crazy falling down camera footage, you know?
That's gonna look interesting.
It would have looked interesting. Oh, I don't have the shot. Too bad.
Yeah. And then you just push.
So now I'm starting to panic because these Future of Coding demos are supposed to take 7 minutes, and I've been going for 8 minutes 26, and I knew I still hadn't done the main thing.
Right, okay, and just hold those, please. Just hold it.
So I'm starting to panic a
Just
bit.
give it practice. Okay, perfect. Okay.
But I guess people are
so-
enjoying it, so Maggie let me run a bit over, like usual.
This is a roost. This is called a roost, and people have. Oh, fuck. People have.
So I think I could have dropped this section, knowing that I was over time already. I probably, out of respect, should have dropped this section, but I didn't, and I am pleased that I didn't. I think perhaps the fact that I actually had people up on stage was the factor in Maggie letting me carry on going, you know?
Oh fuck! People have made lots of different things with it. So I've just showed you how it works.
So I think this was the first time I swore as TodePond, you know? Now I don't give a fuck.
But this is something by Ivan Rees. He's the host
Maybe I should though, but oh well.
of. I can't remember the name of the podcast.
And did you hear that joke? Did you hear that joke? Hi Mitzi, third AT. This is at the Future of Coding meetup, and it's funny that a lot of people at the meetup don't know that there's a Future of Coding podcast. Yeah.
You can just keep adding more sounds together.
It's quite loud, isn't it?
And you can make quite strange things.
Yeah, pro tip.
This is another one by
Get
Alex
people
McLean.
up on stage.
No, not London.
Get people up on stage, and then they can't tell you to stop, right?
Quite strange things. This is another one by Alex McLean. London.
Alex McLean. And at this point, I didn't really know Alex. So I thought, yeah, wait, is he from London?
No, not London anymore. He moved away. But
Sheffield.
And then some people shouted out Sheffield, and they're like the live coders in the crowd who came to talk to me afterwards and said, hey, this is live coding. And I was like, what's live coding?
Sheffield. Yeah, you know.
You know him? You do know him? Do you know him?
And I have this website which is full of different examples. So
It
here's
is
one
what
that
it is.
this guy Elliot Evans made, and it wasn't musical. He's just making sounds in a fun way and recreating a noisy office. No one wants to hear that. But this fish.
Elliot is a good friend of mine. That's why I joked about his creation.
This is there's been lots of it's been interesting seeing. It's been really interesting seeing what people make in this tool. There's if I search.
Yeah, I could have cut this. I think at this point people are like, oh, this is going on a bit long.
I'll let you listen to that in your own time. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna make a song. All right, we've got 0 minutes, and we're gonna make a song. So
Yeah, we have less than 0 minutes. We have negative 3.5 minutes.
I just need one more person. Yeah, can you help? Yeah. Okay, great. So
Yeah, does this
gonna
talk have a
say,
conclusion section? Let's see.
This is for me. You're gonna take
At this point I'm panicking. I'm like, I've run out of time. I'm like, I've stopped being good at influencing people on the stage.
Pass this along. No. That's
He thought that the ukulele was for him, but I just wanted to put it down somewhere.
for me. That's for me. All right.
But I guess the thing is, me struggling, like I said, people like to see me struggle on stage, so whatever.
Yeah. No. Pass this one. Yeah, there you go. All right. So pass along. All right.
Okay.
Give it a blow.
He was fantastic. He was just yep. You know, oh my God, he was so up for it, which was great.
Perfect. All right. So Alex, your job is to we're going to record everyone one by one. Okay. All right. Starting with what's your name again?
George.
Thank you, George. All right. So we're going to record a sound for George. Ready?
Alex is so into it. I love it.
Okay. Now, George, go back of the line.
This is all very,
And next episode.
very sensible. Very sensible people up here on stage, which is very different to the talk 2 weeks ago where I had very non-sensible people.
What was your name?
Haley.
Haley. Okay, Haley, can you record a sound? Perfect. Okay, and go back around. So
I
what I'm
love
gonna start
the
doing
automaton.
is combining these together. And
These people did so good at this.
little loop. Okay. And what was your name again?
Hamish.
Thank you.
And it's a joke because I know these people's names already, right?
Perfect. Very gentle.
It's very sensible, isn't it? It's very golf.
And
It's
Alex,
very
what you're gonna do is just
gentlemanly. Like, he was so good. He was so chill. Alex didn't even realize he was doing it, right?
Alright, and back around.
In that long coat of his, fantastic. I think at this point they're feeling like, what is going on? Like, I don't know. They're like so casual.
Ooh, that was a good one. Yeah.
Love it. I love it.
Now, every time they do it, you need to clap now, alright? You need to clap every time they do it.
Boosh. See that? He was flicking it. He was flicking the whistle, but like, I feel bad. The first time he flicked it, I wasn't even recording. But yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna do something in a second. I'm gonna stop the music.
No one laughed at this. This was supposed to be a joke. It was supposed to be like, I haven't stopped the music yet, right? Like I was saying, in the future, I'm going to stop the music. The joke is that, of course, I've clearly already stopped the music, but no one got it.
And
Look, I even look up like, oh, no one's laughing, you know.
what you're gonna do is you're gonna carry on that noise without this playing, alright? No more recording.
Poor Gabriel thought I was just talking to him. So in future versions of this talk, I'm more specific.
You hear this? Hear this? And then we're all gonna come in together. Alright? Ready?
Though I guess I did say we're all, but it wasn't so clear in the first time.
We're all doing
He's like, am I doing this by myself?
it. All doing it. Alright, ready?
But he would have been up for it anyway, you know. And I like...
And that's the end of my talk!
Okay,
And that's the end of my
I like how this angle was someone who just wanted to film this section. They only filmed us doing this challenge, I guess. So I used that one for this, and I kind of like that it's a bit zoomed out, you know. Anyway. I like the bow from Hamish.
Gabriel, everybody!
He's so goddamn cool. He's so goddamn cool. So chill.
Alright, thank you guys. That's the end.
And do you hear that? Is that someone saying hell yeah, weirdo? Okay. Oh my god. So, it's rating time. We gotta rate it. We gotta rate it now. What do you think? What do you think we should rate it? I thought it was pretty good. Oop. So, let's see. Outfit. I would say A tier. I think, yeah, I do think, I think Gabriel would do a better job than me. Yeah. Okay. Outfit, I'd say A tier because I didn't look like a fisherman like the previous ones, as we have discussed. I didn't have a silly cap. I also didn't have a silly bag, and I had a funny name tag in the middle. Right, so that's A tier. And then it's fine, Lenbot. It's fine to show my moderation activity. It's fine. And then demo, I would say also A tier because it's basically all demo, and it was fun. Talk, there wasn't much of a talk, but I think I did enjoy seeing people's, like, sharing people's stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, so I'd say B tier. But you know what? This previous Dreambird one, I also enjoyed how I shared other people's work too. So I'm gonna raise that to a B tier. I think the other thing I've been missing from these ratings is voice, like, because voice of the Dreambird one was like so bad, but like that was F tier, right? I would say this one in the first one was pretty good because I had a lot of panic in my voice. Shave your head, it's plastic gang time. The second one was worse because, yeah, I was too low energy. This one, I would say was good. B tier or A tier? What do you think? What do you think? Yeah, like, how good was my voice training for this talk? I would say A tier, you know? I think this was a good one. Listen, I know it's my own talk. I think it was a good talk. I think it was good. How was my posture? I feel like I should... Oh no, it's desynced again. It's desynced again because my internet's bad. Right, here we go. Posture, it was pretty good, right? Could have been better. Do you know, I can't measure posture as well. Yeah, this is too many measurements now. Okay, yeah, it is bad internet in localhost. It is. All right, let's do a little check. Right, how are we doing? We've done 4 talks. I gotta take this one off. We're not even halfway. We're not even halfway. I can't believe it. Yes, it is bad internet on localhost, by the way. Maybe this is what's making my internet slow. I think it might be. Let's go to a unnamed tool instead. Let's go to this one. I will not tell you the name of this tool, but I think this might stop the stuttering. Have we stopped stuttering? Are we still stuttering? Still stuttering. I think the stuttering has stopped. I think the stuttering. Yes, maybe my localhost was why it was so slow. I think that's probably true. No, it's not strudel. What are you talking about? It's not strudel. I'm not talking about stutterdle. Yeah, it's stutterdle. Okay. Yeah, it's stutterdle. 70 people watching. Oh my god.
70 people watching.
What the hell?
Oh my god.
Is that true?
70 people.
Oh my god. Is that true? Oh, it started again. It started again. Oh, it started again. Can I like decrease the quality of my stream? Do you think? Can I like decrease the quality of my stream? Can I do that? Does it let me do that? Can I like decrease the quality of my stream? OBS, can I change it retroactively? Can I do that? Does it let me do that? Whoa. OBS, can I change it retroactively? Yes, the stream's current bitrate is lower. Can I Yes, the stream's current bitrate right is lower. Right. Can I change this now? This feels dangerous. This feels super dangerous. Oh. This feels dangerous. Okay. Right. Alright, any nerds out there? Okay. Right. Alright, any nerds out there? Can you... What happens if I reduce this now? Can you... Also, did you hear that error noise? If I... What is that? This now? Also, did you hear that error noise? What if I do this? What is that? What if I do that? What's gonna happen? Did that... What if I do this? Did something happen? What's gonna happen? Did something happen? Did that... Should we go lower? Let's just go... Screw it. Let's just go low. Did something happen? What happens if I... What happens if I do this? What happens? Let's just go... Screw it. Let's just go... Does anything change? What happens if I... What happens if I do this? What happens? Yeah? Is it getting better? Does anything change? Did it fix it? Yeah? Wait. Should we go lower? Does anything change? Did it fix it? What if I half it again? Wait. Should we go lower? What happens? What if I half it again? It's still stuttering. What happens? It's still fine. It's still stuttering. Maybe it doesn't actually update it. No, it's still stuttering. It's still fine. It's my bad internet. Actually update it. No, it's still stuttering. It's still stuttering. It's my bad internet. Wait. Let's go lower. No, it's still stuttering. It's still stuttering. It's my bad internet. Wait. Let's go lower. To 1? Do you think it's lying to me? 200. To 1? Do you think it's lying? I don't think it's doing anything. I don't think it's doing anything. I don't think it's doing anything. Do you think Strudel is making it? I don't think it's killing my internet. No. I don't think it's doing anything. Do you think Strudel is making it? What? Okay, I'm gonna try changing it to 1. Just to see if it actually does anything. What? Okay, I'm gonna try. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna do it. See if it actually. I am gonna do this. Okay, I'm gonna try. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna do it. Watch this. I am gonna do this. No. It's freaking lying. Watch this. It's lying to me. No. It's freaking lying. It's doing nothing. It's lying to me. Wait, if I stop streaming, will it kill the stream? It's freaking lying. It's doing nothing. If I stop streaming, and restart immediately, kill the stream. What do you think? If I stop streaming, even lower? I can't go lower than that. Oh, it hasn't. It doesn't let you go lower. Even lower? I can't go lower than that. Okay, what was it on before? Wait, I'll put it on 1,000. Even lower? I can't go lower than that. Okay, what was it on before? Wait, I'll put it on 1,000. So if I hit stop streaming, and then I start streaming again. So if I hit stop streaming, will this kill the stream? And I start streaming again. No, but I'm not gonna hit end broadcast. I'm gonna hit stop streaming, and then I'll stream again. No, but I'm not gonna hit end broadcast. Oh my god, it's completely died. Am I back? I'm gonna hit stop streaming, and then I'll stream again. No, but oh my god, what's going on? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Wait, are you there? I didn't do it though. I didn't do anything. Hello? Can you see me? Hello? Is it better? Is it better? Is it better? It's very bad now. It's very bad now. But bad in a good way or bad in a bad way? But bad in a good way or bad in a bad way? Can you see it? 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 Can you see that? Can you see it? Can you see that? Okay. Okay, wait. What's... okay, yes, that looks fine. What's... okay, yes, that looks fine. I'm gonna... But I didn't even hit stop streaming! I didn't even do it! But I didn't even hit stop streaming! It's worse than before. It's probably because I'm doing this. It's worse than before. It's probably because I'm doing this. Oh, I need to turn this down to like 144p. Yeah, that looks fine. To like, okay. Yeah, that looks fine. I'm gonna do it. Are you sure you want to stop the stream? Oh my god. I'm gonna do it. Are you sure you want to stop the stream? Oh my god. Am I brave enough? Alright, I'm gonna do it! Did it do it? Did it do it? Did it work? I'm back? Oh my god! I stream hopped. I'm back. Oh my god! I stream. You can see me again. I survived. You can see me again. I survived. And is it less stuttery now? And is it less stuttery now? Yes, Yusuf says yes. Yes! We did it! Yes, Yusuf says yes. Yes! We did it! How grainy is it though? How grainy is it? Let's see. How grainy is it? It's only a little bit grainy. How grainy is it? Let's see. It's fine. How grainy is it? I'm a frickin' genius. We were here in this moment. We just stream hopped. I cannot believe it. Alright. We have more videos to do though. We just stream hopped. We did it. Maybe it was. But I didn't have it open. Okay. Calm. Oh. It's time for the next video, the next talk. All right. Okay. Spatial programming without escape. This was the talk that I think got me noticed. Okay. I think by some people. Let's watch on 360p. Is that allowed? Where's 480p? Why can't you do 480p? I think 720 will be fine.
Okay.
If
ready?
you see me stutter,
hello.
then
my name
you
is
need to
Luke,
tell me.
Or Luke, either's fine.
Oh, I did the joke. All right. Here we go. Another talk. Needs to mentally prepare. Why are the talks unlisted, by the way? Asks Yusuf. The talks are unlisted because I don't want them polluting my channel. I want the Sampon Saga videos on my channel. But you can post them if you want. just rip them and post them. It's okay. All right, let's go.
And the name of my presentation
Oh my God.
is
We still have 60 people here.
Spatial
That's
programming
crazy. That's
without
crazy.
escape. Okay. So part 1 will be about spatial
Hardcore.
programming.
It's 8 o'clock.
Part 2,
Let's go.
TodePond, and part 3, without escape.
So this talk was the first time I was ever trying to do something that was a bit more like polished and academic, I guess. And do you see this little flex here? I'm like, these timings I've chucked up, this section's going to take 5 minutes. Yeah, seems reasonable. This section's going to take 12 minutes. This one's going to take 3 minutes. These ones are way more specific. That's me like telling you, this is me telling you that I know what I'm doing. I know exactly how long each bit is going to take.
So
And let's see.
just checking, how am I doing for time?
Is it?
Got a few more
Did it?
minutes? All right, okay, I better speed up.
Let's
okay,
see
so
if it actually takes
23
that
years
long.
ago, I was 6 years old and I liked trains, right? And I also,
Another classic baby photo. Yes. Oh wait, the cap is back. Yes, TodePond is live. Let's just rate this outfit right now. Okay, we got a Mario Kart cap, I think. Is that a Mario Kart cap. Pretty good. I don't look, but I have a ponytail, so I don't look like so much like a fisherman anymore. Trans-colored t-shirt. Hoodie around the waist. This became more of a brand. You know what? This is like a comfort thing. Like, if I have a hoodie around my waist, I don't know why, or a jumper around my waist, I feel more secure. I don't know why. It's weird, but it's true.
and I also
So it's not too bad of an outfit. I chose to have the tag around my neck. That is a big... Don't do that. Don't do that. No. That ruins the look, really.
really liked computers, right? So this was this is what I grew up with. Wow, I'm so old. And
You know, this is like the classic thing. You get this in a lot of... Also, rate the baby outfit. It's not a baby outfit. What are you talking about? It's not a baby outfit. So look at this posture. Look at this terrible posture.
and so I was really excited when
So yeah, this is the classic thing that people do at the start of tech talks. It's like, oh, when I was younger, you know, we were on the Commodore. And for me, it's like, I'm a filthy millennial, as we have discussed like 2 hours ago, right? So, yeah.
my class at school.
So this is not really that old. This is not really that long ago, but I'm saying it as if it's ages ago. But maybe it is old. I don't know. You need to rate your current posture? Oh no, what's my current posture doing? It's not good. Posture, fixed posture, posture check. All right. Oh, this maybe it's time to get straight. All right. Need to improve my posture, so I need to be straighter. There we go. All right. I hope that doesn't look too wonky. Posture.
got taught how to code with something called Stagecast Creator. Any Stagecast fans in the house? There isn't usually.
No one's heard of
but
Stagecast
I
Creator.
was, and it works like this, right?
No one
Drag
has.
and drop to make
Was there a
spatial
stutter?
rules. Here I am making a rule for my character, and here it is in action.
So remember, I presented this in the spatial programming pipe dream talks, the first 2 that we saw. But this time it's actually a presentation, it's not in a whiteboard.
character moves to the right. You make a before and after picture. When this happens, then this happens. When there's space to the right of my character, they move right. When there's
So these are very fast moving slides. This is like so highly rehearsed and scripted. Oh my god.
obstacle
I like accidentally learnt a script because I just did so many run-throughs to practice.
to the right, they jump over it. You can make lots of amazing things with this extremely simple idea.
It's kind of like puzzle script. Golden Lion. You know, there is one video where I used puzzle script called Tourism 2. Where is it? Wow, my internet's so slow when I'm streaming and watching videos. Tourism 2, Tourism 2. Here it is. This one. It's got a puzzle script in it. Anyway.
And because of that,
Don't get
at the
distracted.
time, it was a very popular style of visual coding. And they also love trains. Like, they seriously love trains so.
Sorry, we got 76 people watching and we've been doing this for over 3 hours now. Oh my god. Oh my god, let's go.
Much. And it was so sad because it was so hard to code trains with special
The voice is not so good here, is it? Definitely not so good.
programming. For me and for them. Because of this thing called.
And it's all because of the posture. So basically, you see this microphone? I think the person before me was a bit shorter and I should have bent it upwards. You know, you can bend these. You see how it's got a bend in it? Should have bent it upwards. And also, I didn't need to be that close to it either. But anyway, my posture got bad because of a microphone again. And now...
and I can't pronounce it, but basically what
combinatorial explosion. That was a lie. I can pronounce it.
it means is that you have to make...
But like, I hate long words. I hate like how academic talks have so many long words in usually, you know?
lots and lots and lots of rules to make certain simple
But
things.
look, I got references. Got references.
Like trains moving around a track. And it's even harder if you're working in 3D. And I found out the hard way.
Yeah, no one likes this video. Rabbit's TodePond, I think, is the video. It never comes up. It never comes up. Here it is. This video.
Welcome back to the
Oh god, that's so ASMR-y.
TodePond saga. I've been making and polishing more elements for SandPond, like ice, mice, ants, cheese and carrots.
Okay, but this still is from that video. It's about the combinatorial explosion.
That's how many rules you have to make something very simple. It's also really hard to make.
What's
different
JoJo
things
posture,
act the
Vala?
exact
Do I
same
have
way.
JoJo
so it's
posture?
hard to make
Oh no.
a car move along a road like a train
no.
moves along a track. You can do it, you just need to write loads of rules, which is really annoying. So we gave up. And we turned, I know, and we did this, this instead. Does that look familiar? Yeah, you see, does that look familiar? When we turned to
My
block-based
stream is
coding,
tilted.
spatial programming died.
I think you're
Right.
right. Oh
The
yes,
end.
sorry.
Thank you
Stupid meme joke.
Programming died. Right? The end. Thank you for coming to my talk. No. Right. I'm just joking. There are loads of there are dozens of us. All right.
Okay.
This is Splats.
Okay, fixed
This
it.
is by Dave Ackley, a spatial programming.
When I said there are dozens of us there, that was like a little bit of a bad, shitty joke, because that makes it sound like there's not many of us, but there's actually lots of us, and I mean that unironically. It's just that the people there have a very closed view of programming, you know. So I was kind of, I don't know.
Language designed for a new kind of computer architecture, which is robust first. This is Color Code by Murillo Plays, an artistic and beautiful puzzle. This is NetBiodin, a spatial programming tool intended for research.
I had to ask, oh god, I can't remember what their name was. I had to ask how to pronounce it. NetBiodin. You pronounce it NetBiodin.
Biological chemical simulations. This is Viscit, another educational tool.
Viscit
It shows us how
is
to do
so
spatial
cool.
programming without a grid. And I made one too. This is
Not enough people know about Viscit. Not enough people know. Oh, do you know what I realised? Maybe because I've got the stream open on my phone. Maybe that's why the internet's slow. Maybe I should stop doing that. Yeah, okay, I'll close this. That's probably it. Oh my god. Or I could switch to 4G or something, 5G. Alright. There we go. Alright, let's keep going.
SandPond. You code it like this, with before and after pictures to make different elements like sand, water, and rock.
So you see that bit there? That was like me trying to do the thing I
Welcome
do
back.
in my videos.
Like I've been making mice,
You know, where I go like
more elements for Sand Pond, like ice,
ice.
mice, ants, cheese, and carrots. Nearly everything is
So
got
this was like a tradition, I guess, like in these videos to go through elements like that. And I wanted to do it in the talk
And after
as a kind of
pictures,
throwback,
to make
you know.
different elements like sand, water, and rock.
But you see this little
After
flicker.
pictures,
Do you see
to
that
make
little
different
black flicker?
elements like
Do you see that black flicker? Did you see it? Do you see it?
sand
Do you see
Water.
that black flicker?
and
That's such an amateur thing. You gotta trim the start of the video in PowerPoint and then pick a new thumbnail for the video. Otherwise, it does a black flicker.
rock. Spatial programming.
Paul Givell asks, what's the context, convention, etc. of this talk? So this talk was at a academic programming language conference called Splash in Lisbon in Portugal. And it was at a specific workshop called Live, which is all about live coding. And so this is a form of live coding, which is why I was presenting it there.
Is used for education.
So I had to submit it, it got reviewed, and then I went to go do the talk.
Hardware, art.
And I think up until this point, everyone thought I was just a YouTuber, right? And this was the first time I presented this work in a kind of more serious way. And I think this is why after this talk, a lot more attention came on me, not just from I guess people interested in YouTube, but people interested in the work itself. You know what I mean?
Simulation
You know what I
and
mean?
games. Spatial programming is general purpose. And so I think it's worthy.
So
Spatial
that
programming
is me trying to look at the camera. But I failed to find it.
general purpose.
Because I kind of wanted it to be like a big statement. I don't know.
And so I think
failed to find it.
it's worthy of our attention. But it has a dark secret. Can you see it? Can you see? Can you see the secret? Can you see the
You
dark?
see how as I go back to the microphone, you can see me crouching over like a goblin again. And the voice gets worse and the posture is terrible. Do you know what? I didn't realize really that the camera was going to be so much from the side, but you can really see my bad posture there.
Dark and terrible secret? You can't see it because this image is cropped, right? Here's the full image, right? You see what text? How did you know?
And me pointing at the text here was kind of reminiscent of the second talk where I did that same sort of gag, right? I didn't even realize.
So
I think I
spatial
just
programming makes
invented
heavy
it twice.
use
You
of
know what I
escape
mean?
hatches. If you want to do something simple, it's fine. You can do it with the spatial programming, the rules. But if you want to do something more complicated, you have to use normal programming. They all do it. Even Stagecast Creator. It's not even a spatial rule. These are instructions. They're lines of code. If you want to have more fine-grained control over it, you have to deal with it. I mean, color.
Why is your window tilted? You unhinged man. It's not tilted. What are you talking about? Looks fine. It looks fine. Yeah, there we go.
Code doesn't have any escape.
So I didn't
hatches,
realize that
but
it's actually
more
called
limited.
sentential
You know, that's
programming.
intentional.
The
It's
opposite
part
of this
Its design, it's
is-
part of beauty. But is that really our choice? Right?
is sentential programming.
Powerful with escape, or limited.
You need a
without
webcam in the
escape.
top left
Could
of your
we
webcam.
make something that's powerful without escape.
So this kind of
Could we
like
make
grid is so
something that's
common in tech
powerful
talks.
without escape.
And some people see it as a bad thing, but I think it's fine. It's like you want to be good in 2 dimensions, not just 1 dimension. You know what I mean? You want to be 2. It's easy to be good at A, it's easy to be good at B, but it's hard to be good at A and B. You know? So that's the
Is it
point.
possible? What would it look like? will there be any unexpected and enlightening lessons along the way?
You know, that's a bit of a tongue
so this
twister.
takes us to
I had to practice saying that.
part 2, cell pond.
Right, did it take 5 minutes? Yes, I said it would take 5 minutes, and the intro took 5 minutes. Nailed it. Nailed it. So this next section, I said it would take... How long? I said it would take 12 minutes. Let's see if this next
Demo
section
time.
takes 12
Whoop.
minutes.
All right.
Golden Lion asks, are you a full-time programmer? I guess so. I work at TL Draw full-time 4 days a week, and then 1 day a week I do this nonsense.
Gave it a go. I gave it a go.
Plus pauses.
All right. This is cell pond, and you can paint in it.
Okay.
And you can clear the screen.
So you see this? Okay, this is the third time we are seeing me do a cell pond demo within a talk. And this time I go straight into it. There's no nonsense talking around it. I'm just like, here's how you do it. Here's how you clear the screen. Here's how you do it.
And you can paint in it some more, and you can clear the screen.
Right, just
you see, we're
straight
painting
to the
with
point.
white right
a
now.
lot better.
And that's because in the top left up here, it says white. But you can open this up and see that this white is just made up of red.
No nonsense talk about computers or like anything like that. Just really straight to it, much faster. And yeah, I guess like over time, things get shorter as I get them more compressed, you know?
Green and blue.
This is still pretty long though.
So you can just like click on these and change them.
Nymphaeum asks, where am I? You're in TodePond town. I'm sorry.
Does that make sense so far? Yeah, and you can like do that with all of them. If you're under
I said, does that make sense so far? That's not really a catchphrase, is it? No.
Sided, you can pick a range of colors. Do you see that? Yeah.
Do you see that? Do you see it? I feel like I need to like ding or like drink every time I say, do you see it? Do you see that? You know?
Oh yeah. Oh.
Ding.
You see that range? And I like that color, so I'm gonna just keep it safe here on that paddle. Does that make sense so far? Are you following?
I did say, are you following? That's like another ding catchphrase. I guess I said, does that make sense so far? I don't think that's a catchphrase. Alcohol poisoning speedrun. No.
If you're really undecided, you can just like, blue or green, I don't know, just put them together. And then we've got blue or green, a new color. It's called blue or green. I'll keep that one too. If you're really extra undecided, you can just like remove some of these color channels. You just chuck them off the screen, yeah. And now I'm only drawing into the reds channel. Can you see that?
Can you see that? Ding.
Yeah. So here's reds. You can draw into the blue. No, sorry, green. And then
I always get that wrong. I always mix around which one's green and which one's blue. I don't know why.
Blue. You see, it's like mixing together. I'll keep that one too. Another thing you can do.
Sahil asks, all right. People said not to get distracted by questions, but we're gonna do it. It's already 8:20. It's not that late. Sahil asks, how did you come up with the unique way of video and presentations? Your videos are extremely unique and intriguing. I followed because I was hyperfixated on cellular automata, and your stuff is really cool. Thank you, Sahil. I think the videos just grew naturally. I did another live stream where I watched all of those from start to finish. It only took 8.5 hours. So yeah, if you watch that and you can find out how the videos grew. And then the presentations, they were kind of like, how do I do a video in presentation form? So it was just like about translating it to a different media. STDVWR asks, is this a new talk? No, this is quite an old talk. This is like over a year ago, right? Closer to a year and a half, actually. Over a year and a half ago, I think, yeah.
Do you see this triangle?
Do you see this? Do you see it? Ding. Ding.
Do you see how it's kind of pointing to the right? Well, you can point it up or down or any way you want. So I'm going to point
The Blue Lakefish asks, will you watch this live stream in a later live stream? Oh my god. I actually have thought about, would it be possible to do like a 24-hour live stream where I watch every single live stream? If that's the case, hello, future me. I bet you're loving your life choices right now. Just know that you're... This was a mistake. This was a mistake. You can still stop. Anyway, unlimited content.
And then I'm going to put
I
that.
talked to future me watching this live stream on a multi-day marathon live stream. Hi, hello future. You've made some terrible mistakes.
In one of my channels.
Unlimited
Yeah.
content.
So now it's increasing green.
I'm gonna cringe
Yeah?
so hard at
Or
me
maybe
in this
increasing
live
blue.
stream, I think.
Or red. But then I could also like reduce
so
red.
it doesn't have the hexagons anymore, right? It doesn't have the hexagons. This is much better. I did these changes for this conference because I wanted to show off. I knew it was a good chance to show it. So.
But it's
Yeah.
not touching the green or blue. Do you follow it?
See,
yeah,
my
yeah.
voice is bad
Do you know what I
because
like
of the
doing is
posture.
you put one up and then another one to like full. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's nice. Anyway, so another thing.
I forgot to show something there. In TodePond. Did I say a catchphrase? I don't even hear them, you know, like I just miss them. Okay, so say you painted into the red channel. One thing you can do is copy from one channel into another. If you point left from the green channel to the red channel, it copies the red channel into the green channel. Look, boom. And I was supposed to show that during the talk, but I forgot.
You can do with the triangles is make a rule. See, green points to green becomes something else. I am going to pick, and it's really important I pick pink.
Yes, I remembered pink this time. Remember the last talk? I forgot to do pink here, but I got it the right way around this time.
All right, so
you know why it has to
green
be pink, right?
becomes pink. Now watch it, because this will happen fast.
You know why it's pink.
Do you see that?
You know why it's pink.
I'm going to pause it, put some green down.
You know
unpause,
it's.
it becomes
You
pink.
know
Do you see
why
that?
it's pink.
I'm going to turn off the rule.
You know
put
what's
some
coming.
green down. Turn back on the rule. It becomes pink. Yeah. So that.
Oh,
that's
did I say? Did you see that? I said it again. Oh my god.
very simple rule, but it's more interesting. Ooh, everything becomes pink. All right. So it's more interesting.
I did that. I always do this intentionally. When I take off the left-hand side of the rule, I know it's going to turn everything pink, but I kind of want to show. I want to show that these rules are live. You know, you can be changing a rule, and as you're changing the rule, they're still running, even if they've changed. You know, and you can discover unexpected things through that. It was very expected to me. It was intentional, but I wanted it to look unintentional. Oh, what was the out of context clip that I just created? Oh no.
When you have a rule that's bigger than just one square. So I could say if pink is above black, then we're going to replace that with pink below black. So
nowadays when I do this, I pause it first and I ask people to think about what they expect is going to happen. And we'll see that later in about 10 days'
pink
time.
is falling down. Can you see that? And you can make these any shape or size you want. There's no limitation.
Did you
like
see that?
most other spatial programming things.
You know
Right,
why it's pink.
You can
You know
say
why
if,
it's
if pink is kind of like up and above to the side of black.
It's because it's pink
it's
sand.
hard to explain with words this, right? But it's just obvious when you see it there. So like if I put down this pink now, it's falling down
did you
and
see
it's
that
falling
again?
to the side.
Oh no.
Both of these rules are randomly firing. There's no super non-deterministic, super random.
I don't even
but
notice
still,
when I say
it's
a
making something
catchphrase now.
compelling that we can understand.
Ugh.
I want this to happen to the left as well. So it would be annoying if I had to make another rule. So I have this little...
Do you hear how I said to the left? Like I'm very, very deliberate about not saying long words. I could have said I want this to like be symmetrical along, across the y-axis or along the x-axis, or I could say I want this to flip horizontally. But they all involve words that are longer than 2 beats or 2 syllables, but 2 beats long, and so yeah, this talk I really tried to stick to short words because I get sick of long words in talks. I hate it, so I didn't want to do it anyway.
Little circle, and it's like a mirror. I'm going to flip this left and right. And now, when I drop it down, I've made pink sand in CellPond. Can I get a round of applause for pink sand? Yeah. Right. And
Do you see that?
You can just
Do you see that? Do you see that?
Right.
Do you know who I'm looking at right there? Do you know who I'm looking at? I'm looking at me. Yeah, us right now. I knew this day would come. I knew this would happen. I knew that I would eventually do a reaction to this. And that's why I looked at the camera. Also, did you notice that
When I drop it down,
I
I've made
literally
pink sand in
just-
CellPond. Can I get a round of applause for pink sand?
I just told people to clap this time, because last time they didn't clap automatically, so this time I just told them to clap.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, if I'm looking at the camera now,
And
because I'm talking
you can
to
just keep
future
doing this.
me,
Like, there's some I
watching
made
this
earlier.
live stream back one day.
So you can just like keep adding more and more rules
What are you
to
doing?
make more and more like complex simulations. I've got sand.
What do you mean, what am I doing?
I've
What are
got
you
wood.
doing?
I've
Yeah.
got water. I've got rock.
Listen,
I've got
I'm doing
plant,
fine. I'm fully aware of what's going
and
on right
I've
now.
got fire. All right. And you can make all sorts of things. Just keep adding more and more rules. There's one thing I just really want to point out.
No need to be so
This
mean
is
about
top
it.
rule. I'm using that thing I showed you earlier. This is sand or water or rock.
I'm just going to pretend you're not watching
We're
for the rest
making
of
different
this.
things act the same way with
It's
just
getting
one
a bit
rule.
weird, isn't it?
And this uses a really like
We're literally
key
speaking to the
concept that
future
I've
right now.
always failed to explain, called conservation, and CellPond does it. So I'm going to try that. It's world exclusive of Lou will.
Did I say to the left? To the left? The classic Beyonce line.
Also try and explain conservation in CellPond.
I failed.
So
So I tried to explain this concept here and I failed. I actually succeeded for the first time in my life 2 weeks ago in Barcelona in the workshop that I gave. I finally did it. It took a long time.
first of all, I want to show
So now you're going to watch me fail to do it.
you this green color is a range of greens. Yeah, it's not.
You tell me if you understand this.
They're slightly different. All of them are slightly different. And this one rule I've got here, it just says if there's black above green, then fill the black with green. Okay, so when I place down green, it starts copying itself upwards. But look closely. It's like every time it copies up, green stays the same color. It doesn't randomly pick a new green. And this is really important, CellPond uses what's already there in that little neighborhood to decide what to draw.
You can hear the pain in my voice because I know that I'm failing to explain it. I must have practiced this so many times. I guess, I don't know.
You can always override this by stamping one of them, and that link gets broken. So now, rule of conservation is gone, and that's really important for like allowing this consistency from one rule to the next. So that's my attempt. It's pretty dry, but please let me know how I can explain that better.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think I really. You might think you understand. I don't think I really explained it correctly, but whatever.
Right, here's another one.
Sahil says, "Man, how do I avoid saying the word kernel?" What does that even mean? Yusuf says, okay, so drawing has different rules than auto-copying, but you can turn auto-copying into drawing by stamping. Maybe? I don't know. I'm not going to explain it now. We have too many videos to watch.
In this first rule here,
It'll take too long.
these colors are empty. They have no values in their channel.
So it's funny that I'm like trying to explain this from a more academic standpoint here. I'm trying to explain it for realsies, but because I thought I'm at an academic conference, I need to explain it for realsies. But really you don't, you know.
So I'm basically saying any color is fine.
Yes, stop and play. Yes, you can put a single cell with a middle mouse button. Oh yeah, look, you can see I'm using a mouse again in this one, right? And I have a book, a hardback book. I think that one was Weird Sisters, Terry Pratchett. because some things in CellPond are easier with a mouse. Hello,
I don't
Ether
care.
Audio.
Any color is fine. If I have two of anything next to each other, then
Oh my god, we got
they become
78
two of anything next to each other.
people
But they
watching?
could be flipped.
73.
So what this is doing is
That's
it's randomly
crazy.
swapping things around. And that's how
Gotta
you
be
get this
good.
diffusion
Stay
effect.
awake.
But
Stay
you
awake.
can play around with this rule of conservation.
We've been going 3.5 hours. I don't know if you can
Which
tell
one
by
are we
my
going to
face.
place where by stamping one of them? And you end up with this Galoopy effect. Again, I find that this kind of behavior is really hard to explain with text and words. But when it's expressed like spatially like this, you get more of a sense of it.
I like this talk because I'm stressed again. But also this bit went on a bit long, you know.
It's more of like a feeling rather than something you explain.
Ether says,
And by the way, look, you can make the
I've
line
been
disappear
watching
at the
you for
edges.
quite a
Looks
while.
nice. Ooh. There's no real point with that one. I just thought it looked nice.
Cool.
So do you remember earlier on I showed you could have
Can you hear my
a color
voice
like
getting
this where we're
tired
reducing
right now? Not there.
the value
right now.
of channels. And this works in rules too. So you can say in this rule anything is just going to have all its values reduced. So no matter what you put down, it's just going to reduce down to 0. But you could have this like only affect certain channels, like only reduce the red channel, and you can make all sorts of different things with it like this. And this is also like really
you can stamp on the left.
really
Yusuf.
important.
I definitely didn't explain it
storing
correctly.
data and information.
Ether says,
in
first thing I
CellPond.
saw was top 9
So
ways to make water
here
when it came
I've
out.
got this
Yeah,
little
look at us
ball.
now.
Like
What the
you,
hell's
you place
happened?
down a ball and you chuck it upwards and it falls down.
So yeah,
right?
you need the mouse to be able to do this well, because you just want to put down one, you don't want to put down lots. So now when I do demos with CellPond, and we'll see this later, I struggle to put down one ball only. But that's, I tried to make it so I can do it with my keyboard, but I really can't. But this is why I really wanted a mouse for this one.
And you can throw lots of them. And have a look. There's 2 stages.
I get my green and blue muddled up again here.
It rises up and then it falls down.
Wait,
And
I missed a bit.
We're
Hold
storing
on.
that stage in the
Right,
green channel.
we're at 13,
As
13.
it rises up, simulations, I've got sand, I've got wood.
Did you hear that? Did you hear what I just said?
To make more and
Did you
more
see
like,
that?
complex simulations, I've got sand, I've got wood.
I've got wood. That's rude. That's rude. So look, in this first one I said, you know, we've got wood, right? This next one I said, you can make wood. I think both of those are fine because, you know. And in this one, I accidentally said, I've got wood. I told you some of these things would pop up hours later, right? Where were we? 13, 13.
Channel. As it rises up, green gets
Hello,
reduced.
welcome
Have a
back
look.
to the
Green,
live stream.
oh no, green gets increased.
We're still going.
Green gets increased.
We're still
And
going.
when green is at the top,
We
it
got
switches into the
80
other stage.
people
So
watching
even
me
though
slowly
this is
descend
these
into
rules are
madness.
firing randomly in
It's
any
been
order, in any place.
3.5
We've
hours.
created a control structure, and that's how you can make more complex
And I'm
things.
watching
Just don't
every
put these
single
stuff on the
talk I've ever given.
And by the way, when I say like random, some people freak out.
Yeah, I
and they
actually covered this blunder on a previous live stream. GamerEye knows this because they're a crazy dedicated Toad fan.
think, is this even Turing complete? And I now present to you my proof that CellPond is Turing complete. Okay, please stop asking me about it. All right.
Okay, so this was the start of, I guess, an in-joke, right? Because in the when I submitted this thing, oh, Egg, hello, Egg. Egg asks, where are we on the liveness scale at this moment? I wonder. I don't know, man. I'm losing my mind. But so when I submitted this to the conference, one of the comments was, it's not clear if this is Turing complete. Maybe the submitter could start with something simple, like implementing Game of Life to prove that it is Turing complete, if it is Turing complete. And this was kind of annoying for me because it's so obviously Turing complete, but implementing Game of Life is very not simple in this, and I didn't manage to do it. But someone else did in the future, which will come up in later talks. but I did manage to implement this, which proves that it's Turing complete. And it's kind of funny because it's just like the first thing people always ask with one of these weird programming systems is it Turing complete? And I'm like, come on. Obviously it is. Also, I think I've watched these in the wrong order, you know? Oh my god. It's a scandal. Oh my god. Why did no one tell me? This... In fact, was it like this? Oh my god. We've definitely done something in the wrong order. What the hell? This was 1 year ago. Oh my god. Oh, what a disaster. No, this was... Okay, no, that one was... Yeah, that one... Okay. But we did it. It's... Oh my god. We went forwards and then we went backwards. I think. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. We'll just have to stick to it now.
I'm joking.
You always have to say you're joking. You always do.
But please don't. All right. So now.
Even if afterwards you like go back on it.
Now you're ready to see the main thing behind TodePond.
Oh, I like doing this silly thing where you're like you show people a lot of stuff. You show people a lot of stuff, and it feels like you've shown, I guess, the majority of stuff. What am I saying? It feels like you've shown the majority of features already, and then you say something like, and now I can show you the main thing, like kind of implying that like, oh my god, whoa, wait, that wasn't the main thing? I don't know how well it goes, but that's the idea.
Okay, so do you see this rule at the top?
Do you see it?
Blue doesn't just become one other color, it becomes two colors. And this is TodePond's big idea. This grid is not fixed. You can merge cells together and you can split them apart. So watch this.
The video's not rotated.
See what I've done here? I'm going to make it run a bit slower so you can see it. These cells are splitting. And, you know, I could just keep going in and we could just split more and more and more of them.
That was good.
For the one or two of you out there, no, this is not a quad tree either.
Okay, I think this was the best delivery of this because I was slow and I was slightly panicked, which is good. And I even did a thing where, did you see, I ripped off the hexagon here to do the zoomed in ones because when you're zoomed in, there's like less chance of it triggering an event. This was so rehearsed. It's unreal. Oh my god.
All right.
I just knew I had to kill it, you know.
So this is another way that you can encode. I need to fix that bug. Please fix that.
Oh yeah, and it's not a quad tree. This came from like presenting TodePond at a lot of places. People always came up to me after those first two talks and asked, "So it's like a quad tree, right?" And I'm like, no. You can do so much more than what you can do with a quad tree. Anyway, it's...
Please fix my bugs. It's open source.
Yeah, this is like a stock line I go to whenever there's a bug in a demo. I just say like, oh yeah, please, it's open source. Please fix my bugs. You know, and it kind of like cuts the tension. It like, I think it's good to show that you're okay with things going wrong, because like the worst thing for an audience member is when you think the speaker is nervous. It just makes you feel nervous too. You know. I need to show that I'm okay with it. I'm wrong, you know.
You can encode data by splitting. When you need to store more information, just split, and you've got more memory.
Just, you can't just say just. That's cheating. I wrote a whole blog post about this. Just, you can't say just. No. Look, here it is. Actually, don't go watching this now. You should watch the stream instead, but for later.
More data where you can store stuff. So here, I've got these same little shapes, and they have one rule: move forwards into an empty space. But this rule, you see here, is flipped in all directions.
I said directions. I could have said ways. Then I would have been 2-beat style.
That's a bug. That's not going back on. All right, there we go. Fix my bugs. So
that bug, I was a bit less confident. You know, I was a bit less confident. And you can hear there's silence in the room, you know. It's not so good.
And place them down and they're pointing up and they'll go up. But I could just like rearrange this and have them pointing down. I could even add a rule that makes them like change and go in a random direction. Yeah, I could pause and zoom in, and I can look at any one of these and just see, just by looking, I can see what direction that has stored. There's no hidden stack or heap or register or blur.
Okay, you hear that blur? That was scripted. That was written in my script.
It's all right there.
So was this.
I can see it. You see? Do you see it?
I can see it.
Yes, thank you.
And this was when the "can you see it" thing became like cemented as this catchphrase. And people just like come up to me at events and say like, "Can you see it? Can you see it? Do you see it?" Ever since this point, this was when it's really stuck, you know.
Yeah, okay, but you know that's less interesting. No one really cares about that apart from people at programming conferences.
And it's funny because we're at a programming conference.
If you make something split into more copies of itself, then you can make.
I didn't do the thing where I accidentally turned it into a fractal here. And I think this is like part of the trend of me just condensing down these demos. Because if I accidentally do a fractal, then I have to turn it off again, I have to do it again. And it just becomes smaller and smaller. Really Jump says, TodePond, when is your next upload? Your upload schedule is awful. Yeah, it is, isn't it? In fact, I already answered this question. You clearly don't pay enough attention. In the teaser trailer, I tell you the release date of it. This awful posture, yeah. And this posture too, oh my god. I literally give you the release date.
Make a fractal, and this will just keep going and just crash your computer like a normal programming language, which I think brings it legitimacy.
That one really, these are all, okay, I guess I've done this talk like so many times now. It's just kind of like trial and error, I guess, to figure out where to put the jokes to make them actually land. But here they were landing, which is nice.
Of course, like fractals are quite a popular thing to make in creative coding circles, and they're quite complicated. But I think this is a fun way of...
Have you noticed that I've started... I need to stop pausing, but I don't care. Right? Have you noticed how I've started littering through the conclusions? Like earlier on, if you were here like 3 hours ago, I was going on about how I made mistakes by putting the conclusion at the end. But now I started putting these points all the way through, like this.
Of just seeing it. Look, I'm just drawing a new fractal. What if we swap it with this, which I've just made?
That's the conclusion.
And I place down, hey, we've just made a new fractal. What if we just give it like random rotation every time it splits? Ooh, right, you know.
Ooh.
I want to see more of this.
Goodbye, Gamer Eye.
Just in case anyone asks, yes, you can make trains.
Oh man, we're actually growing numbers of people watching. We've got 85 people watching, that's crazy.
Yeah. Like that.
I am almost dead though, but we have a lot more videos to watch.
To make a little train. It's No wait, it gets better. Right, watch this.
So I got an applause for this bit, but so the start of the talk I mentioned how in the past people struggled to make trains to be like in a generalizable way, in a way that kind of scales well and avoids the combinatorial explosion. And this example shows how you can do it. But what I've got on screen currently doesn't really prove it. To really prove it,
you can. I added like a one-way only.
You need
track
to
piece, so you can
show you that you can kind of construct different kind of track pieces, and this is the main
right
finding.
You can put,
the main
trains
success
in, and they
of
won't
it.
crash. Yeah, that's what should have.
You can also like have it so you have like two different kinds of track and vehicle, but it's not very fun to watch because it's quite slow, because our hardware is not built for this sort of thing. But yeah,
should have got the applause, but it's fine.
Fred Weiser asks, "Is this a kind of visual programming language? Yes, and oh boy, do I have a YouTube series for you. You go to youtube.com/@TodePond. Here we go.
How are we doing for time? We're good.
How are we doing for time?
So
It's
another thing I want to
8:50
mention is that you can
where I
you know,
am.
choose a different resolution
I'll be
for
fine.
TodePond if my default one is too boring for you.
Oh, do you remember this from the previous talk? People didn't, or the 2 talks ago, people didn't notice this or care about this. So watch what I do here
You know, this
to try and fix that.
is a nice, slightly bigger resolution.
Oh, and also I remember to turn off grid mode so it looks nicer. Lenbot says, please write docs for this. No, I will not write docs for this. It's part of the intrigue of it to be mysterious.
But of course, because you can split cells,
Really Jump asks, what is your favorite engine you made? I don't know, maybe Aroost? Maybe CellPond actually, maybe this one, yeah.
you can just increase the resolution
Dang it,
by yourself.
sorry.
So have a look here. Can you see it's getting... Do you see that?
Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that?
Do you see that?
Did you see that?
I'm going to show you one more time, and this time you better be paying attention.
Okay, so what I did here was I just showed the people twice. I was like, you're always going to miss it on the first go. I know that because I'd done it in previous talks, and so I'm just going to do it twice.
All right.
And
So
then
I'm
there's
placing down
more chance that they
this
see it.
this white square,
And pause it here.
as it spreads around, it's splitting these cells into smaller
I
cells.
still don't know if they actually
So I'm just increasing the resolution myself.
saw it.
However,
You know
some
what I
people
mean?
weren't happy
Like,
with
did
doing
they
this every time they
really
loaded it, so
see
I added a
it?
setting.
Did they
as well,
see it?
But
Did they really see it?
yeah,
I don't know.
you can make nice high resolution stuff too. We'll get back to that later.
Okay, did that take 13 minutes? It did. So I predicted at the start. Oh no, I predicted it would take 12 minutes. And it actually took 13 minutes. That's a shame. Oh well.
Part
I got
3,
it wrong.
without escape. Is it possible? Probably more possible than it once was.
I think if I did this talk again, I would be way bolder at this moment in the talk. This was my first academic conference, my first academic talk, so I was really held back on my conclusions. And these weren't really the things I cared about anyway. Like I said, I littered the conclusions throughout the demo, right? This is more to do with I guess the storytelling. But either way, yeah, I would be way bolder if I did this talk again nowadays.
What would it look like? Maybe that.
Maybe that?
Will there be any unexpected and enlightening lessons along the way? This surprised me.
This is a kind of a joke because it's like when I say this surprised me, the audience is like, okay, which way are they going to go? Did it surprise you that there is one or there isn't one? And there's a kind of unsure laughter here.
Because there was.
Right, yes.
Right? The biggest...
But that joke is only for the weirdos, I guess. I don't know.
Breakthrough with CellPond was not its UI. Right? The UI is just provocative. That's not the point of CellPond. Forget the UI.
Is that true? It kind of is and it isn't. Right? Many people have questioned me about this in the 1.5 years since this talk. Right? Yeah. Hexagon is still there, it just does something different. But so, the UI is its own thing. It's there's really, in CellPond, there's really 2 things. The UI is a UI for ColorToad. It's a visual language. It's really informed a lot of stuff, like the colors being discrete, 0 to 9. That's really important. But that's its own thing. And the thing that I was presenting in this talk was not that. The thing I was presenting in this talk is how to beat the combinatorial explosion. And that's nothing to do with the UI. The UI is another thing. You know? Fred asks, do you think it could ever be possible in a reasonable amount of time to create an animated cartoon or show through TodePond? I don't think so. I don't think it would be possible. I think it would be possible in a long amount of time, but not in a reasonable amount of time. Yes.
All right. The main break.
Parametrized says splash colors. That's right. Many years later, in fact, very recently, really, I actually explained the color system of TodePond on this explainer page here. Yeah, Splash was a big part of the UI and the visual language of TodePond, but that's not what I was presenting in this talk. You know, maybe I could do another talk about that, but right here, right now, it's not about the UI.
Breakthrough moment, after which everything just fell into place, was TodePond's virtual machine called Dragon, which is like drag and drop, you know? And it has 4 main instructions: check, recolor, split, and merge, which are basically read memory, write memory, allocate memory, and deallocate memory.
The nerds love this.
After this, everything else just slotted in. And I think if you were to learn from TodePond, you'd take this away, not the UI.
And I've just explained why, kind of.
I was very surprised by this, because all of my reading of things in the past, solutions to these problems were all about the high-level user interface. They were about the UI. I thought I'd have to build layers upon layers of UI, but really, as soon as low-level stuff was sorted out, the UI just figured itself out.
And I think I could have explained this better, because like people were so skeptical of this, you know, like people are like, no, but the UI is important, really. And I guess it's like, it depends what you care about on whether it's important or not. Like, I don't think it's too hard to make an interesting visual programming UI. I think plenty of people do it. You can do lots of weird, fun things with it. That's kind of like a done, solved thing. There was some, you know, useful things like Splash, which were kind of nice to discover along the way. But the UI came so late in TodePond development. Like, I already knew that I had figured out TodePond by then. You know, I just needed a UI, and why not make it fun as well?
So here's another example. This is a very simple rule. Yellow, if there's yellow above black, they swap positions. So I have a question for you. Is this yellow square falling down, or is the black square falling up?
This was the bigger breakthrough of TodePond.
But most spatial programming languages force you to decide with this thing called origin, or sometimes it's like implicitly decided. At worst, it's slightly annoying, and at best, it just messes up your program. So we don't want to do that. So instead, when you make this panel in TodePond, it doesn't just make one rule, it makes a registry of multiple rules. All of those extra rules that were really hard to make before. I feel like
this seems obvious.
Let's just get the computer to do it, right?
But it's kind of wild
us doing it ourselves. And you don't need to understand all this,
not
because
so
TodePond
obvious.
does. Right? I'm not going to explain all that to you. That's what TodePond does under the hood. It's making all these redundant rules for you.
And many people ask me to explain a lot of this in more detail. Maybe one day if I have more time. I don't know.
This is how I think about it. Right? We could map out every single bit of normal programming from low level to high level. We'd probably have assembly down here and JavaScript and Scratch right at the top, and Dreambird over here. And we could do the same with spatial programming. Okay, so I would say Splat and Sandpond around there, they're extremely low level.
Dreambird reference, yes. I guess this was after Dreambird got big? I don't know.
Very early examples of it. And I'd put TodePond here. That's what I've been trying to do. I haven't been trying to make a very high-level language. I've been trying to make a higher-level assembly language. And Markov Jr. is another example that does this like differently.
Was it an attempted camera look? Like what? When I said Dreambird? Or something?
Level to high level. We'd probably have assembly down here and JavaScript and Scratch right at the top, and Dreambird over here. And
Wait, no, not then. Oh, and yes! Yes! I did look at the camera, tried to look at the camera, but I failed to look at it. It was quite a small, funny thing.
We could do the same
Oh
with
my
there.
God.
They're extreme. And I'd put self. I've been trying.
A teacher says, if I have more time, says the person who's doing a watch party for all the talks they've ever given. This is a great use of time on a Saturday evening. Hell yeah.
To make a higher level assembly language. Interesting way. And
Blah,
you should
blah,
also
blah, blah.
check it out.
Blah, 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 blah.
It's really tempting to try to make a high level solution to these problems.
And this is me kind of underhandedly criticizing other visual programming projects for trying to jump ahead too much, you know?
But I found that it's really hard because we don't know what these middle steps are. So I'm interested to know, now that we know TodePond is maybe an example.
Like, so many people are like, yeah, but how is this useful for the project, my programming projects I have right now? But the thing is, it's like, we're nowhere near that level of abstraction yet with visual programming languages. We're still like doing baby steps. Anyway,
Of how to go up
we
from the
gotta-
bare minimum.
we got to keep
What
going.
would the C
How many
of spatial
videos
programming
left?
look like? And we could do this with any field.
So
Visual
many.
programming, live programming,
Go on.
node-based programming. What's already there? What's next? So my advice to you is to ask yourself, where are you in your field? How low level are you? How high level are you? Because it might save you some time. Learn from my mistakes. I'll tell you where you are right now. You're at the end. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
We got through another one. We did it. We did it. Boom. Boom. We did it. Oh my god. I'm gonna give this one a tick. Even though we did it in the wrong order. Outfits. We've covered this pretty good, but you can't have the thing around your neck. Demo, I would say very good. Don't want to toot my own horn. Talk, I would say very good, very good. So A tier. Voice, goddamn awful, like D tier. Yes, this song is from the OBS bitrate settings album. Right, here's the progress update. We watched Spatial Programming Pipe Dream short. We watched Spatial Programming Pipe Dream long. We watched Perfect Programming Language. We watched Spatial Programming Without Escape. We watched Normalized Sharing Scrappy Fiddles. Oh, next is the good one. It's the big one. Alright, it's the big one next. What it means to be open. Alright. Wow, am I running out of space? Did it clear my... Oh no. What's happening? Ah! 17 gig. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think it's because I was editing some videos earlier and I had some very large things. I need to, let's kill something. Let's just, what is this? Oh no, but what if it's important? What if it's important? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. It's fine. I'll just post from my phone. I don't need to log in. I don't need browser history, right? I'm not recording. I'm just uploading. I'm just uploading. It's fine. Yes. We're gonna do the big one next. Whoa. Yes. we're gonna do perhaps my best talk. I don't know. But to do that, I need a coffee. So I'm gonna get a coffee, and then I'm gonna be back. You better all still be here when I'm back. You better. 78 people? Right. Online timer. Classroom timer. Here it is. Five minutes. I'm going to be back within 5 minutes. Easy. It was never any doubt. I told you, but I'd be back. How many people left? Let's find out. Alright. No one left? No one left? Spicy Chai asks, why are you a Mac user and not Linux? Because I don't know how to use Linux. I'm not smart like you are. So, who needs coffee when you have alcohol-free beer? 0% beer. Now we're just hanging out on a Saturday. Right, yeah, I'll drink on every ding. Every time you hear me say one of the stupid catchphrases, just type ding in chat. And I will take a drink of alcohol-free beer. You know, alcohol-free beer is very good. It doesn't destroy your health, and it still tastes great, you know? Yeah, why not? Why not have alcohol-free beer? Right? Yeah, why not? Why is it not working? Did I do something wrong? Did I do... Why is it strudel? Am I being stupid? Oh. It's 'cause I did this wrong. All right. It's time. It's time. Boosh! It's time for what it means to be open. Let's watch it. Let's watch this talk. This was arguably the most popular talk. Wow, she looks so fishy right there. God damn. What a queen. All right. This picture is so unrepresentative of how I actually look. It's like it's something I think it's like someone's phone has like automatically airbrushed me or something weird. You know, given me a bit more definition to my features, hidden like my jaw. Oh yeah. Is the stream really grainy, by the way? It's very nautical shirts, yes.
Lou shared with me that they're often told that they are leading a cult of frogs, which I'm very...
That's not true. This is not a cult. What are you talking about? Raise your hand if you're not in a cult, right? I'm not in a cult. So yeah, everyone is here out of their own volition, right? No one's forcing you to be here. This is not a cult, right? Yeah.
excited about. They're also...
Do you think she wants to join the cult? Anyway.
So running a podcast. Running a podcast called Future of Coding, coding at TL Draw, and doing creative videos, which is so my jam. So I'm not going to steal the stage any longer. Please give a big round of applause for Lou Wilson.
Hi.
Okay. First of all, we got the jumper around the waist again. What do you think? Is it a yes or a no? Is it a toot or a boot? I think it's a toot. Future of Coding is a podcast. What are you talking about, Lenbot?
Hi, everyone.
The Amish, interesting username, says, "Hello, I have a very important announcement to make. My cat is named Toad, and every time I see your channel, he comes around." Nice. Tamkish says, "Oh, thank you very much, Tamkish. I would want to watch this, but I'm currently in call with friends who's playing the new Deltarune blind, so I should leave you all have my pocket change." It's fine, you don't need to explain yourself to me, I understand. Thank you for the donation, and I forgive you. If you don't know why I'm forgiving people who donate to me, it's because you weren't here like 4 hours ago when that joke started, right?
That's the frog of the
Some
cult.
people
but
were.
It's, don't worry about it. So,
So, outfit, very nautical. Good hair, I'd say, not too long like it is now. Nice t-shirt. It's kind of like partly rolled up, but like What's going on here? Do you know what's happened here? So the microphone thing actually pushed my t-shirt up a bit, and it was a bit uncomfortable, and I was too flustered to fix it. And also, as we know, the necklace thing, the badge, you shouldn't wear that as a speaker. It's just distracting. Yes, the VOD will be available immediately after.
That's right. I am. And is this working? Is this working?
And it wasn't working. I had set up with everything, but there were some last minute changes, and I actually picked up the wrong clicker.
Is this gonna?
So it wasn't working. So
maybe not. I'm gonna do this for a little bit whilst my helpers help out. Yeah. So yeah, I am Lou
and
or Luke. Either's fine. It's a very long story.
So quickly,
and on the
which is so helpful. Like that's exactly what you want, like the MC to do, to come and help and fix, and just let you keep going. Like she was a star here, because this may have completely thrown me off, but it was fixed so quickly, and I was fine.
Internet, I'm usually known as TodePond. Allow.
Did I just say Lou or Luke? Either's fine. That's got to be a ding drink. There's no alcohol though. But...
Round of applause for my helper, please. Okay, yes.
Feels like a magician set.
So, yeah, that's right. So, I work at a company called TodePond. I'm also...
And now we see this motif, I guess. Motif of these light blue rectangles.
A researcher in residence at a research lab.
Toad with a leaf on their head, which was actually the Habitat logo. But I started using it in talks because I found it funny.
Called Ink and Switch, and I am one of the co-hosts of this really, really long, boring podcast called there's some nodding head.
So a lot of people at this conference know the podcast, the Future of Coding podcast. So I did a bit of a joke about it.
It's there, right? I'm sorry, I would edit it differently, but
and I was roasting Ivan there, which feels a bit mean.
It's called the Futures of Coding, but that's not. Oh yeah. I also do some very strange videos. I put them.
There's nothing strange about this, is there? There's nothing. Look, that's an old live stream, and now we're on a new live stream. There's nothing strange about this. Kathy asks, I always wanted to ask why the Future of Coding's logo started to melt. It's not melted. What are you talking about?
Them on the internet, don't quite know what's going on with them.
Strange video
it will all make sense soon.
2099.
It will all make sense soon, because today I am here to talk to you about something that's really important.
There is a strong chance that my internet is stuttering again. Let me know if it gets really bad. I don't know. As long as you can hear me, you're okay.
Important to me, okay? The title of my...
Oh no, there's more stuttering. Is there lots of stuttering? Oh yeah, wait. I remember why. I got to turn the quality down. I got to turn it down. Is that better? It's got really bad. It's got really bad. Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you see it? Can you see it? Oh man, how do I mass.to maybe? Here we go. Where's... Oh my god, my internet is struggling. It's hating me. Ah, no, open. Here it is. Let's see the damage. Is it better? Can you see it? Can you see it? Here we go. Can you see it? Where's... Oh my god, my internet is struggling. It's hating me. Maybe my new internet provider doesn't like me at all. Here it is. Let's see the damage. Look how much stuttering it's doing. Is it better? Can you see it? Look at that! Can you see it? Here we go. Can you see it? Oh my god. Where's... Oh my god, my internet is struggling. It's hating me.
Look at that.
Maybe my new internet
no,
provider
open. Look at that.
doesn't like me at all. Here it is. Let's see
You
the
know what we
damage.
should
How
do?
much stuttering it's
Is
doing.
it better?
I'm gonna do the. Can you see it? I'm gonna do the radical switch. Did it go back? Am I back? Am I back? Am I back? Am I alive? I'm alive again. It worked. It worked. We stream hopped. We stream hopped. I'm a freaking genius. And it's not stuttering. That's good. Oh my god. I just need to watch this at 360? 360p.
Talk is what it means
We're back.
to be open. Right?
We did it.
So,
We're live.
so these are the three
We're
parts of my
actually
talk.
live.
Part 1, what it means. Part 2,
We're live.
to be open. Part 3, I don't know.
Okay, and we've got the same classic silly flex of putting the timings in. And I did rehearse this one a lot. So let's see.
Right? So, yeah, we could ask ourselves, right, as a community and as coders, as collaborators, I guess, like, what does it mean to be open? What does it mean to be open?
So I guess this talk is very different, right? This talk is very different. Because it's not about a project I made, which is very weird for me.
And we could answer this in some different ways, right? We could like think about the definition of what the word open means. Like, what does it mean when we say open? But we could also like look at the implications, right? Like, if you choose to act in an open way, then what does it mean for you?
Goodbye,
Like,
the
how does it affect your life? And I figured it out, right? I've got my answer. I've taken all of this into account, and today I want to tell you my answer, right? Are you ready? Yeah? Are you ready?
I think at this point the audience didn't really know what to expect, right? So they're a little bit timid. It's like, do we call out?
For my answer. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I hate the sound of my breathing over that microphone.
Yeah, are you sure? Are you ready for my answer? You're not ready, right? You're not ready because we need to go all the way back, all right? We need to go all the way back 12 years ago.
It was a very big stage.
I looked a little bit different then, but...
we got cringy old photos again. It's like, feels like a trademark. I have to do it, you know? I like to do something weird, like do a little twist at the start of a talk, just to prove to people that I kind of know what I'm doing. I have an agenda, you know?
I loved this video game. Does anyone know that? Oh. All right.
Do you remember this from the previous talks? I don't know how many people were here 4 hours ago.
Love this video game called Team Fortress 2, right? I was a teenager, and...
NB says, look kind of soft butch in that old photo. I don't know whether that's a compliment or an insult.
Oh, right. So...
Oh, look, another bad photo. It's grainy, which is fine.
Did my friend Joe. That's Joe.
The teenage photo was the same as the previous talk. Well spotted, Paul Givell.
This game, Team Fortress 2, like, listen, I'm not proud of it. Right?
Are you noticing this running theme of like things being covered up by the blue, right? I really wanted to pick a kind of a gimmick to connect the whole talk together.
I'm not proud of it. I was a teenager, but we didn't just love playing it.
There's me and Joe. I didn't actually ask his permission to use this photo until after the talk, but luckily he was happy for me to use it.
Loved talking about it. Like, it's all we talked about, right? Was Team Fortress 2.
We actually recreated this photo pretty recently. It was funny.
And we loved this game so much that we came up with our own ideas for the game, right? Because in the game you have all these different items that your character can use, and and I like to come up with imaginary new ones, right? And I wrote them all down. I wrote down all of our ideas, and they were always really silly and stupid. I have no idea what these words mean anymore, but
That's a lie, I actually do. I just didn't want to get into it.
I promise, like, these were all very jokey ideas. I think there's like an Avril Lavigne reference going on here, right? And what I did was I put them all together on one website, and I pretended that.
So, this talk, I was like, okay, they've asked me to do a keynote. They've actually asked me to do an opening keynote. What the hell am I going to talk about? I can't come and do my normal thing, which is just to talk about a project. But I had a lot of chats with the organizers and started to learn about what might be good to talk about.
That it was a real update for the game, like breaking news, all of these ridiculous. Don't worry, this is going to answer that question at some point, right? So, and I called it the biggest update ever, and I put it on the internet, and this was my first experience of going semi-viral on the internet.
Did you see that? Ding, right? Do you see how there was one light blue rectangle that I didn't reveal at this point? And I guess it doesn't matter if you didn't notice it, but if you did, for people who did notice it, it's kind of like a hint that this is going to be revealed later on, you know.
And I put it on the internet, and this was my first experience of going semi-viral on the internet, on this forum and a few others. This one's called Spuff, awful place, and it was a little bit disappointing because people seem to really like it, they seem to enjoy it, but it wasn't real, right? It was just a joke. It was just this made up thing.
Like Dreambird.
So me and Joe got thinking.
Remember Dreambird?
Well, there's this open source modding community for the game, for Team Fortress 2, right? What if we make a mod that has all of these ridiculous weapons in, right?
So this talk was kind of built around one blog post I wrote, right? Why I'm called TodePond. And I guess there was quite a bit of positive feedback to this specific blog post. But also it didn't like explode and take off. So I felt like we could give it another shot. And this story I'm telling is basically what I cover here mostly. Yeah. It deviates after a certain point, but it's like the first
and Joe said to me, you don't know how to program. And so then I went on this long journey of trying to learn how to program, and we made this thing called TF2 Tightrope. I learned how to code a lot of these items into the game. Joe made this a couple promotional videos for it. We put it on the internet. We got some help from this person called Mecha. They let us use their open source code for some of the items. By the way, that person is called Jonas. They went on to make like this really...
You know, back in Team Fortress 2 modding times, there was such drama in the community all the time. There was massive drama. I guess mostly because people were kind of young adults, and but yeah, no.
A successful game called
Yeah, it's crazy. Like a lot of the people involved in that modding community went off and did things, you know. It was kind of an exciting place and time to be.
In time. But anyway, the server that we set up got really popular. Loads of people were joining in, playing with these ridiculous jokey items.
So the other thing you need to know is that this was a closure conference, and openness in the closure world is a little bit of a sore subject sometimes, because the language itself has not always been the most open in many people's eyes. And I kind of wanted to approach that topic because I think it's fun to approach tricky topics, but I wanted to do it from a completely different angle. So like this story for me is a bit of a palate cleanser. It's like rooting it in like how I got into programming in the first place, like kind of it was just for fun, you know, like it being a kid, And yeah, anyway.
And people had all sorts of ideas of their own, and we tried to put in as many as we could. It was really exploding. Like it became way bigger than we could handle. Other people got involved, and we set up American and also Australian servers too, which is really expensive.
And hosting in Australia, but yeah, I didn't pay for that. Someone else wanted to host them, so they paid for it.
And we set up a website for it all and a forum, and I was still a teenager and I had no idea what I was doing.
Oh no, did the stream die? I have my phone open here just to check if the stream has died. It looks like it died. Did the stream die? Did the stream die? Did the Steam die? Maybe it died. Or maybe my phone died? Can't believe it. Oh, you know what? You know what I could do? You know what I could do? I could move closer. I could move closer to my router. Oh my god. I could move the internet. I will move closer to the internet. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna move closer to the internet. Right, microphone's going off. Oh my god. Is it alive? Can you hear me? Do you see it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I back? Am I back? Am I boom, boom, I'm in. I'm back? Now I'm back, but a couple things have changed. Are we back? Are we really back? Hold on. Yusuf, thank you for donating for my Ethernet cable fund. Does it get any liver than this? It doesn't get any liver than this. Stream repair mid-stream. I have fixed the stream by moving physically through space. That's how live I am. That we have how many viewers? We got 40 viewers? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's amazing. I'm gonna post about it. Not dead yet. Boom. This is the livest stream you've ever seen in your life. This is not pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded. I promise you. Yeah, and it's on the same stream. We haven't like started a new stream. That's amazing. Oh my god. We're not dead yet. I'm gonna keep going. Look, this is what being open is all about.
So we had some help from this person called Josh3K. I don't know what their real name is.
Oh no,
I think it's Josh. And also this person, Trotim, was really helpful with like developing some of the ideas and the designs. And I was just trying to code it all. And like I said, I didn't know how to program. And I'm pretty sure, put your hand up if at one point in your life you didn't know how to program. Right? There's someone there who was doing parentheses in the womb, right? But so the way I did it was I went onto the internet and I asked for help on forums.
Never
and this
do
thread is my first ever, it's the first ever time in my life I ever shared some of my code publicly on the internet. And here it is. And I was very nervous about it. I was very nervous, so I put this little defensive statement at the end. It's like, feel free to point out anything stupid I've done, right? Like, have you ever done that when you've like shared something? It's like, oh, it's probably your yes, right. And this very helpful person, Psychonic, who was involved in like making this open source community, told me, you should never do this, right? You should never do this. So I don't quite under. So basically, what it means, if I ran this code on my server, which I was doing, it means anyone could take admin control of the server. Don't do that. So they were really, really helpful.
This is it. It's live.
So I am glad, despite being shy, that I shared this. Some other people in the thread were slightly less helpful, right? So here's one comment I got, which was some advice. You could just not write or run plugins with shitty code. You could just not write shitty code.
And look, here it is, right here. It's real, you see. I didn't make it up. It's real.
Was it you? No. I wish I thought of that, right? And actually, as I continue to post my code on this forum, here are some other comments that I got, which I screenshotted this week. That's the worst piece of code on this forums.
That's also real.
And here's my favorite. Well done, you made me puke.
So mean.
Listen, these are just these are just silly comments, right? From probably other teenagers. Maybe.
I think they're adults, actually.
And have you ever had a comment like that?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah? Like either online or in a message or a DM or an email or in person.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're one of the people that said one of these comments.
No.
Right? So, we all have these days, right? Like, this is what happens, like...
Hold on. The show audio is now louder than me, right? So what I need to do is turn this down and turn this one up, right? Can you hear me?
When we share something, it puts us in this vulnerable position when we ask for help. So, what do you do? This is what I did. I said, oh, thank you. Thank you for all the teachings.
Yeah, I remember.
But inside I was hurting. Right? And what happened over time was that I stopped sharing any code. I stopped asking for help. And all of the code that I wrote for TF2 Type was closed source. Right? It was closed source. Everyone was asking for more and more things, more and more complicated ideas. And I didn't I didn't feel comfortable to share my code and get someone else involved or ask for any more help.
Seems fine.
I just sort of did nothing, right?
You need to turn up your volume.
I was just AWOL.
I can turn them down, can't I?
Asking me where I was. I was a teenager, right? But it did mean that I decided that, I decided that I needed to just let TF2 Type die.
We're so back.
Stop doing it.
We're so back. We survived internet dying. We did it. The video is so quiet now. Oh no. How about now? It's perfect now, right? It's perfect.
It's just full of the
It's just perfect now.
eulogies of this very short-lived community.
TF2 Tightrope is dead. There's another picture.
But I shared none of it.
Is it too
There's a
quiet
period of,
now?
like a few years where
Oh my god.
everything I coded, which was
Now
a
it's
lot during that
perfect.
time,
Now it's
is gone.
perfect, right? It's perfect. Testing.
The end.
Testing.
I'm kidding.
It's perfect.
If I did that,
Can
if
you
I
hear it?
stayed doing that for the rest of my life,
Can you see it?
all of these other projects
Can you
that
hear-
I've now made would not exist. This is what I made. This would not exist. This would not exist.
Perfect.
This would not exist. This would not exist.
So I guess the other visual in this talk was these crosses, I guess, which is intentionally reminiscent of bird crossing out things.
Maybe for
And
the
in fact,
best. This
I tried to make it clear by having bird here, and I replaced the bird's X with this X. You know what I mean? It's like, look, it's the same thing.
would not exist. This would not exist. This would not exist. You don't know what they are. That's okay. I'm going to show you.
I don't know what they are.
Oh, and also, I wouldn't be here if I carried on in that way. Luckily, something happened, right? Something happened to me.
This talk feels weird because I'm like being serious, you know? Look, there's dancing bird on the back of the laptop.
Part 2 to be open. So I saw this guy on the internet.
Do you
right?
know this guy? It's Dave Ackley. Yusuf says, I say this in the most respectful, nice way possible, but I have no clue what your gender is, and the teenage photos provide no information. Me neither. Me neither. Tell me about it. Join the club, honestly.
This is a retired professor called Dave Ackley, and he had this crazy
real,
idea
man.
for this new project
Too
he was
real.
working on. It was like a new kind of computer that he was building. And he did this crazy idea. He said,
Yeah.
every single week, I am going to put an update video out about this.
Oh.
He said, new update every week, right? And about
This is the origins of the catchphrase from the videos, right?
2 weeks later, I thought, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go as well,
What
right?
is
Because it was such a
gender
crazy
even?
idea to me. It's
I
not like
don't
you work
know.
on something for years and then you release it. No, it's like you're sharing it as you're building it, right? So I tried it, and I started putting up whatever I coded on Instagram, actually, because that was the thing back then, right? And
It's weird hearing me talk like I don't know, sensibly even. Dare I say sensibly?
here's the very first one, which was about 6 years ago now. And I decided I would put one new thing every day up on the internet.
This was my bio on all social media for a very long time.
Every single day. And to start with, it was just
More specifically, it was one new thing every day because I also wanted to tell people that I won't spam your feeds. I'm just going to post one thing every day. And I think that helped me to pick up some followers just because it was like so predictable what you were getting. Nowadays, I just spam it like crazy.
like some of my friends. It was just my friends
Every day. Yeah, every day.
sort of like liking it, saying a few things. No one really noticed it. By the way, there's Joe.
It's Joe.
Right. That's Joe.
It's Joe.
And I carried on doing this, and I was actually quite surprised that it motivated me a lot, even though next to no one was looking at it, right? And I kept going and I kept going. But then I realized, well, some days I'm not at home. Sometimes I'm like away for the weekend. So what I did was I started building this backlog of every single thing,
still
so
have
that when
this
I'm away, I can have a
backlog.
few up my sleeve to post every day to keep the streak going. And I'm really happy to say that 6 years later,
This is a lie.
I am
Well, it's not a lie.
still doing this. This is my life, right?
This is so cringe.
Okay,
Okay. I said 6 years, but I actually fumbled my line. It was actually 5 years. And I feel really bad that I got a clap from it. The reason I fumbled it up is because the line before I posted this 6 years ago, but then I have to say that I've been doing the streak for 5 years, and I accidentally said 6 years, and it feels really bad because people clapped it. But I don't know, some people I told this to said, well, 5 years is still a really long time. I knew that I would do this reaction video one day, and I'm pleased to finally have publicly opened up to it. Maybe people would have clapped for 5 years too, but still it feels like, ugh. And it's annoying. I wasn't trying to fake it, because I think, I wanted to say, yeah, I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing it 5 years. I just messed up my words, because literally in the previous line, I had to say 6 years. I had to say 6 years first, and then the other one was 5 years.
We've missed a few days. The first one I ever missed was when I got COVID the first time. The second one was when I got COVID the second time. And the third one was when I got COVID the third time, right? And nowadays it's a bit more fuzzy, but I'm still doing it. And by the way, I stopped counting.
Yeah, it's definitely more fuzzy nowadays. Like, I think the thing is, I know I'm going to keep posting
them individually after 1,598
days.
I don't need to. And now I just order them by date because it's getting ridiculous.
On it,
and the other thing that it forced me to make whatever I was building, it forced me to make it visual. Like, if I was working on some internals, then I had to, I don't know, like color code it in some way. Or if I was working on something that was just really boring, at least I had to like color code it and then post it up.
I messed up the line there too. Yes, I said color code twice, which is kind of pointless, right? It's kind of stupid. I can't remember what I was supposed to say. I wasn't supposed to say the same point twice. I was supposed to say different points.
So this is one I posted up. Sometimes it is boring, but people still seemed to like it.
And you can tell that I was a bit flustered there after getting it wrong. I knew I got it wrong.
Friends, at least, right? And then I thought, well, I'm still feeling a bit shy about code, right? I'm still thinking back to those people telling me that my code made them puke. So, but I was having so much success with this open sharing that I decided from that moment onwards, everything I do is open source. In my own personal work, everything I do is open source. And it sounds a little bit high and mighty, but I promise it's not. It makes my life easier because it means there's no decision to make. So when someone asks me, like, hey, is this available? Is this open source? I can just say this stock line, right? Yeah. Hey, yeah, everything I do is open source. Everything I do is open source. Everything I do is open source. Everything I do is open source.
So you see the timing of me saying these things and it appearing on the screen is kind of off because there's a delay with the clicker and I didn't account for that properly.
So everything I do is, right? It keeps going. And then for me, it removes the pressure because if something's open source, it's just because that's the way it is. It's not because I've decided that this is good code that should be open source.
Honestly, you should open source.
So that means every time I start a new project, it starts with an empty repo. And sometimes people get confused. They find one of them and they make an issue saying it's not working. It's just a white screen. And these are sometimes fun moments for these people because they realize like they're seeing behind the scenes. So it's like, that's because I haven't made it yet. So this was day 0 of Aroost.
Let's see project. If I can find that one.
Everything I do is open source. Not just code though, right? Not just code, because I feel like if I open source the code only, then
here it is.
People aren't really seeing inside the code, if that makes sense. So what I started doing was making these little videos, and these videos started out as just being my way of making my work even more open source. So I was explaining what my code was doing. I was showing you the things I'd made. And I kept doing them every single week. They were pretty bad, right? They were very scrappy.
Oh my God.
Like they had these little terrible Microsoft Paint drawings in. But I think people kind of liked that. I think people liked seeing the really unpolished aspect of it. And so I think people liked seeing the really unpolished aspect of it. And
which was intentional. I put in Boosh because I knew I'd be watching it one day, and for some people who have like seen every single live stream, they know what Boosh means. If you don't know what Boosh means, it means you haven't watched every single live stream. John Casey, hey, first time seeing you live. Love your vids. Thanks, John. If you go and watch the 8.5-hour live stream, you'll know what Boosh means.
So, like Dave Ackley, I started doing one new update every week. And the videos started getting better, because when you do something every week, you get better at it, and they started becoming more polished. So then, actually, I had to start open sourcing the video.
Oh my god, we've still got like 70 viewers. Respect for being here on a Saturday.
Progress. And I still do this. I still write down all my notes for all my videos.
I
are
still do
public.
this.
I don't publicize it because
Even
some
for
people don't want to see spoilers.
99.
But I promise they're pretty coded sometimes. But
Top
it's
secret.
all there. I'm still doing this. Some people.
Is rainy. Says,
Some people.
why would we leave after taking so much effort to get here? Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell myself now.
Including one person there, sometimes like find some of this
still has me in
behind the
the
scenes
background.
stuff and find
Thanks,
something
Kat.
humorous about it. And this became a bit of a meme. This became a bit of an in-joke in the community, because if you knew what that sentence was,
Do you
that
know
means
what
you were
that
like
is?
deep into TodePond.
Do you know what that is?
Right, like that means you were really, really looking behind the curtains.
That was one of
And
the
throughout
final.
this process of making these videos,
That was one of the final things to do to finish the arrows video. Look.
I eventually grew this engine called SandPond. And I guess everyone saw this happen really slowly. There was no big announcement when SandPond was finished. It's just when I stopped finding things to do with it.
These are like the notes I leave myself.
And one of the things I didn't expect
Really jump
about working openly like this is how many people it can introduce you to. So this is Max Bitka. And someone, I think, put him in touch with me because he was also working on sort of a sand-related thing. And now we're like really, 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 really good friends. Like we've met like a few times in person, and I actually worked for him for a while. So I wouldn't have had that job or that friendship without working openly in that way. Another one was, hey, remember him, Dave Ackley? Well, like we call a lot now, and we actually wrote a paper together.
You know we did.
And I can't believe this just sort of just
We're gonna hear about it later.
from deciding that everything I did was open source. So for me, I obviously saw the benefits of working in an open way and sharing everything.
Fine, I think.
And so I was telling everyone to do it, right? Like, you should share your work. It doesn't matter how bad it is. You know, like, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. And
try rotating your screen. You know, this never gets old.
I'm still doing it today, and
really
people
does.
still don't believe me. Because often what people say is, but my code is messy, you know? But it's not cleaned up yet. It's just a placeholder. I need to finish the next thing first. They have these excuses.
Yeah, do you have those
So,
excuses?
when SandPond was finished and I could start the next project,
I bet you do.
this was my chance to prove all those people that they were wrong, right? When I started this new project, I swore that it would be the worst code, the messiest code, the most cursed code, the most terrible rubbish you've ever seen, so that when those people tell me those excuses, they know that's not the reason, right? So this code, it's completely ridiculous.
You know what
I have this
this
little
is?
message warning at the top. It says, "Welcome, traveler. Welcome to the source of the cell pond. If you venture further, may Toad be with you. What you're about to discover is a single JavaScript file of gargantuan size, over 8,000 lines, globally scoped." Of course, the real crime is not using
I
Clojure,
messed up that
but
delivery.
there is no room for fear here. Be brave, trust no
no
comments, trust no names. A simple scene grown into a mountain. Cell Pond is a performance, and by reading this, you join the ritual. So I'm sorry to say you're now all part of the cult. Welcome. But
Did you hear I said simple scene instead of simple seed? Right?
yeah, this really is like over 9,000 lines at this point. It's
now
well
a
past,
pasta gang
like beyond the point
mantra.
of being a good thing.
We'll
I
find
really
out
do
about
need to
that
split it
later.
up. I had to do things like add specific like keyboard shortcuts to get around to different places. But it's worth it because I want to prove that it doesn't matter, right? And it really it works fine. It works fine. And look, I went to go talk about it
you're
at
part of the
academic
cult.
conferences. They don't care if your code is shitty, right? They don't care. And right, here's the thing. In that academic conference, they told me one of the bits of feedback was that I should
mentioned this earlier.
implement
I actually forgot that I mentioned this in the talk. So I said it earlier when we were watching that talk, right? Do you remember? Yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
Popular cellular automaton
I've seen
called
that talk
Conway's Game of
before.
Life in it, right?
2 hours
You
ago.
may have heard of it. And so I tried doing this.
Do you remember for the first like 6-minute video, it took like an hour to watch? What was I thinking?
Technically,
Oh
it's
my
possible,
God.
right? Technically, it's possible, but it's really, really, really hard. The thing is, when you share
I
your
fixed it, I'm
struggles
not
like
straight
this,
anymore.
right? When you say, oh, I tried to do Game of Life in TodePond, what that does, it awakens like 50 nerds
I think
in the world
pretty sure they're all in
who
chat
then
right
sort
now.
of rise up and see it as
We
their
found
like
them.
life, their God-given purpose, you know? So here is this amazing implementation
Yeah, I
of
mentioned
Conway's
this
Game of
earlier,
Life
yeah.
on this tool I made, TodePond, by this community member, Pa Louie.
Pa Louie.
And
Pa Louie was in chat earlier.
trust me, this is really hard. Do you see at the
saw
bottom
Pa
right, it says
Louie
like speed
earlier, I
times
think.
200? It's because the operations going on are so complex that it takes ages,
Pa Louie.
right? But it works. And they made a slightly better version. Like,
Pa Louie?
watch this.
Maybe I
The
said it
world
wrong.
starts to like pulsate as this sort of computation like travels around, making a Game of Life happen. I'm not going to
Paul Givell says, I rarely manage to do anything for 10 minutes straight, and I've been here for 5 hours. It keeps on giving. See, the trick is you have to do it not straight. You know? You ever think about that?
go into the details of this tool, but if you want to know more, then speak to me afterwards. Right. Okay, so
Oh, remember that?
when I was
Remember
making all
that?
these videos, I was
Oh.
realizing that every time I sort of set up my screen recorder, I ended up with this like fractal situation,
Like
right? This
this.
fractal situation where you can sort of see something inside
Oh
itself,
my god.
right?
Whoa.
And so I thought, I could probably code that, right? I could probably make a little tool that uses this idea.
That's
And I
cool.
tried to do it, and I
Oh,
failed.
all right, it's over.
Right? I tried. Do you see in the top left? It's really, really small, but it says not a number, not a number, not a number, not a number, not a number. That's because,
Yeah, I see it.
again, this is a recurring theme. I'm terrible at coding.
I've noticed.
Right? So
Reaction
I
was
put it up in this code
your
sandbox,
first live stream.
and again,
It
I
was
used
my
that same
first live
technique.
stream too.
I said, like, I can't do this. I can't do this. Can anyone help? And 50 nerds got awoken in the TodePond community.
And they're all in chat
And
right
this
now.
person, Magnagen, who's one of my oldest patrons, I think, one of the oldest community members, saw it as their mission, and they figured it out. They said, all you have to do, it's just a matter of turning S and T back into coordinates
Thanks,
based on the other
RJT.
quad. And I have no idea what that means,
Awesome.
right? So they linked me to this page, and of course it says the formula that tells us how
Super
to get
simple, guys.
X is very simple,
How do you
and I
not
have no
understand
idea what
this?
that means either. So
How do you not understand this?
Magnagen, a hero, says, I'll see if I
have
can
no idea
convert
what
it
it
to
means.
JavaScript, not Clojure, then send you the code, right?
Thank you,
And they
Magnagen.
sent me this, and guess what? It works, and it lets you do crazy things like this, where you can like draw a screen, and you can draw another screen in a screen, and you move it around in one screen, and it moves in all of them. Don't worry if you're not understanding.
So I guess this talk I'm doing, it's like all of it is basically, well, after a certain point, is like just showcasing people's stuff from the community, which is cool. Like I really like doing that. You know, I kind of hate talks where it's just like boosting yourself up, and maybe I have done a lot of that too. Maybe I still do a lot of that, but I think it's much more helpful to boost people. Really jump. Of course, it's true and complete. Of course it is.
But then you can
Probably,
change
maybe.
the dimensionality of that one screen, and when you
Maybe it's
move
not.
this, do you see that?
You're
Do
gonna
you
have
see
to
that?
prove it. Do you see that?
Do you see what's going
Do you
on there?
see
And then
that?
you could
Do you
draw another
see
one,
it?
but then if you draw like a red screen
the thing.
inside the red screen, then what it's going to do is like make an infinite number of screens coming out and bend. Yeah, do you see that? Do you see? Right.
Do you see that? Do you see that?
This was like my first ever viral
This
thing
went
that I
pretty
made,
viral
and it was
on
all thanks
Twitter.
to Magnagen, right? This community member helping me out and us building this thing together, and it got me invited to the Teal Draw office.
I guess, yeah, it went pretty
Which,
viral.
as you
on
might remember, which
Twitter,
is where I currently work.
which was fun.
got me a job,
Before
right?
Twitter went terrible.
For me, like putting out these calls for help out there got me this job at TealDraw where I currently am, right? Have you ever heard of this language called Dreambird? Put your hand up if you've heard of Dreambird.
Have I been streaming for, how long has it been? 5 hours. 5
All right,
hours.
put your hands down.
That's
For those of
nothing.
you who I'm about
That's
to
nothing.
introduce Dreambird to, I'm sorry, right?
That's
So
nothing.
Dreambird is this esoteric, jokey language
5
where everything about it is ridiculous. So the idea is that it brings
Well, 4
peace to the
hours.
wars between semicolon and no semicolon languages by using the
fact
exclamation mark
that
instead.
I don't know,
right?
that I can't remember.
Remember, be bold.
Says a lot.
And you can use as many
Oh,
as you
look.
want.
Okay. Whoa. I'm doing some of those Dreambird slides again, and you can actually tell I've got the same background color and everything. It is a Dreambird
Thing about it is ridiculous.
thing.
So
Look.
the idea is that it brings peace to the wars between semicolon and no
But this time, I'm not doing it in character, right?
semicolon languages by using the exclamation mark instead, right? Remember, be bold.
Again, no one laughed at "Be Bold" yet again. Yet I still tried saying it, and I shouldn't have.
And you can use as many as you want if you want to be bolder. It has.
I guess people laughed at them using more. I don't know.
It's brought peace to the programming language community in other ways because you can use any spelling.
I guess it's a little bit in character because I'm saying like, oh, it brought peace to these things,
A function you want.
But it's
function,
clearly tongue-in-cheek.
Fun, and my personal
I'm not
favorite is
actually-
Funyun. There is currently an issue on the repo to add support for deafen. So if there are any Clojure fans in the house and you want to submit a PR to adding this to the language, that would be great.
Got to give it that Clojure spin.
The thing is,
So I'm being the straight man here. Like in comedy, you get the weird person and you get the straight man, right? In character comedy, I'm being the straight man because I'm struggling to keep my composure at this ridiculous language. I'm very good at being a straight man.
it's it's not a real language, right? It's like the biggest update ever. Do you remember that? It was just a joke.
I'm
It
very
wasn't
good at
real,
being a
right?
straight
It's just
man.
it's just having fun. It's the same thing again. It's really hard. Wait. It's really hard to actually implement the language. By the way, you might like this. You can delete object-oriented programming from the language. You can fix mistakes, right?
They love this at Clojure because they are all about functional programming. They love functional programming. They hate object-oriented.
And the thing, there are lots of things that make it hard. For
So I had to throw in some parentheses humor because they love parentheses.
example, parentheses do nothing. They're just they're like comments, right? So it uses
Brackets. No one calls them parentheses, right? They're brackets.
significant white space and some other.
I hate classes too, especially maths class. Oh, it's been too long.
Stuff I won't get into to infer the meaning of your code. So, for example, this works. I think, you know what, if Clojure adopted this, I think you would see much more use of Clojure, right? Anyway, so...
What do I think of Lua? I think it's fine. Nice and small. This is a joke around like one of the most recurring topics in the Clojure world is how do we get more people using Clojure? I don't think it got much of a laugh though. Maybe
Of
it's a bit of a
course,
sore
when you say
spot,
something's really hard and it's impossible and you
my
can't
God.
do it, it awakens the community, right?
Like you,
And so
that's
here I
you.
am
Are
on a
you
call
awake?
with this lovely young man called Ricardo, who should have been
Remember him? He was in the previous talk. about
studying for
Dreambird.
university, but instead was trying to implement Dreambird and was doing a pretty good job. And you see in the top left,
We've seen this
he's showing
before.
me his
Do you think it's okay to reuse content like this? I don't know. Hopefully people didn't see the Dreambird talk and they'd be like, well, we've already seen this. What are you doing?
Your expression parser for the language, which is ridiculous, but it was in the Dreambird spirit to do something ridiculous, right?
It didn't work.
And this was a diagram from someone else.
You see, I cut a lot of stuff from this, right? We just want a little bit of Dreambird.
On explaining how the time travel features of Dreambird would be implemented, right? But
I guess it is interesting that, like, the reason I was able to pull forward this Dreambird content from one of my earliest talks. Yeah, sorry, I cut a bit of talk around time travel, I guess. Oh no, I didn't. No, it was just there. Oh my god. It was because when we watched this video like 4 hours ago, I did, I guess, realize that, yeah, a lot of this is like showcasing community work, which is probably why it fit in so well to this talk. But I think I could have made the link clearer. I don't know. I guess I wanted to introduce Dreambird to people who didn't know it. So there was a bit of just like Dreambird humor, and then it went back into community. Maybe it was good to like, you know, I don't know. It's a bit of fun to break up the talk. But
it was a high school student who did it first, right? This guy called...
And of course there'd been updates since then. This didn't exist. What I'm about to share didn't exist when I did the Dreambird talk originally.
Vivan Singhvi actually did what we call a partial implementation of Dreambird. And this Mandelbrot fractal is generated by a program written in Dreambird, which was absolutely incredible. And so he won a little bounty to give to a food bank charity near his school, right? Absolutely crazy. Oh. Yes.
There's no sound. I didn't plug in the sound because I'm an idiot. And it's funny thinking about that now, because now everything I do has sound in, really. But this was the first time where I attempted to put sound into a talk, and I failed.
I didn't...
Calibus asks, are you a developer? Yes, I am a developer.
Set up sound, that's fine, but we don't need it. This is...
Good recovery though, but I am clearly a bit thrown by it. I should have been less thrown by it.
A different project. This is called Aroost. Do you remember that one earlier where someone was complaining it was just a white screen? Right, this is it, but it's finished now. It's no longer a white screen. This is a music...
I think it's fun when you do a like retrospective talk like this, you get to like travel through time quite quickly. You know, you can show like the early stages of something and then you can show it finished. And it's really fun to be able to like look back at that like as a length of time. Do you know what I mean? Does that make any sense? Are you following?
Making tool. And you can see you sort of like drag around nodes and wires and things. And this is a little program made by someone called Ivan Rees. And I guess at this point, whenever I make a new project, I'm in a really fortunate position that lots of people
Jesse JS was in chat earlier.
Contribute now because it's sort of built up over time. This is probably my favorite change. It made the tool so much better really by someone called Jessie JS. She added some like shadow and some she added a way better design for the tool. And just like with TodePond, people really like push these tools.
Look at this. This is so cool. People proved it was Turing complete.
To their limits. This is someone making like an AND and XOR.
This didn't exist when I did that talk I showed you earlier, which is why I didn't share it then. But we've gone to the future now, and it does exist.
Using the tool and essentially like proving that it's Turing complete, which is very helpful. Here's a bit adder they've made with it. Again, it runs really slowly because of my shitty code. Yeah. And here's a recent innovation from the world of like Aroost pushing extremities. This is a not.
I've never done a talk or video explaining what these squares are, but some people know because they've just like discovered it by themselves.
This was all done before I even finished Aroost. So I could actually put it in my academic submission this time, right? Which is really nice to like put other people's work in your submission and sort of showcase it. But the thing is, Aroost is the first project where the goal is to promote open practice. because I've done all of this open practice.
Oh, I said open practice then. That's funny. Yeah, I really went back and forth on using that phrase, I guess, that term, open practice. But I guess that's what I was trying to present in this talk, was less so like a thing, but more like a practice, more like an approach. But I didn't know whether to give it a name or not. And I think at some point I really did give it a name. And then I removed it and only gave a hint of the name. But maybe because I'd done so much practicing with a name, it snuck in this bit, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Yeah.
It's where I'm sharing everything. And still, people don't believe me that it's a good idea to do that. So I introduced this mantra: normalize sharing scrappy fiddles, right? So for me, a scrappy fiddle is something that you're building that's not quite finished, right? It's a bit wonky,
like
you're not sure
this.
about it, you made it
Like
in a rush,
this.
or something like that.
We're doing one right now.
And
we're doing a scrappy
and you feel a bit
fiddle.
shy about it, essentially. That's the
I'm a bit
important
shy
thing
about
behind a
this.
scrappy fiddle. You feel a bit shy about it. And obviously sharing scrappy fiddles is what I've been doing this whole time, right? That was a solved problem for me. Sharing scrappy fiddles was like my way of working, and it has been for a long time now. But the thing I have failed to do so far is to normalize it, right? I want to encourage other people to share scrappy fiddles. And a roost is a tool that explores this by encouraging you to be sloppy and to make mistakes and to share it anyway. And people seem to like run with the idea. This person, John, I guess, drew this little drawing.
Why didn't I say his surname? Is it because I was like panicking in that moment? Like, wait, John Christensen? Like, is it? I was just like, sometimes you just hear me decide not to say something, and it's like you just didn't want to mess it up. I didn't want to fuck up the name, so I just said John made this.
I guess this symbolic drawing that you are a scrappy fiddle, I am a scrappy fiddle, we are all scrappy fiddles. Yep. It sounds very silly, and that's kind of the idea. There's this person called Shane Crowley who wrote this wonderful blog post of his experience.
Quoted this blog post in so many things. I hope Shane's okay with me doing that.
Of using a roost. He talked about how previously he struggled to make music because he got hung up on all the little details and could never quite finish things. But then he tried a roost, and it led to like this burst of music making for him. So I'm really pleased that I'm able to start exploring this a little bit more now. I think I'm getting a slightly better idea of how to encourage people to like share openly. So this is like a recent terrible. I made a terrible little Twitter or Mastodon clone,
will appear in later talks,
and it was so simple and stupid and scrappy.
It almost appeared in the most
people
recent
started
one,
submitting pull requests to like add little colors to their name. So these colors didn't just appear for them; it appeared for everyone, right? And someone was able to like fork it and make their own version.
Oh, that's Mitzi. They were here in the chat earlier.
I think the most exciting project for me though was Torn Leaf.
Oh.
And this is all I put up. I said, do you want to take part in a cool art project? Draw on this torn leaf in your own style. It can be bad, it can be good. And the it can be bad part is
I know what's coming.
Really important, I think.
Do you know what's coming?
I was expecting maybe like 15, 20 submissions. But we ended up getting 130.
There's been lots more since this talk as well.
6 different torn leaves. And I think I
got one like 2 weeks ago as the most recent one.
Keep getting more in my email inbox that I need to go and check and add to the pile. But here's just like a small.
And this would be another section where it would have been nice to have music, because this first one is Orca. It's this tool that lets you make music with these kind of grids, and they've made it look like a leaf, which is so lovely and it sounds amazing. But also, Ivan Reese, friend of mine, made some music to go over the other bits too.
Selection of them.
But it's fine. It's still very visual.
We stitched them all together into like this big video that I can't show you right now because it will go on for way too long. And we're gonna like exhibit it online, hopefully later this year. Did you hear that? Hopefully later this year.
Hopefully later this year. I said that in 2024. It's currently 2025. Middle of 2025. And Torn Leaf is still not done. Right? It's still not done. I am still putting together the exhibition. And I'm sorry it's taking so long, but I did say there's no deadlines at Torn Leaf. Someone has just posted on login right now. I know because I get email notifications. Watching live and remembering login. Yeah. Yeah. I was here. It's login. I get emails because I need to moderate it. I'm like, if I need to moderate something, I need to moderate something, you know. I can only moderate so many things in my life, but one of them is login.
In a little online exhibition. So.
This is funny because for those of you who have seen this before, you know that I'm kind of giving you a spoiler of the twist. But I kind of felt confident that it would make it even better because like when there's a twist and you were like, and it's like, oh man, we saw it the whole time, but we didn't see it, you know? We saw it, but we didn't see it. Anyway.
That has been my exploration with open practice. So now we're back to the question, right? What does it mean to be open? I've given you a little bit more context now. So you are ready, right? You are ready to hear this. Here's my answer. Here's what it means to be open, right? Here's my answer. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, right? I don't know what it means to be open.
There was a point where I started the talk with this in an old plan. But like I really did think that the audience wouldn't get it at that point. You know, like I don't know, like I thought I needed to give them all this background just to explain this simple thing. Like, this is what I'm exploring. I'm exploring what it means to be open. I don't know the answer yet, but I'm telling you what I found so far, you know? Oh, and Susu pledged some Canadian dollars for Patreon. Thank you very much for joining the Patreon, Susu. And Susu, I forgive you. And if you don't know why I'm forgiving you, that's because you haven't watched this entire live stream to get the in-jokes.
I'm still working it out.
Thank you.
Right? That's why I'm here talking to you about it. Because I wouldn't be talking to you about something that I'd finished. Because then there'd be no point. I'm looking for people to help me. I'm looking for collaborators, right?
It's funny because now I think I know what it means to be open. You know? That's the funny thing. Really Jump joined. Oh, is it you, Really Jump? It's funny, like when I did this talk, I didn't know what it means to be open. Now I think I know. You know, that's the fun thing about like looking back at these things. You kind of see how you've changed, you know, like you remember.
I think that I don't know is an okay thing to
Really
say,
Jump.
and I think we should probably say it more, right? Like when we're talking about what something means, it doesn't have to be a debate or an argument. It can be like, well, we're working this out, right? I'm still working it out. I'm trying to share more. So I have this wiki blog garden because I couldn't decide whether to do a wiki or a blog or a digital garden. So it's just this wiki blog garden, right? So I'm trying to share more radically and openly there. I'm doing these live streams.
Nbead says, yeah, hi future watchers who definitely don't know again. Right now I think I know, but maybe in the future, maybe I won't know again. You know what I mean? Isn't that kind of crazy? Things can change. Time changes us all. And I've been here for 5 hours.
To this like tool called Strudel,
Do you feel changed?
which
Which
is really cool. And I'm still doing.
What does it mean to be open? Asks the Starry Sky. Listen, I don't have enough time to explain right now. But maybe in the final talk we'll learn what it means to be open.
Sharing one new thing every day. And I'm doing a weekly podcast. So I'm still doing one new update every day, every week. So I don't.
That's the other thing that's changed. I have failed to do this.
Update every day.
At the time of this talk, I was doing one weekly update every week, and I've been doing it for like 3 or 4 years or something stupid. And now I have actually failed. I've broken the streak multiple times. I'm much worse at this now. And if you're interested more about that, then join the Patreon. And I gave the most recent update like yesterday, 2 days ago, I can't remember, a few days ago, this week. And I talk about, there are weekly updates, weekly-ish updates. They're supposed to be weekly, but I sometimes fail. So yeah, if you're interested, just go, but it's your life.
Every week.
It's chill in here. Yeah,
I don't think it's so helpful at this point to say, what does it mean to be open?
I
think it's more important to say, like, what's important to us?
I think that's one thing I like about this talk, is that it was more calm. There's no demos, but it is more calm.
What's important? Like, what kind of openness is important to us?
It's weird because I'm definitely not panicking. I'm not struggling in this talk. It's super different to what I normally do. But I kind of thought for an opening keynote, you can't be crazy, you know? You can't, because it kind of like throws everyone off balance too much. You need to sort of be a little bit grounded, I think. And so I took a very different approach to usual.
Is open source?
And here we've got the motif again, you know, kind of like trying to tie it all together.
I think it's important to me. Maybe you have a different...
Yeah, so this is where I was at back then. It was like, what do I actually care about? And this is like how I always try and reframe these questions nowadays, you know?
An answer. I think it's important to have an open door.
Maybe it was a ploy to just show off. I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
I think Dave Ackley having this open door on his work.
But it was also a chance to like thank people, you know, thank people in the community, thank people I've collaborated with.
Sort of kicked all of this off for me. I think having an open hand to someone is helpful, like Max Bitka, like basically giving me this once in a lifetime leg up into the tech world. I wouldn't be here without him. An open mind. I think I get a lot of feedback all the time, and sometimes it's really annoying. And
most of the time it is really annoying.
Sometimes it's really overwhelming, but sometimes that's...
It's funny, because when I'm saying this right then, I really felt like I wasn't actually believing the words I was saying. You know, like I was saying, oh, it's really good to get feedback. But back then I was still kind of stuck in this way where I was like being too insular and not open enough because I didn't know what it meant to be open. But now I do know, and I genuinely am way more receptive to feedback, and we'll get to that later.
That's what I need to hear, that's what I need to listen to. Open access, open platform.
I guess open access I put in there because our paper was not open access because you had to pay like $1,000 to make it open access, which was really frustrating. It was important for me for our paper to be openly available, you know, open access.
What I'm doing is an open practice. I kind of want to coin this term, open practice, which is way more than open source.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier.
But still not sure about it. Like I said, I don't know. Open Hearts for Diversity session going on later today. Looks really good.
It was good. I spoke to her after this and she was like, oh God, I was a bit overwhelmed when you put my picture up, but like they were pleased. So I should really ask people before I do these things.
I'm going to it. I asked on the internet, someone said open sesame.
It was a really good workshop though as well. It was really nicely done. Yeah.
Me, right? Open AI? No.
There's the X again, right? The bird's X.
But this is my preferred. This is my preferred AI openness. Open the pod bay doors. How? It's an open question. All right, it's an open question.
Yes, the gag was that like there was no answer in the end. It was a question. I'm losing my mind.
That's why we're here.
We're doing this.
So Trotim, if you remember, Trotim was one of the key contributors from TF2 Tightrope. Right. So I sometimes feel a bit bad about TF2 Tightrope. I sometimes look back at it and think I did it all wrong. You know, I shouldn't have closed it down. I shouldn't have done it in the first place. Sometimes I regret being open in the first place about it. But Trotim actually went on to project manage this community, this incredible project called TF2 Classic, which is still going today. And I recently connected up with him on Mastodon, and it was nice to sort of like, I guess, thank each other for the work we did together. The biggest update ever.
Here's the reveal. The big twist.
It got resurrected. There's a version 2 by this woman called Snickerpuffs, and she's just like taking it in her own way, and it's still getting updated after all these years, right? Like 12 years later. And so the screenshots I showed you from earlier, they were hers, right? And I really like how she sort of made it her own. So here's like some sort of fan lore that one of the Team Fortress 2 characters was at the first Stonewall riot.
Do you see this? I cut off the blood. I should have kept... I cropped the blood because I was like, maybe that's bad vibes, but maybe I should have kept the blood, you know?
Right, which is completely ridiculous. I love it. I especially love the way she credits herself at the end. She says, "And finally, myself, Snickerpuffs, for being the coolest and
So the MC, Carmen, was just laughing at this slide off stage, laughing out loud. She loved it.
And the coolest...
Which distracted me, but it was really nice.
And most swagadelic woman alive. Like, I absolutely love that someone else has taken this little jokey thing I made and taken it somewhere completely different.
You know what? Thinking back to the outfit rating that I'm going to have to do in a second. In this talk, I don't actually mind having the lanyard because it's a nice lanyard. It's like a circle. It's not plastic. It's like cardboard, and it's a nice color. Goes well with the... So
here's a quote.
I'm not going to knock off marks for that.
Here's a quote. "There's a nice idea of data love where if you share something, it grows in value," right? And this is a nice idea shared by Alex McLean from the live coding world, and I'm sharing it again, right? I think we should normalize sharing scrappy fiddles because...
This time it has a capital letter and a full stop, so you know it's true.
Makes everything better. It changed my life. Thank you very much.
Do you see how I changed to a white screen? That was like, it was intentional. I was like, I think this marks a sort of change for me. This talk marks a change. My talks are going to be different now. We're not going to be dark mode. We're going to be light mode now. We did another talk! We did another talk! Oh my god. Oh my god. We did another talk. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did you know Franz Ferdinand is still alive? What the hell? What the hell? Okay. Let's get the ratings in. Let's get these goddamn ratings in.
You don't. No, you do actually need to hear it. How about now? That's perfect, right? Perfect. That's better, right? Okay. So we got 55 people watching still. That's incredible. Okay. It's perfect now. Yeah, you want to hear my voice more? Too bad. We need to like get energized. You know what I mean? We need to get very energized. Because we've got a few more to go. Oh god, that's a bit loud. Okay, outfit A tier. Demo, F tier. Because there was no demo. Terrible. Talk, S tier. Transpose. Yeah, S tier talk, I think. If I do say so myself. Voice, A tier. So, maybe the talk was S tier, but there was no demo. So it's no good. So next up, Death of the Taddyweb Baby. The short version. I need... Is Rainy asks, is a demo necessary for a talk to be good? Yes, it is. I'm getting my non-alcohol beer. You better all be here when I get back. Woo. Oh my god. Hi Lucas. 60 people, what the hell? What? Okay, I actually feel a little bit insulted that the viewer number went up when I wasn't here. Okay. Okay, no. Some have gone, that's fine. No, it's literally gone up when I wasn't here. I take that a little bit personally, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. Where's it gone? Here it is. Here it is. Copy, link address. All right. TaddyWeb time. Here we go. Finally joined we finally joined it. Okay. Mio asks, so Lou, how do you feel, like, in general? I feel alive, you know? If there's something that this is, it's live. I feel alive. But it's time now for Death of the Taddyweb.
I think I can just project.
And I have retrieved my alcohol-free beer from upstairs. Right? So now, if there's a ding moment, please type ding in chat.
If you don't know what a ding moment is, it's simply because you haven't been watching for 5.5 hours like everyone else. Right, let's go.
Yeah? Okay.
Maybe for like effect, I could come in.
So first of all, I just want to show you, like, can you see this?
Can you see this? Oh, I need to re-raise volume. Okay, ding. Yes, that's a ding. Where's the volume gone? So this one needs to go up to like this.
See what's going on here?
You can hear me
So
fine
there are
now,
like,
right?
yeah, you can see it? Alright, okay,
Yeah.
so there are 3 dots on the screen. And the first 2 dots,
You don't
it's
need
like a
to
line,
hear.
right? It's a line.
That's
you follow so
fine.
far, right?
That's
And
fine,
then the
right?
second line is like, it's slightly different. You see
Can
it's
you
a
hear
bit
my
shorter.
voice?
And it's a bit angled.
But yeah, I did say, did you see it? And that's a ding. At this point, I know exactly what I'm doing. It's like, come on. Get some
and
new
if I change
jokes.
this, then it just like continues it forward. So if I make it longer, it continues further. If I do it shorter, it's whoa. And don't click. and
Great outfit. Good hair. Beautiful. Good t-shirt. Just black is good because it's simpler, you know. It doesn't distract. That's all you want.
if I turn it around like this, it starts to make these shapes, right? Whoa, okay. Did you see that?
Ding.
Right, and I can like set the new line and then do this, but I can also like pull it here and it does.
Was the don't click intentional? No, that was an accident. This demo works better when I don't do that.
Like that thing, and then I go around like this, and it. Anyway, so this is nothing to do with my talk. So yeah, my name.
Classic. So we've actually missed a video here. There was one talk that. Sorry, I've just read this. 0 out of 10 outfit won't catch any fish in that. And this is referring to a reference from 5.5 hours ago. You sick fuck, you've been here this whole time. No, so have I. It's fine, we're in this together now. Alright. I can't even remember what I was gonna say now. Yes, so we missed a talk in between this and the previous one called Swallowing Myself. Right? And in that talk I did a lot of like, oh wait, this isn't actually the talk. Now I'm gonna do the real talk. And this was a little go on that. But in that previous talk, I explored that a lot more. I would really love to do that talk again at some point, but like it was so freaking unhinged. I don't think I remember how to do it. So, I'm so mean. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Let's go.
My name is Lou or Luke. Either's fine.
Ding, 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 ding.
And yeah, I work at TL Draw. We're in Finsbury Park. I've got some colleagues here today. We're really lovely. I'm also a researcher in residence at Ink and Switch.
I'm not anymore. I ended. Those things don't last forever. I did 12 months. I think I was only supposed to do 6, but I did 12.
I do a podcast called The Future of Coding, and I have a new computer collective I set up with 3 of my friends called TodePond.
Yep, Tentpole. Was this the first talk where I ever mentioned Tentpole? Yeah, this is a computer collective, whatever that means. Tentpole.computer. Hell yeah.
A couple of people are asking, sometimes some of the talks I give at Future of Coding, they're a bit strange, a bit unusual, but today I'm really sorry to
How self-aware of me. How self-aware. Wow.
disappoint really, because
This is like slightly annoyingly like too self-aware, you know.
going to be
It's like a little bit up yourself at this point, Lou. You gotta watch it.
very like normal, a very normal talk.
This time the audio worked. The audio worked for the first time ever. And you know who that is? That's Alex. Remember Alex from earlier? yeah, these talks are public, and this was a fake funeral. Yeah, the microphone holder, yeah. She was so good at this, goddamn. I didn't expect her to go so all out. She like turned, I didn't even know she was gonna come, and I was just gonna play the music and nothing would happen. She turned up with freaking flowers, a vase, and even a candle and some matches. This is so self-indulgent though, I kind of cringe at it, but I think at this venue, this event, people were kind of up for it. The following one, I'm not sure people were so much.
So yeah, it's a very normal.
That's the classic thing that is nice to do, is like when you know that the audience will clap because you stopped the but when you know the audience is going to clap because you stopped the music, speak then, and it makes you seem even better, because it's like, wow, you can't even get a word out because of the applause, you know.
No, I'm joking. So yeah, this is called Death of the Taddy Web. So this I'm just gonna. I have a little bit more time, but I'm not going to use it.
There's a silly joke that I like to do, is like, how am I doing for time right at the start, but like it means that later on when I'm running out of time, it's kind of like the same anyway.
I'm just going to go really fast. So a long time ago, 3 people told me to make a blog on the same day. Well, actually, someone said a wiki. I should make a wiki. The other person said a blog. Someone else said a digital garden, right? So,
and I was pointing at Maggie there because she told me, well, and she told everyone, told the internet to make a digital garden.
I took that as a message from the gods to make a website, and I wanted to make a website. I wanted to make some tooling around my website too. And so I thought, I heard about this thing called Local First. Have you heard of Local First? Like jazz is local first, right? So I decided.
Jazz was something that was presented earlier on in the meetup by Ansel, who actually did it as a kind of a roast, like a response to normalize sharing scrappy fiddles. He did a talk all around how we need to do more than just that.
I needed to make my website.
And he's wrong.
It's like local first, right? Which means that it's like it works pretty well offline. I can do stuff on the tube a lot. I'm often on the tube, and I decided to make a local first website, right? But then I heard about this thing called permacomputing, right? And I decided that my website needed to it needed to do permacomputing as well. If you can do so it needed to be really sustainable, needed to last a very long time and stuff like that. But then I discovered this thing called IndieWeb, right? So I decided that my website, right? Okay.
People love IndieWeb, you know. People love it. I didn't know how much people love IndieWeb.
I needed to sort of adhere to IndieWeb as well. And there's also this thing called Robust First, which is kind of where I got started. Really, I can't believe I forgot it. But I decided I was going to use Robust First principles as well, which means the coder, right, is super resilient to error and death. And I decided, my website is going to be all 4 of these things. And then I discovered that there's this thing called the cheap web as well, which I decided I also needed to do.
This is true.
And there's also this thing called the small web, which is great. It's like this whole movement and community. Then but not to be confused with the small web, which unfortunately they need to update the certificates. But
they didn't last very long.
Not to be confused with the small web, which is something completely different. And then there's also Project Gemini and the Spartan web and the Gopher web.
Do you know about all of these? Do you know these are all computing movements that are going to change the world and fix computing? and that ecosystem, all under one tree.
I just find that tagline like funny and tragic because like the goal of it is to be like it's just like so centralized as a tagline, all under one tree, all together. It's like I think they mean for it to be inclusive for lots of different people, but they want all these different people to come into one place and to under their project, you know. Anyway.
Not many trees. And also cozy web. I discovered this through Maggie's digital garden, and yeah, I decided, okay, I was going to do them all. But then I discovered there's this thing called Cold-Blooded Software. This is a new one by Patrick. And there's also a Humane Web, which is very new, very cool, nice design. Sustainable Web, which is different to permacomputing, but they have a whole manifesto. There's also, there's another small web.
Do you know, since this talk, there is now yet another small web. Is that 5 small webs? 5 of them now? It's so hard to Google. There is another small web, that's right. Unani Moose.
And there's also freewheeling apps. There's by the way, indie space web is different to indie web. I read a blog about this, right? But it's like, so in this one they're saying you should do this one, not this one. But I decided I want to do both, right? So
this is so like the true Scotsman thing, like, oh, you're not the real indie web. We're the real indie web.
And there's also the social web, and there's also the personal web, which are like literally like this month, right? These two.
Thank you, NBead. This is the idea, to be like a bit of a critique of all of these things, because it's not just that one all under one tree tagline. I think all of these try and pull people in, and they kind of they shouldn't be, but they sometimes compete with each other.
And so I decided my website was going to do all of these, and I did the only thing that you can possibly logically do in this situation, and I made a new one called the Taddy Web.
So the Taddy Web is kind of like Dreambird in the sense that it's a parody, you know?
Right. So what is this? Like, what is this? Right. Let's zoom out a bit. Right. What are we doing here? It's like Anselm said. We're trying to make computing better. I call these better computing.
So like Anselm in his talk very fortunately said, like, you know, what are we doing here? We're trying to make computing better. And this is what I've called these things. I've called, I should just let myself tell you.
And there are all these big grand movements to make computing better, right? And
Nick B asks, does the Taddy Web include the Taddy Web? Oh, wow. You just wait.
So the Taddy Web, let me tell you what the Taddy Web is, right? The Taddy Web is to adhere to the Taddy Web.
Are we Taddy yet? Are we live yet?
To adhere to all better computing. All of them. You can't miss any of them out.
Always recursion.
That exists now, have existed, or will exist. So this changes over time. Do you know what that means?
You know what that means, Nick B?
It's that the Taddy Web is sort of like contained within itself, right?
You guessed it.
Yeah?
You guessed it.
Yeah. It's crazy what you can do on PowerPoint. No.
This was so hard to make in PowerPoint, but I did it.
So, right. So,
whoa.
So the Taddy Web is many things, right?
But one of the look, I always find it fun when someone's like, just whips out like the, you know, like Instagram camera or whatever. I did it in PowerPoint. Yeah. And I always like to include these. So this is another like multi-shot thing, which is just made from different people filming it. You know what I mean?
It's a parody, right? It's just satirical, right? It's just kind of, it's a joke, right?
You know, no more ideas. No more. We have enough. Right? It's a joke. Some people are saying that, well, that's ridiculous. You can't have no more ideas. It's a parody, right? It's a joke. But as well as being...
So this is what I call a supercut, where I take different people's bits of footage and I combine them together into one. And in a way, this is also like kind of embodying the TaddyWeb style of like taking multiple sources together. And it's funny because this, looking back at this now, it really leads into a lot of the Pasta Gang stuff that we do now. We do a lot of these supercuts. The funny thing is, no one filmed the whole thing, I don't think. Or at least, no one filmed the whole thing with bits of footage that I could use, you know. But like, by combining them together, I got this whole video, right?
It's a joke. Some people are saying that, well, that's ridiculous. You can't have no more ideas. It's a parody, right? It's a joke. But as well as being a joke, it's also what I've spent the last 12 months of my life
Seriously. I
religiously doing.
I did
right?
it.
Why? Why not? Right? Like if we go back to these, like tell me. Which one of these do you disagree with?
Seriously. They're all good.
Do you think
they're all
local first is
good?
bad? No, you don't.
Local first is good.
Permanent computing is good. Right? These are all good.
They're all good.
These are all good. They're not, and I don't think they're competing with each other, right?
No, I mean sometimes they do, but I don't think they're necessarily competing with each other.
I think they could. I think they can make each other better. Right, but here's the bigger problem. It's not
Arthur,
it's more
welcome
how,
back.
Right?
Yes,
like, how
this is
can
still
you possibly
going.
do all of that?
Yes.
How?
This is still
And
going.
You have to bear in mind
Oh
that
my
I'm a
God.
really, really bad coder. I'm so bad at coding. So this is
still
what I figured
going.
out. This is my idea. Do as little as possible, right?
Oh
because
God.
like, as soon as I start coding, that's when the problems come.
It's true. It's true. I'm really bad at coding. I already covered this.
So that's step one.
My life got a bit simpler when I stopped trying to convince people I was good at coding. I realized it doesn't actually matter. Like, you know.
This is my idea.
Maybe
this is
I
just
am,
my
maybe I'm
idea
bad.
of how
I don't
to do
care.
the TaddyWeb.
So it's easy to just say I'm
It's
bad.
not the TaddyWeb. This is how I'm currently approaching the TaddyWeb. Another one is embrace death. There's a photo of.
So embrace death turned into a different phrase that will come across later in a later talk, right? It's not going to kill my internet, is it? Uh-oh. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right.
Right. So embrace death, and what I mean by that is
let
like
code
if you're
die.
trying to
You're
meet all
right.
of these different
Turned into
criteria
let code
to do all of these
die.
better computing, you're going to fail often. You're going to fail soon.
Embrace
like,
death
like I said,
has
like,
bad
it
vibes.
changes over time as more better
You know.
computings appear. Right. So embrace death. Like let go of your code. Like there's no point building.
Let code
like,
die is more
building
graceful, you know.
Heaps upon heaps upon heaps. When the better like the TaddyWeb's going to change over time. So embrace death. And also adopt the slippy mindset. I call that the slippy mindset.
That's
and
how you
some
know it's
people are
Taddy.
asking about this. So what I want to show you is some stuff that I've been making with the TaddyWeb. This is something I made with the TaddyWeb. Like this is local first. Doesn't mean much here.
So for this talk,
and yeah, like
I had
I put up
15
this
minutes
slippy mindset.
allocated.
This TaddyWeb website is,
and as you can see,
adheres to the TaddyWeb.
from the video, I overran again.
My website. I did make my website. I couldn't decide whether to actually do a wiki or a blog or a garden. So it's just a wiki or a garden. Remember, like we have all these different ideas. We can merge them together, right? So my website is powered by this. This is how I make my RSS feed. So I just go here and I say this is a sample item, and I just put in like a link. You know, you can do anything with RSS. It's crazy.
That still
and then I just paste it here, and then like that's
here it is.
How I do my feeds, right?
Here it is.
Easy. I also do it for my Patreon.
Kathy asked, "What's the ite in Wikiblog Garden night?" Well, for that,
So I put out my
you
like
need
weekly updates for patrons
to
using the same system made on the TidyWeb.
1 year.
I also let people vote on what videos I make for YouTube, and they can sort of like change their little
Oh my
character
God.
that appears in
I
the
forgot?
credits of my
Maybe
videos.
I forgot
This is all
to
built
post
using
it.
the TidyWeb. You don't
God
need anything
damn.
else. Oh, loading. Yeah, and here it is. This is what appears in the
friend
credits. These
X
are
is
all
back from
patrons.
graduating.
And the thing is, like, I've been.
Motherfucking friend X. Someone went and graduated during the course of this live stream. I started the live stream. Someone was watching it. They went off. They graduated. And they came back. And the live stream is still going. The live stream is so long that someone graduated during it.
Like, because it's so new,
Amazing.
Right? TidyWeb's so new, I've had to figure out like everything. I've had to start from scratch, right? So like, this is one of the earlier experiments. Like, it's just a button that goes up and it sort of persists, and so this button has been clicked 400,000 times by some very enthusiastic supporters. It used to show a graph here, but unfortunately, the history is too large at the moment, but I'm trying to fix it.
Sorry, chat. You're getting
okay,
for a
so
second.
I've been trying to make. So I think it's like when you're making scrappy fiddles, right? It's very easy to make single player stuff. The fun thing about a web and the TidyWeb is that other people are on the other side. So this is a message left to me from a previous visitor. I should have checked that before. But, thanks, babe. All right.
This
was another experiment I made.
Here's what the "ite" means.
Because I had to like figure out like how do we do auth when my code is terrible, when my code.
We are all graduated on this blessed day. Remember when people counted pauses?
It could die at any second.
I told you.
These are some lockers. Most of them are locked.
This is why
if you look inside, there are. Okay, if you're looking, yeah, there are all these sorts of messages. Okay, yeah.
Those lockers are all
so
locked
what people
now.
have done is they've like left little riddles.
All of them are locked
that
now.
Tell you the passwords to some of the other lockers.
The locker room is
pretty
locked
nice.
as
This
well.
is my new microblogging.
I locked the entire room.
Called Login, and this is all built on the TidyWeb. Forget Twitter, forget Blue Sky, forget Mastodon, whatever it is.
Arthur Wolf walked 15 miles on the treadmill. And the stream was still going on when he ended. God damn.
Just post Joe Biden. Okay.
Let's see.
Rosie says, "Hi, future coding. PayPal me $5,000." No. So
yeah, I think the gifts are broken.
It's really fun when you make stuff in like a radically simple way, because it means people with no coding experience can give you little PRs that add little colors to their names.
That's funny. I wish I had this set up in more talks, being able to like go onto a microphone voice and go off microphone voice.
It's been very fun.
Of course it deletes your post if you delete your account.
The problem is you really have to start everything from scratch. So like I had to build like this little nice one.
There was some shouting going on next door.
Which turns your
asterisks into italics. So like you can put like these asterisks here to do emphasis.
You read the chat so much. Someone could turn this stream into a talk to speech.
The fancy look. If you do enough.
Is that better lighting?
I think the thing is like when you're like building in such a radically simple way, you can
I'm
get
not
away
even
with
showing
way
you the
more
talk,
stupid
am
stuff. I had to figure out how to get like a video player.
I don't know. I just look tired.
I
just look tired.
This was
I hid this. Come on.
When you're like.
Did you see this? Did you see this?
To do,
it's funny.
Emphasis, but you can actually add more to do more emphasis. Do
you see that? Do you see that?
The fancy look. If you do enough. I think the thing is like when you're like building in such a radically simple way, you can get away with way more stupid stuff.
It makes
I
it
had to
more
figure out
italic.
how to get like a video
you know?
player.
Welcome back.
This was I had to figure out how can people pay me using
You wanna pay
technologies.
me?
So here it is. It's just a Stripe link that doesn't work in an iframe, apparently.
You can pay me. You just go here.
That's one of my favorite ones, and it's crazy how many people click this
Hey,
button.
TodePond.
Like I've been trying to make my TaddyWeb code editor right here. Obviously, it has like very quick updates. You can type whatever you want here, and oh yeah, it has this other counter here. Local first. The fun thing is like when you work. When you work with such radical simplicity, you think you can do crazy stuff, right? So let me show you. Like, do you see that? Do you know what this is?
Oh, I should point out.
This is the code here, obviously here. Style is nice. And wait.
Wait.
An iframe, apparently.
Yes. So as you can see, it didn't work here.
How can people pay me using TaddyWeb Tech?
So it didn't work in this talk, but it works in the next talk.
Do you see that? Do you see that?
Do you see this? Do you see this?
Right, this is the code for this code editor inside itself, right? So like I can edit it on the fly like
That's
this.
pretty cool.
I can put in like style.
That's pretty
Wait,
cool.
no, I've already got style, color. This is my first line. Okay, nice. Background, color, black. Now we're in.
That's live coding.
Colors.
That's live coding, right?
Look, you can make a web browser on the TaddyWeb, and because it's all sort of like decided by you, you can put your own post at the top, so it's always at the top.
So I put the Dreambird Hacker News post at the top. This is not an iframe. This is literally a browser made inside a browser. It doesn't work very well, but I made it work really well on Hacker News.
And the thing is, so like I'm gonna hurry up towards the end, but like.
So at this point, I'm already a minute and a half over time.
So what I usually do is I usually make creative tools and canvases like this, and I was worried that that kind of thing, like making creative canvas tools in a TaddyWeb would be impossible. But it's sort of like by forcing myself to be so limited with what I could do, I realized you can do a lot with just very simple things. So this is a little drawing app, and I'm going to try and draw a face. So like I've drawn a circle here, and I'm going to go draw the eyes. And can you see what the problem is?
I failed.
Is that like if you move the pencil around,
can you see
so
it?
you have to go back in with the rubber. And
you can't pick up the pencil, so you have to draw continuous lines only, right? It's really hard. It's really hard.
Do you know what? Don't worry about it.
Did I ding? Did I do a ding? Did I say?
I think some people are disappointed when they have to work so simply, but like simple things can be fun.
I accidentally skipped through one there. Do you see it?
So simply, but like simple things.
There. I skipped through a tool by accident.
Can be fun. What's this one? Right.
Ding.
Look at this.
Look at this.
So the thing with the TaddyWeb is that like anything I make, I basically have to make it within an afternoon or like a couple hours, and then you start from scratch. So it sort of becomes this weird like speed running, like speed running coding. What is this one? Yeah, right. Like look at this. Look at this.
Like what am I even showing here? Like this is so, I don't know, disconnected. I think this was me experimenting with how to do talks where I don't have one main project, and it feels so disconnected. And I think I kind of get away with it when it's a short talk, but when it becomes a longer talk, it goes really badly.
I think the thing is like when you
I think people are just like overwhelmed. They're just like, it's like a visual feast, like one thing, then another thing, then another thing, and it sort of keeps going.
It
works when it's a short talk.
You end up making weird stuff that you don't know what it means yet.
But it doesn't work when it's a longer talk, which we will see soon.
If I have time, I would really love to. Yeah, I really would love to share.
A couple more minutes, and then I go for another 3.5 minutes.
It's inspired by a talk by Brett Victor, which there might be some Brett Victor.
First Brett Victor mention in a talk.
So what you do is you draw a fish, and right, and then you press submit, and then you get a motivational quote by Brett Victor.
Everything draw is so flat and static and lifeless.
I can never beat the first level, but
So this is a stupid parody of like a Brett Victor talk, and the talk has gained like this cult level status. It's kind of part of the canon. It's like part of HCI, Future of Coding culture, and there's this kind of obsession with it. And the funny thing is that whenever I give a talk, someone will come up to me and tell me to go watch this talk straight afterwards. And so I have like a funny relationship to this talk, where people come and basically mansplain at me to go watch this talk. And so it was fun to kind of do a parody of it, and it's not to make fun of the talk, it's to kind of make fun of the cult level status it has, which is kind of connects with the like theme of this Taddy Web, right? It's called Stop Drawing Dead Fish. It's the talk, and I already actually like referenced it in Define. I referenced it in this, but it's more subtle reference. But I think those who know it
Continue to circle.
These fish. This is a reference to it as well.
I want to show you this one. This one is, I like this one because you have to. So I'm just drawing the eyes and some bubbles and some speed lines.
It's all right there. I can see it. You see? Do you see it?
I don't see it. And this is the last one I want to show you. I don't think I would have made this one if it wasn't for like the Taddy Web sort of prompting me to work in such a.
I just realised I put a ding in the talk, didn't I?
I can see it. You see?
Do you see it? Do you see it? That was from the.
This is the last one I want to show you.
That was from.
I don't think I would have made this one.
This one.
If it wasn't for like the Taddy Web sort of prompting me to work in such a simplistic way. Right, here it is.
Do you know what this is referencing? This is referencing that Apple advert. Oh, I just realised this is probably gonna cause a copyright strike. Whatever. Let's do it. Oh man. We came so far.
So the problem,
I did that thing again. You know that thing where I know they're gonna clap? They start talking.
So the problem is,
Is that a ding? I don't think it's a
no
ding.
more ideas, and unfortunately, the Teddy Web has become an idea. So the Teddy Web has died. But also, unfortunately,
I could have ended the talk
this,
then,
and it's
couldn't I?
completely out of my control. And now there are people out there on the internet building things with a slippy mindset. Is it a joke? Is it also what people enjoy doing and trying to do? The Taddy Web is dead. Long live the Taddy Web.
We did another talk! We did another talk! We did another talk. Oh my god. Can you believe it? Can you actually believe that we're not ended yet? I can. Oh my god. Okay, what do we rate this one? Outfits, S tier. S tier, I think. Demo, A tier? A tier? There was a lot of demoing, some of it was actually a bit boring. B tier, maybe even talk. I'd say the talk was pretty good. No, it's not. Oh, this is really loud, isn't it? This is really loud. Hold on. This is really loud. You can't hear me, can you? Can you hear me now? Yes. This is not the first S tier. There was an S tier, what it means to be open on the talk. I think the outfit was S tier here. Talk, I liked the start. Actually, it got worse when I started demoing. Have you tried Claude Code, the CLI coding agent? No, I haven't. I hate those things. Seeing you live is a motivation to get back to coding right now. Yeah. Great. That's cool. Alright. The voice. What was the voice like? I think the voice was pretty good there. Yeah. I was projecting, I was using the microphone for comic effect. Yeah, the demo was not so good. You know what's next? It's another Death of the Teddy Web. I don't put this one on my website because I do not like this talk. I think this is perhaps the worst talk I have ever given under TodePond. Are you ready? Is this it?
I'm worried about where.
No, that's not it. Here it is.
I've had to ask myself.
I do not like this talk. Let's roast it. Let's roast it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Why can't I see below? Here we are. Taddy Web time again. This is Taddy Web number 2. Let's go. This was a keynote. Oh, fancy. There I am. Oh no. Do you know what? I feel like I should have been rating posture. Posture in this one was good. A tier. I need to fix all these. I'm totally gonna regret wasting time on posture. Oh my god. But it's gotta be done. Posture and what it means to be open was also A tier. It's just kind of like, if the posture is fine, then it's A tier, right? That's the rule. Normalize sharing scrappy fiddles. Posture was okay. There's a bit of crouching. This screen is slightly tilted. No, it looks fine. It looks fine. I don't know what you're talking about. It looks okay. Spatial programming. Posture in this one was perhaps the worst. E tier. Yeah. Perfect programming language. Posture was terrible because I was talking into the mic. So that was like, I would say like C tier. Actually, yes. D tier. This one, posture was fine, but nothing to write home about, B tier. And this first one, posture was actually fine, you know, A tier. I really dipped on posture and brought it back later on. Okay, let's see posture in this one. I have a feeling it's going to be terrible.
Is this thing on? It is.
Give it a thumbs up.
Great. So,
no, actually, a thumbs down.
Look at this. Look at this. Whoa.
Where am I?
Can you see that?
Can you see that? Drink.
Oh, wait, no. I just need to start my timer. All right, there we go. So do you see 3 dots here?
Already my energy is just off. You know, my energy is just low.
Yeah?
Low energy.
Yeah?
You know? Not
and you
good.
can see here, in between these 2 dots, that's a line. And in between these 2 dots, yeah? And in between these 2 dots, there's another line.
I was just off. My energy was
right?
off.
You following
know?
so far? All right, I'm just gonna.
And this was day 2.
If I'm going too fast, let me know.
Wait, wait. Did I
In
point at the
between
camera?
Another line. Right? You following so far? All right, I'm just gonna. If I'm going too fast, let me know. Right?
I know this is too self-aware.
Oh,
you know that's the problem here.
And if I move this,
it's too self-aware.
then it does different things, right? Do you see what's happening? So. You see there's a slight angle between these 2 lines, right? Yeah, and what it's doing, it's like repeating that angle again and
Can
again.
you
so
hear
I can,
it?
like,
Okay, it seems pretty
change
quiet.
It, around it.
Right?
It does different things like that. But also I can make it shorter and I can make it longer. And it's just repeating that, right? This is an extremely simple pattern.
Posture is terrible. Outfit is okay.
Again, right? It does all sorts of crazy things, right? Like,
the audio cut out for a second.
And we call that like emergence. You know what emergence
Why
is?
am I talking about
this?
this?
This is well, okay. This is emergence. So like you can do stuff like this. You can like make different shapes. And you can do this.
I really hate this talk.
Right? You see that?
Do you see that?
Pretty cool, right? Anyway, that's nothing to do with my talk. I just wanted to show you, right? So, my name is Lou.
Okay.
Or Luke. It's fine.
2 dings.
And I work at TodePond, which is sponsoring today as well. I'm a researcher in residence at Ink and Switch.
Ding ding.
And I'm a co-host.
Do you know how much pain it brings me to watch this?
I'm also part of a new computer collective called TodePond.
Tentpole spotted.
Just want to apologise first of all because I think some people put your hand up if you've seen me do a talk before.
This is
put
terrible.
your hand up if you haven't seen me talk before.
Just give a talk. Just give the talk.
Sorry, right? So today I just want to get this out of the way first. So sometimes I have a bit of a reputation for like the talk speak.
I wonder.
It's okay.
Yeah.
If you can. Yeah.
I wonder.
I have a bit of a reputation sometimes for doing slightly strange talks. But
Oh my God.
Actually, today I'm just going to do a very simple.
It's weird because it worked with the Future of Coding meetup because people know me really well there.
Well,
but here people don't know me so well. It's like, what are you talking about?
It's just going to be a very
Judgy
serious
Lou makes a return.
like talk.
Yes. I'm Judgy Lou.
Nothing unusual is going to happen, right?
You can't see it on this recording, I guess, but my friend Minnie is there doing Alex's job that she did at the previous one. It's a bit loud, isn't it?
So yeah, like I said, it's just going to be a very normal talk. Nothing Nothing strange is going to happen.
Bear in mind,
this is
people
this
had
talk
just
is called
been
Death
out
of the Taddy Web.
all night
And the
in
Taddy Web is a
Berlin.
project I've been working on
And
for
this
like
was the first
12
talk of the
months,
day on the day after
and
that.
it's basically, unfortunately,
So no
it's
one was up
finished
to
now,
this,
it's died, right?
including myself.
Part 1 will be Taddy, part 2 web, and part 3 death. Let's do it. Part 1, Taddy. Okay, so 12 months ago, I went to Strange Loop, right? And I saw lots of good friends in person for the first time. This is my friend Max. This is Arcade.
Too long. This goes on too
right?
long.
And this is Ivan. This is Elliot. That's me. And that's my colleague Alex. She's also my friend. And
Starry Sky says, I've watched lots of your talks recently. I think they're pretty normal. Thank you.
then I came home, and it was really sad.
Yes, it was sad.
And everything went back to normal. I had the t-shirt.
What is with this story? This is such like a fake story, you know?
But like, my head was like racing with lots of thoughts and ideas from Strange Loop, right?
Why is
I
this?
couldn't stop thinking about it. Like,
What?
This is
Why?
a slide from Devine's talk, right, at Strange Loop.
But this is kind of an
Right,
invented story. Like, I guess it's true, but it's
I was like, I need to do something, right?
it's a gross exaggeration of it, you know?
Okay.
And it kind of loses the parodiness that the Taddy Web had.
Okay, so 2 weeks ago I was at Heart of Closure, and I think some people were also there, right? And Anna, there's a hand up at the back, yes. And
yes, this was straight after Heart of Closure, yeah.
Anna said, who's one of the main organizers, right? He said, if you going to a conference can change your life.
Okay, that's true.
True.
It
right?
is true.
And I think it can. But anyway, so I was like, I needed to do something. I had so many thoughts.
Why are you saying
I had
this
so many
now?
thoughts.
Right,
I needed to like get down somewhere.
Nothing
So like,
to do
Devine said that I should make a wiki
with
right,
the Taddy Web.
to write down my thoughts. Matt Webb said I should make a blog, and some other people said I should make a digital garden. Right? I didn't know what to do. I didn't. So
There's
I did
a
nothing.
real delay.
Then I went on holiday, and I met some more lovely people for the first time. This is Miss Piggy.
What?
Yep. And so
I guess I've like I went with this running theme of like holiday photos for this one, which seems really silly to me.
I didn't do anything for a while, but
I guess
did
it's
have
because
time to think, right? It was like,
I first came up with the
what do I
Taddy
want my
Web
website to
when I was on holiday.
what do I want
but
my
like,
website to be, right?
It's not because I was on holiday.
And I wanted to make some tooling about it.
It was just a coincidence.
I wanted to make some tooling.
Well, maybe
I could
it was.
edit it, and I feel like I needed to edit it on my phone.
But
and I'm often on the tube where there's no internet. But then, so have you heard of this thing called Local First? Yeah, put your hand up if you've heard of Local First.
It should have started with this. The talk should have started with this. No funeral nonsense. Save that for the meetup, you know. No backstory. Go straight to the point, you know. You can always loop back to the, wait a second, how did we get here afterwards? I should have started with this.
All right. So Local First is great, right? Like you can edit something on your phone when you're offline, but then it works really, and it syncs up when you get internet back. So I decided that my website was going to be Local First, right? Makes sense? But then I thought like there's this thing called permacomputing, right? And I thought that like my website should like do permacomputing. If you can do permacomputing, it's like I wanted it needs to be sustainable and last a very, very long time, right? So I thought I want to make sure I'm like adhering to permacomputing as well, right? But then I also like
I'm also delivering this way
reading
slower
more about the indie
than
web,
I did
and I
in
thought
the
that
previous
my
Taddy
website
Web
it would be
talk.
great if it could
I
participate
think it
in
worked
the indie web
because
as
it
well,
was
right?
quick and punchy.
And
you know?
then I've like
And I'm going so slowly here.
Okay, so like I started out like in the sort of robust first like computing movement. So I can't believe I forgot it, right? But I wanted to do these four. I wanted to do all of them, right, with one website.
Okay.
Right. That was.
We're
I
getting
didn't just
there.
want to do
We're
Local
getting
First.
there.
I didn't just want to like
Oh my
participate
God.
in it. I wanted to do all of them. And then I discovered the cheap web, right? So and this is great. Like I really wanted to make sure I was participating in that as well. And then there's the small web. I found the small web, and this is like this wonderful community and ecosystem and movement. And I really wanted to make sure I participated in that as well. But then I discovered there's another small web, which is not. They're different small webs, and unfortunately they need to update their certificates. But
do you find it weird watching the same? Like, I literally gave this talk like less than a week after the previous one.
not to be confused with the small web, which is something completely
Can you see the
different.
differences
And
in the
also
jokes?
Project Gemini, Spartan
Like-
Web, Gopher Web, that ecosystem,
And I really did it worse this time.
all under one tree, being the slogan, just one tree. And the cozy web I found through Maggie Appleton's Digital Garden, and I decided I was going to do all of them with one website. So then I discovered there's cold-blooded software by Patrick, there's a humane web, sustainable web, which is not permacomputing, it has this whole manifesto, and then also, there's another small web
I think the reason it
as well.
it
right?
doesn't work
and
is
there's also
because
freewheeling apps, and
of the intro.
so indie space web
the
is actually
positions
different
this
to
as
indie web.
serious, and
Right,
then it's
and
hard
I
to
read this blog
slip
post
into
about,
jokey
so this
mode
blog post
after
is
that.
arguing that you should
You can only go
participate
the
in
other way
indie
around,
web, but not the
really.
indie web. But I decided I want to do both, right? So, and there's also the social web and the personal web, which actually just got coined last month. And I decided I'm going to do them all, right? So I did the only thing that made sense. There's only one logical possible thing you can do at
You
this
can
point.
kind of see that I
And
know that
I
I'm
made
not
my own
as
one,
pleased
right?
with it as the
Right,
previous
I
one.
wanted to join this grand tradition, right, of starting my own movement. There was going to be the movement to end all other movements. I called it the Taddy Web, right?
You can sort of hear the panic in my voice a little bit.
What are we doing?
Yeah, it is like
What
the
are we doing here?
XKCD.
What's going on? So first things first.
What am I doing here right now?
What is the Taddy
What
Web?
am I doing?
Right, I'll tell you what the Taddy Web is. The Taddy Web,
We're just
to adhere to the Taddy Web,
gonna watch them all.
you need to adhere to everything, all of these. And what are we doing? We're making computers better, right? This is better computing, right? These are all better computing movements. They're all better computings.
We
And
covered this
interestingly,
already,
the Taddy
yes,
Web
yes.
is also a better computing, which if you think about it, it means like the Taddy Web sort of contains itself.
Right. Did you see
Right?
how that?
Did you see that?
Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? The I improved the animation this time. This time it doesn't fade; it grows. Watch
Computing,
this.
right?
Watch this.
These are all better computing movements. They're all
I
better
improved
computings.
it.
And interestingly, the Taddy Web is also a better computing, which if you think about it, it means like the Taddy Web sort of contains itself.
Do you see that?
Right? Did you see that? Yeah,
It's the only
that's-
thing
it's
that
crazy
this
what you can do with
talk
PowerPoint.
is better at.
Right?
Is this animation. Everything else is
So
worse.
here's the thing. This is what I think, right? No more ideas. No more ideas. No, we have enough. You know, we have enough already.
Even-
And
even the
so
delivery
the
of
Taddy
that
Web,
is, like,
right,
too
is many
panicked,
things.
because
But one of the things it is
the
that it's a
talk
parody.
itself,
right?
like
it's a
the
joke.
structure of
It's a
it, just
parody.
doesn't
It's like
make sense.
It's satire. It's satire. It's a parody. It's
It's-
like parodying these other things.
You can't just flick back and
As well
forth
as being a
between
joke.
parody and not parody. You kind of have to commit.
Also, what
Otherwise,
I have been
the
religiously
audience
doing
doesn't know where they
for the
stand.
last 12 months of my life.
They're
right?
like, am I allowed to laugh at
Why?
this?
You might ask.
Like,
Why would I
Am
do
I
that?
allowed
Why?
to
It's
laugh
just
at
a
this?
joke, right?
Or are you
Why
being
not,
genuine
I say,
right now?
Right? Why not?
And like
Because,
the
like,
moment that
no,
gets in your
seriously,
head as an audience member, you're not
which
going
one
to
of
laugh
these
at
do you disagree with?
anything.
Huh? You think local first is wrong?
It's
do you
like
think local
it's like, are they being funny right now? Like I'm being jokey right now, but they can't tell because a split second ago I was being not jokey.
first is bad? No. Local first is good, right? Do you think permacomputing's bad? No. Permacomputing's it's good. It's good. It'll be fine. Right. So
So it's just a bit
what
intense,
we do is
you know.
we take one better computer.
I think as time
we
goes
add
on, they get more used to
better
it. They sort of
computings,
get
and we add them.
what's going
Add them
on.
all together.
Like
And what
it's
we
stuff
get
like-
is the best computing, right? That's the goal, otherwise known as the Taddy Web, right?
But
so
it-
the real question is how? Like, how can you possibly do that? How can
But it doesn't feel earned, you know?
you?
It kind of
how
feels
can
like
you
you're taking the
possibly,
piss.
Like, adhere to all of these better computing movements, right? That's the question. How do you do the Taddy Web?
And I guess
And
this is like a
I've been
reference.
thinking about this for 12 months. right? And are you ready for the answer?
The reference doesn't really help.
Yeah? Yeah? No? Are you ready? Yeah? It's fine. You don't need to be nervous. It's fine. Here's the answer. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I don't know. But Part 2.
The picture is not crooked.
Web.
I think the other thing is that like
Part
this
2.
is kind of, because it's like a full talk and it's like, hey, it's a keynote. I've made like the visuals of the PowerPoint like a little bit more polished, which kind of goes against.
So I don't know how to
jokiness
adhere to the Teddy Web, but I have. This is my current best.
Which is another reason why it doesn't work as a talk.
And it's basically to do as little as possible, right? So like what I've noticed is that everything goes fine. I'm adhering to the Teddy Web fine until I start coding, right? All the problems start when I start coding. There's one thing you got to know. I'm really, really bad at coding. I'm really, really bad at coding. So
this brings me such pain to watch.
If it works for me, it will work for everyone. That's my thinking. Do as little as possible.
No, I'm doing
Ideally, no coding at all.
I'm doing it.
So this is how I think about it. We could do this graph. We could make a
I
graph
like
of
some of these,
coding practice,
ideas
right? And we
pop up here.
can mark this one as like simple to complex, right? And we could do this as like
it just didn't quite work in practice.
All the coding out there in the world. Simple to
test.
complex, bad to good. And I think lots of people would draw a graph like this, right? They think you don't want to be too simple because then your code is bad, and you don't want to be too complicated because then it's also bad. There's a sweet spot, right? And I say no. What you got to do is you got to zoom out, get a new perspective, right? And then extend the line this way, right? We want to be even more simple.
I think this just comes across as a bit
some
of a
people say
piss
simple
take,
is like, oh, I used Vite instead of Next, right? No. Or like I use raw HTML. No. I'm talking about radical simplicity. And what you'll find is there is a peak here that no one else is exploring, and this is a sweeter spot, right? Otherwise known.
Like if this came after the demos, I think this would land better. Because it would have felt more earned. At this point, it's like, what are you talking about? You haven't shown us anything.
Teddy Web,
you know,
right? And this is my idea. I mean, okay. The other thing is when you do have to code, I recommend this is what I found works for me to adhere to the Teddy Web. It's not the only way of doing the Teddy Web, but it is what I think.
How does it feel to you, viewers? Oh, Jesus, still 50 of you. Thank you for being around. How does it feel to hear someone speak so critically about their own talk?
I think it's one way. I call it the
Kelsey Hyam says, I just got here.
Right, so
welcome.
The Teddy Web is
the
built
50 nerds.
with a slippy mindset.
There are dozens.
We try to be as slippy as
These
possible.
References
means you're not stuck.
References to previous talks.
It's easy to change plan.
I'm sorry, Kelsey. This video will not. This talk will not help you. It's a bad talk. It's a bad talk.
If something breaks, you can choose to fix it and let it die.
It seems like a lot of good ideas being given a medal without showing them.
To rebuild it from
I'm sorry, Kelsey.
Frogs don't live forever. They don't.
It feels fast-paced, and I don't really have time to register jokes.
They live. They make some taddies.
It's on the one hand,
and
it's too fast-paced.
The taddies grow.
On the other hand,
to take their
it's
every time
not
you grow back,
quick
you'll
enough
be a bit
to the
different.
demos. You know,
might be stronger.
It's
or you
like
might be better equipped.
It's like too abstract. Right? It's like
embrace death.
Wait a second.
Or you might, every time you grow
back. I thought.
And all the code that I write.
This was a good photo opportunity, though. Danielius says. Sounds familiar. I also
imagine that it's
going to
die. I'm going to lose it immediately after.
It's easy
one
to be
day after I've
to yourself.
Right? Like if you lost your entire code base, how fucked would you be? Right? How fucked would you be? Would you be really fucked? Right? Not me. Not me.
Do you remember when I was like, That was my first swear word. And here I am just dropping F-bombs like crazy. It's mad.
I'd be fine.
Some people
I'd be fine.
have
I'd be fine
been here
because
the
remember,
whole time.
No, I'm not going all the way back because it's ultra
And
simple.
I see
the
you.
So I made this is the first Taddy website I made.
And I judge you.
And in the spirit of it,
Very
I
highly.
made it many times. So this is the first one I made. It's just marked down. Right, it's a markdown.
But yeah,
file,
welcome
is my website.
to the people
but
who've
then
just joined. What we're doing right now is we're watching every single one of my talks in order from start to finish. Right? I perceive you. And we've got this, and then there's 3 more. But the final one actually isn't released yet. But hopefully by the time we get there in about 3 weeks, it will be released. Because that's how long it will take at this rate.
I made it again as HTML. And the thing is, I lost
perceive
it
you.
all. This is such a short manifesto that I can remember.
There was one time we went accidentally out of order.
Word for word.
No, not 3 weeks.
So, and then I made it. You can just make it with text. as
Maybe
well,
a couple
right?
of
So
hours.
this is a website. With the links, you have to. It's a bit fiddly because you have to copy paste them, but it's still a website. And then I made this, and I thought, oh, that looks nice. I thought maybe I could make my website with the Taddy Web, using Taddy Web principles, right? So let me show you. Oh yeah, so here we are. This is my website, TodePond.com. Built Taddy Web certified, and
It's like
I couldn't.
It took so long to get to this point, and now people are just drained. They don't care about a demo.
Decide whether to do a wiki or a blog or a garden, so I just called it the Wiki Blog Garden, right? Because in the Taddy Web we take all these different ideas,
The Starry Sky.
and smush them together, right? So yeah, I really use this. This is my feed
It's
maker.
been here
This
for
is
the
how
whole
I add
ride.
new posts to my blog.
How many hours has it
hello
been? I don't even
from
know.
Berlin,
Can't
that's
even-
fine. And then you just
Is
put
that
it.
one still?
You just put it any link. It doesn't matter, right? It's just RSS. It doesn't care, right? And then you go paste
That
it
one's
here.
still
Commit changes, right? And so that's just published something to
still
my feed.
here on the blog.
So,
Nice.
and I do the same thing. So I have a Patreon, and I put out a weekly update for patrons, and I use the exact same thing. Someone gave me a PR so it could add the audio
Yes,
recording of
it
me
went
saying,
from plain
reading
text to
out,
stylized.
my
It's
update
just
as
one
well.
of many things in
and
this
this is
talk
actually
that
how
make it worse. You know.
patrons vote on what videos I make, and they can also like change how they appear in
I
the
stopped
credits,
literally
right?
everything once I
So
saw the
I
notification.
can do this.
A true
and then
Toady fan.
Oh yeah, then I go here.
Thanks, Scat.
And this is what
These are all the
appears in the
patrons.
credits. This is all
you
the
can
patrons.
appear there if you
It's-
want to.
it's
All
getting
you
a
have
bit
to do
wobbly
is
up there, right?
go to the Patreon.
And the thing is with the Taddy Web is that I've learned so many bad practices.
This is different.
I've had to unlearn everything. It's not that I'm starting from scratch. It's the problem is that I'm not starting from scratch.
This is going against something I said in the previous talk, and I think both are wrong, to be honest.
I'm so used to doing things in a sweet spot, complicated way. I'm going through everything, and I'm figuring out how to do it extremely simply, right? So this is a counter with a button, and if you click it, the number goes up for everyone. And people have pushed this button over 400,000 times. There was maybe a little bit of scripting involved. It used to have a graph here. It used to have a graph, but unfortunately, the response it's currently
broken.
too large. I need to
It's
fix
broken.
it.
I still haven't fixed it.
Have I broken the Taddy Web?
I
So
still haven't
this
fixed
is
it.
the thing with the web. It's very easy to make single player
Hello,
experiences that are
Shaha.
extremely slippy.
Welcome.
It's much harder to do
You've
network
joined in.
things. So that's
in
been
fact,
like
I really
the main
should
thing I'm
figure out
figuring
how many
out. So
hours
this
it's
is a
been.
simple
So
web page
it started at
where
17
you can
o'clock.
leave a message for the next
18,
user, and I'm
19,
just
20,
running through a risk
21,
assessment of my head.
22,
So
23 and a half.
I
6.5
Let's do it.
hours.
Let's do
Oh,
it.
thanks. Starry Sky just said it. I've been live streaming for 6.5 hours.
Oh, nice.
We're still going strong.
Oh, I made this.
This was
How did
very
they find
risky.
that?
I opened this link not knowing what
That's
it
very
was.
creepy. Great.
So someone had put that during a talk. That's very risky.
Okay, so
That's very
and then
risky.
this experiment is exploring
But it's
authentication,
a sign of things to come.
which is also quite hard to do on the Taddy Web. But these are 99 lockers, and most of them are locked nowadays. But some of them people have still left open, right?
You'll be.
Interesting.
There are some funny things in those
So
lockers.
some people have
but
left
they're all
riddles
locked now.
to
They're all locked.
like give you clues for what the passwords are for
Of
the other
all
lockers.
evil says, I'll be giving my
which is-
first
which is
talk
pretty
next
fun.
year.
Okay,
Maybe
yeah, and
in
I
the
have
future.
I have a new
I'll be able to
microblogging
look back
website. It's
like
called
this.
Login. And people still use it every day.
Yeah, I still
for
use
some reason.
login every day.
Joe Biden.
I enjoy the consumption of cheese.
one.
This is high quality
The
microblogging.
The fun thing about this is that because it's so radically simple and open by default because of that, people were able
What's
to
the locker room
build their own
password?
things on
You
top
have
of
to
it very
guess.
easily. So
No one's
what,
guessed it yet.
Tonic did was they made a user script that
You have to guess the locker
added
room
like
password.
custom colors and decorations to people's names, and loads of people like contributed to the same user script and shared it around so they could have like a little bit more identity and flavor on this website. But then eventually someone realized that they could just submit a pull request with that user script.
If you
and
guess,
now it's like official. These
then
are
you
all
win.
like people's custom like decorations that they've contributed themselves. I think my favorite one is Anika's, because you may not. Obviously,
Anika.
there's a dork thing.
I think
But if you look really carefully, like this is lined up perfectly, and this is just like slightly off.
Do you see
right?
that?
It's just like 1
drink.
degree rotation, which is really infuriating. But
it's
the other,
slightly
so
wonky.
Anika also made a custom client for login because it's all just
See, okay, I like this part of the talk where I'm showing off other people's things. That's great. I love that. I should have done more
simple
of
and
it.
open, and you can, like it's like not much code at all. It's like it's offensively small, right? So she wrote. So now she posts to login from her command line. Someone else did the same thing, like independently on their own. So this person, Mitzi,
It
who
was
was
in
Rosie, I
the
think,
chat
on
earlier.
login, actually made their own instance. So now we're like a Fediverse of different login instances, which is really cool. This is the thing that really stood out to me, though.
I guess this is kind of foreshadowing some of the stuff we've done more recently in the Pondiverse and Pasta Gang,
They say, I've never done
which I kind of cover later, but not fully.
web development before, right? They've never done web development. They've made an instance of a federated microblogging site, which I think is a bit harder to do for like Mastodon and Blue Sky. But they actually added their own customizations as well, which was very promising. So let's do a little comparison. Right, so first of all, we're going to discount Twitter because of Elon Musk. Login it has no involvement, and I can promise you I will not sell it to him, right? And
We've got some Pasta
custom
Gangers in the
clients,
chat.
yes, obviously custom clients work. We saw that. Twitter used to, not anymore. Custom instances. Twitter obviously not. Mastodon, yes, but it's quite hard. Blue Sky, I think it's.
What's your
really,
usual
really
outfit
hard. I don't
in
think there is
talks?
like
Just black t-shirt,
I don't think
no
anyone's done
frog
it properly
logo,
yet.
no
But
frog
login, it was
onesie,
super
no
easy.
frog
Someone
hat
with
or
no
earrings.
web development did it. Unfortunately, there are still no GIFs like Blue Sky, but
Starry Sky says normally in a fishing hat. And that is a joke from, about 6 hours ago.
But I'm very excited to say that there is.
I think, as you can tell, as
Evolve
time
has
goes
run
on,
a pull
I
request
wear
to
more just
add
black.
GIFs
I think
to
black's
login.
better because
As you can see here,
it's less
please add
distracting.
GIFs. And then.
Though maybe the Heart of
So
Closure
these are
one
the
is
only
the best.
three available. But.
And GIFs are
I
broken
don't
right
see
now.
why you'd need anything else. So Anika
I have been
also
rating the
added a
outfits
PR, which
as we go through,
I think
so
it was like a competing PR where
Yeah.
this was the only GIF you
I'm
could
wearing
use.
black for the funeral. I actually was. That's why I
And
did
okay,
it.
so the server-side code
That's
for this
why I
is all
wore
running
black in my
on
other
Valtown.
death-themed
And the reason
talk.
I chose Valtown was because it seemed vanilla and boring and stupidly simple enough that I thought if Valtown died, then that would be fine because I could move the code somewhere else.
Yeah, and someone did move
Like,
it
it wasn't
to
tied to the
Cloudflare or something.
ecosystem at all. And I told this to Steve. I was like, Steve Krause is the founder of Valtown. And I told him, like, you probably don't want to hear this. Like, this is probably really bad for your business. But, like, I don't rely on you at all. And he says, is that okay if I tell people
maybe
that? And
black
he's
is
like,
too
yeah,
boring.
tell
Yeah,
everyone. Tell
maybe.
everyone. Like, so here I am telling everyone, right?
Maybe black
so
is boring.
I like Valtown because of that.
I feel
well,
like
let's go back.
maybe that's why what it means
So
to be open.
the thing
Maybe
is, you
that's
have
the
to like
S tier.
build you do have to build
Maybe
some
that's
stuff
the
yourself.
outfit, and
like
this
if
is
you,
the
if you
A
want to
tier.
take this
God damn,
radically
you're
simple
right.
approach. So
This really is the best
on
talk.
login, I
We don't
use a
even need a
simple
demo.
formatter. You can use like some simple formatting. So here you can use asterisks for italics, right? But the fun thing is
Maybe
when you
all
do it
black is
yourself,
actually the
like with
worst.
such
Maybe it's B
simplicity, you
tier.
get some like nice
Yeah, I think
emergent
it's B
behavior
tier.
like this. You can actually do more
Kind
emphasis
of
with
boring.
more
It's
asterisks.
like, you know,
right? Do you see that?
pick an angle.
And the thing is, you can actually do like, if you do enough, then it goes like all the way. Did you see that?
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Ding.
Like I really had to figure out everything.
Welcome back
Oh,
to the
it's loud.
Sandpond.
Ugh. All right, so
Kathy, you're
like
on it.
I need to know like how to
I think we can hear that the audience is a bit more warmed up now. They're a bit more into it, but it's too late.
Because
I should have
like,
done a
using
demo
a big
to start
ecosystem
with.
thing like YouTube doesn't seem very slippy to me. So that's a video I've served myself. The other thing that was really important, this is one of my favorites.
See that I skipped a slide because I was like,
myself.
nah, that's too boring. I
The
need
other
to
thing
keep
that
going.
was really important, this is one of my favorites actually, but I needed to figure out how do I get people to pay me, right?
And this one I actually did
and
live.
this,
Look at this.
I think this is currently the simplest I could find. So I'm just
I
gonna
think this
type
is
in
where,
here.
like, I guess you can sort of see my growing obsession with doing things live started to appear back here, you know? I paid myself £1.
Right? Is this gonna work? Is this gonna work?
Is this going to work?
Is that gonna work?
This is very self-indulgent though, like, if your talk is
Thank
not
you.
about
Okay,
liveness.
so as you can see, payments now work, and it's
I
been
can-
kind of surprising how many people just pay me money on this this link for no reason.
I
highly
forgive you
recommend it.
for doing a terrible talk.
So
I forgive
I've
you.
been building out my code editor, and obviously like real-time updates is just easy on the TaddyWeb, right? No problem. You can even have it being interactive. It's fine. It doesn't matter, right? When you're extremely simple, you
Huzzah
can
for
get away with a lot
self-forgiveness,
more.
says
You
Envied.
couldn't do otherwise. So
I think
can
it
you
is
see what
good
this is? Do you know what this is, right?
to sit
This
through
is
things that you find
a
cringy.
code editor.
Because
And
it's
the
actually
code
less
for a
bad in
code
the end,
editor
you know, than
is
you think.
hosted inside the code editor.
But it's a bit self-indulgent though,
Right, so
isn't it?
let me show you. So I can change
This isn't
anything about it, like, I
self-indulgent
can
at
put,
all,
like,
what I'm doing right now. This is
something like
complete,
that there,
much
but-
better. This is much better.
this, right?
Hey Future Lou, if you're watching this,
But like
doing
you
a
have to be very
reaction to a
careful
live
because
stream,
like
I think
now I'm stuck.
this
right?
is pretty self-indulgent.
It's
I'm
like
sorry.
it's only for advanced users, but
Will you forgive
so
me?
the other thing is that you can make a web browser with the TaddyWeb, right? And have you heard about this thing called malleable?
You like the
computing?
tilt?
So malleable computing is about like
I guess it is on the
adapting
spot, but
software
it is
to
pretty
serve your
self-indulgent.
needs, right? And my need was to have my post at the top of Hacker News the entire time. Because when you own it yourself, when you're not tied to anything, you can do whatever you want,
The
right?
fun
And
part
this
is
all
that
working. This
some
is,
people
this
in
is
chat
functional.
are seeing this content for the first
So
time.
the thing is, right?
Some people have seen it before.
I typically work with creative tools, right? Oh yeah, that's
Sol
done. So I've made lots
asks,
of creative
you're
tools
saying
for,
you're going to
like,
react to
helping
the stream
people
at some
explore
point. I
creativity
feel like
and
it's going to
emergence and stuff
happen
like that.
at
So,
this
like,
rate. I've reacted
You may have seen this one.
to almost
I've been
everything I've ever
showing
done
everyone
at
over
this
the
point.
shoulder and stuff. But
After this
like
live stream,
this is one of the things I made in the past.
I'm going to run out of battery, but I need to get my charger.
Weird. And this is another one, right?
Wait, this is live? I was doing this live demo? Why was I doing this?
But the thing is, on the TaddyWeb,
Why
those
is
things
this
are
like
quite
showing
simple,
those?
but they're
It
way
makes
too
no sense.
complicated to do on the TaddyWeb. I can't do them
Stupid.
on the TaddyWeb, and I was quite worried that I wouldn't be able to like make any more creative tools. How do I make creative tools in a radically simple
Get on
way?
with it.
But I've been surprised that actually sometimes it works even better. So like this is a really simple drawing app. You have a little pencil and you have a little rubber that you can move around. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and draw a face. So I'm going to do that
This
first. And
time,
then I'll do
I
the
manage
eye.
it.
Can
Last
you see
time
what
I
the problem
failed.
is? Yeah, right. So I'm going to do the eyes.
Can you see it?
And I'm going to come and then you have to like use the rubber to like fix it up afterwards. And I'll just do the nose and just like type a bit. Wait, I'll just do the mouth again.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait.
I
Nice,
did it!
okay.
I did it. That got applause.
you.
That got applause.
On Wednesday at Future of Coding, I gave up.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I've got better.
Yeah.
I've got better. Right? Okay. So you know, like, someone said, "What if it was 10 times longer?" Right? I don't know. Like, I think some people are disappointed when some people are disappointed with simplicity, right? But actually, I think there's so much to explore. So, for example, look at this. I'm going to write Taddy. But you may notice that as I'm holding down,
this is the one I accidentally
the pointer,
missed in the
it spins. So you have to
Future
just wait,
Coding
right,
talk.
for the perfect time. Like sometimes you can think
Goodbye,
a little
Paul.
bit.
The VOD will be waiting for you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for joining.
Right.
This is the one that I
to
missed
think
in the
creatively, you know?
in the Future of Coding.
I
one.
did realize that, like, some people just get around it by being really fast. That's also fine. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, there's lots of... So I like this kind of thing that like forces you to like think creatively in a different way, right? So here's another one.
Coming with the big questions at 10 minutes to midnight. Are you sure that being self-indulgent is bad? Yes. Isn't it like letting us sing their heart out? No.
I don't know what this is, right? So when I'm building things for this handy web, I'm often like speed running because I need to build it from scratch.
I think being excited about a thing is different to being self-indulgent.
When I'm speed running, I often end up with unexpected results.
What
I
do you
didn't
see
know
as
what
the
this was going to
difference?
look like.
I
But
think
it's been interesting me ever since, and I want to explore it more. So here's another one. So I really like surrealist.
That's a good
art,
question.
right? Surrealism.
What is the
a
difference
movement.
between getting really into a
One thing that's
thing
very common in surrealist art is like automatic drawing. They call it surrealist automatism.
being really into a thing?
And it means where you're just like drawing and you're not really thinking that much.
What do
you're
you
just
think?
drawing, right? So
Maybe there is none.
So I made this tool, and I think it kind of encourages like automatic
I
drawing.
guess it's subjecting
If
your
you,
thing
like,
to other people who may not
stick
be
to a
so
beat.
into
'Cause
it.
it's kind of satisfying when it goes boom, you know. So I was thinking, like, if you could,
Yeah. Oh,
if you did it with
strudel.
some music, right, and like as a live coding thing, and like if you draw to the beat, like,
Oh, it's not supposed to say that. This talk got a lot better.
but I think it also like gives some freedom to the drawer to like be quicker, and I can't really think about what I'm doing. I'm just doing it, you know.
That's...
So
No,
like
don't stop it.
I made
No.
this in like an hour,
No.
right? But I think when you force yourself to do that,
That's the best part of the talk.
strange effects happen, right?
Albonixium
I'm going to show you
says,
now. This is a final demo.
I
and then
only
we're gonna
joined a few minutes ago.
do the
What are we doing?
This is the final
What
demo
are
I'm
we
going to show
doing?
you. This is a website.
We're
that I
watching
made
every single
using on the
TodePond
TodePond
talk I've ever given.
It's inspired
We're watching them in
by a
order
talk by Brett Victor.
from start to finish,
may have-
except for
may
one
have
which
heard
we
of him.
accidentally did in the wrong
But-
order.
So what you have to do is you have to draw a fish.
This
and
is my
when
least
you
favourite
finish
talk
the
I've ever
fish,
done, which is why I'm
get a motivational
being
quote
grumpy
by
right
Brett
now.
Victor.
We're doing our best.
So I've drawn an eye, some bubbles, speed lines, and a little smile.
Everything you draw is so flat and static and lifeless.
I think the people here. I made sure I didn't talk over Brett this time, which I did last time, so that one
So
landed a bit
level
better.
one's I always struggle with level one. This I'm going to show you level 3. This is a hard one, right? Because you have to right. I'm going to draw the eye and a smile and some bubbles. Can you see that? But can you see it though? You know what I mean?
Do you see it?
Right?
Do you see it? Yeah.
There's something very deeply unartistic about this.
And this time I revealed it, which I actually kind of like. It's kind of fun. I should push that change to the website.
So this is probably my favorite level. I think when you're like insulted
And
again
I
and
drew
again,
a tadpole.
like
It's a fish.
again like
I
those
got
other
the
things, it
fish.
sort
I
of
was the
forces you
fisherman.
to be creative in a slightly different way. So I'm going to draw a tadpole instead of a fish. Right? I'm going to Let's do a little.
I was the
think
fisherman the
basically
whole
they look
time.
like this, and then they have like a little.
Now that is
a tail, and they have
that is a reference for those of you who have been here for
and
6.5
bubbles?
hours.
No bubbles. No
Nearly
bubbles.
7 hours.
Bead lines there.
I accidentally did a bubble, which ruins it.
Sometimes when I'm down and all alone,
I didn't even do this right in this talk. Come on.
all I ever need is you. Winners come and they go, and we watch the melting snow. So as summer follows spring, all the things you do give me a reason to build my world around you. Come and follow rainbows, I am sure.
The most powerful iPad ever is also the thinnest.
All I ever need is you.
Right. So
Sad times. What's that character?
Part 3.
This is my least favourite part, I think, which is a shame.
So we live in a world full of better computings. The handmade network, someone pointed that out to me. I missed it the other day from Future of Coding. In a way, Folk Computer is a better computer.
Folk Computer was another talk at the conference.
And so is Dynamic Land. If you haven't heard of Dynamic Land, it's very similar to Folk Computer.
That's a joke, because it's the opposite. It's that Folk Computer is very similar to Dynamic Land.
And
I don't know what these things are. No, I do. They're all...
So this is all a parody, right?
I hate this because now I'm like, you never. You should never explain your jokes. It ruins it. And B, I didn't even do a good job at the jokes. So it's just even worse.
Like, even this talk is a bit of a parody, right? So some people ask me,
only
like, why parody? Like, why parody? Why do you do this? Why do you do these stupid jokes? And, some people ask me, like, people, there are good people behind all of these movements, these projects. And, like, why are you making fun of it? And
I'm not making fun of it.
So I've been doing parodying
oh my God.
stuff.
I forgot I put
That's
this in.
me
That's me right there.
Parodying this man. And he interviewed me on BBC. And
Why do I
did
do
not
this
like
to
it.
myself?
And,
Why do I put myself in these ridiculous situations?
I have this language called
where I'm
Dreambird,
basically,
which is also a parody. If you don't know Dreambird, oh yeah, by the way, even the logo is a parody of Versailles.
subjecting myself.
Right. Like, what do they mean?
Just 6-7 hour long live streams.
So,
Why did I put this here?
There are some Dreambird experts here, but just for those who don't know, so most languages, there's a big debate about whether to end with a semicolon or not.
This is what I paused the music then.
And Dreambird.
This is so random. This is just like, I want to show off Dreambird,
Right. Be bold. You can put as many as you want.
This should not have been in this talk.
Some people, they say, well, the exclamation mark is usually for like the inverse operator, right? So, like, what do you use for that then? And it's obvious, you use a semicolon, right?
Goodbye of all evil.
So, like, lots of different languages have different ways of writing, like, the function keyword. So, in Dreambird,
slash of all evil.
You can do any of them.
Oh, I didn't realize you were called slash
as long
of
as
all
it's
evil.
the letters of function in order, like, you can do function, you can do fun, you can do funk, you can do funct. My favorite is Funyun, right? This is a nice feature.
Howdy,
so you get
Prickle Pear Enterprises. We're getting
you can
the
delete,
North Americans tuning
numbers.
in now.
You can delete anything from the language.
Root of
very
all
handy.
evil.
You can even delete mistakes, like object-oriented programming.
Root of all evil.
Right? And you can also delete itself. This was
clever.
contributed by React core team member and current employee of Blue Sky, Dan Abramov. my favorite part is,
I hate
is
this
the
talk.
fact that
I hate this talk.
parentheses, they mean nothing. They're just like they're just like for commenting, essentially, to make it more readable. Everything in Dreambird is based on significant white space.
And Beat got it, yes.
Some people are trying to build implementations of it, and they don't like this feature. But I like it because...
So this is the third time you've seen me in this live stream present Dreambird, and this is for sure the worst, because it's just kind of tagged on. Like in the Heart of Closure talk, it was tagged on, but it had a point. Could have been better, but it mostly worked. This one is just tagged on for no reason.
Because, like, there's no... I learned Closure recently, right? And it's a nightmare, because you have to count... Like, I have 4 opening brackets here, but in Dreambird, you can just put it as many as you want, right? But you can just put, like, none as well. It doesn't make any difference, right?
Istvan asks about clues for the lab locker password. No, I'm afraid not, because I can't even remember what it is.
So,
this
like,
slide about parentheses seems so boring.
Dreambird's a parody. This is
It
a parody,
is boring.
but it's also real, right? So Dreambird
in
is
the right
real.
context,
People
it would be
like,
not boring, but here it's
and
boring.
writing it, having fun with it. I think parodies are good, not because they make fun of
If
it.
it was color coded, it would hit harder.
I don't think that's good. I think it's good.
In the previous, you missed it. There was one
parodies are good
earlier
because they give us some
where it
perspective,
worked. In this one,
they let us like look at something that's a bit absurd.
But here in this talk, it did not work.
And sort of get some distance from it, you know.
This is me trying to be deep here. It just doesn't work.
Gives us like a new view. Because like sometimes, you know, it's all a bit. I don't know about you, right? But sometimes I feel a bit overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Like with
I do.
being at a computer all day.
I do. Yeah. Tell me about it.
And parodies are silly.
They are.
But I think we need, you know, we need to laugh. And we need to. So that's my partner Flora.
So.
We remember at the start I said we went on holiday. So I came up with Taddy Web when I was on holiday. You know, because I had a new perspective.
That's so cool. It's so high.
They're my holiday pictures.
It really splashes over, doesn't it?
But I am deadly serious. I don't think we should have any more ideas. And that's a big problem for the Taddy Web. Because, unfortunately, the Taddy Web has become... I'm doing a talk about it. It's become big enough.
Alright, Danielius.
The Taddy Web has become...
Alright, now listen up here, right? Enough roasting my talk.
An idea.
If this is your first TodePond talk, then
Unfortunately, it has died.
it might seem very all over the place.
But
I look back at it now, and I see what I was trying
also,
to do.
unfortunately, people have started to run with the idea and do it.
And
there's like more and more people making their websites, claiming to be part
I
of the
feel
Taddy
a
Web.
kindness to my
And that's
past
great.
self.
But it's also bad.
The
Taddy Web is
they were
dead.
trying their best,
Long live
and they did
the
something.
Taddy Web.
They made me feel something.
Thank you for listening.
They even drew this little. This tadpole. You know what? It is good watching back talks that you don't like, because I don't know. I feel an affinity towards this person. I guess it was myself. Whatever. Questions. How much longer is stream? The stream is as long as it needs to be. I have 3 more talks to watch, but first we gotta rate this one. Right, outfit. We already been through this. B tier. When it's just black t-shirt, it's just B tier. It's nothing special. Demo. F tier. Terrible. Talk. F tier. Terrible. Voice, F tier. Terrible. Posture, F tier. Terrible. But I forgive myself for this talk, and that's what this is all about. It's all about forgiveness. Yeah? Is this working? Is this working? It's not even working. Even my code is not working anymore. Oh, okay. We have 3 more talks to watch. Unblocking creation with friends. That's a nice short one, right? Did you pay yourself $1 in the talk? Yes, I did. A bit too harsh, maybe? No, it was not harsh enough, if anything. You have to first donate to yourself before you forgive yourself. Well, guess what? I just did. You say demo was C tier? That's kind of you, but no, I'll leave it as F. Voice and posture, at least D. I don't know. Oh my god. Okay. Whoa. It's got too long for Strudel to handle. I need to go get my charger before it dies. No windmill hands and no static concrete hands. Nice. I'm getting my charger. Gotta be quick. If you're wondering why I'm sitting on the floor instead of my normal place, it's because the internet was really, really bad. And I had to move closer to the router, which is why I have nothing here. Okay. Alright. Sorry everyone. that's a good microphone again. What? Oh my god. Got it. Goes in here. Is there anything more live than this? This is so live. It's not even funny. It's not even funny how live this is. Have you ever seen a live stream where it's not live? Listen, it's not live. It's not live unless someone sets up the live stream on the live stream, right? Do you hear me okay? You hear me okay? Right? Right? I'm pretty sure you hear me okay. Live streaming from scratch, baby. Yes, that's right. We've only got 3 more left, baby. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, man. Let's do this! Unblocking creation with friends. Unblocking creation with friends. Let's watch it. Okay, where is it gone?
Roost.
Roost.
Right. Hello. Hello. Is this thing on?
Is
this thing on? Can you hear
me?
Can I just do an audio
By the way,
test
can you hear me?
first,
What?
so I know if it's
You
broken
can hear
now
me.
rather than
You
in
can hear me, right?
7.5 minutes?
You can hear me, all right?
Okay.
Right? Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Excellent.
I don't
Oh, you
hear
see
anything
that?
coming.
It's pasta gang. Oh, yeah.
All right, let's see.
What about the
I'm on
outfit?
HDMI to USB.
I look a little bit pasty, that's a problem.
Let's try again. Okay, yeah, you can start my time now. Yeah, so my name is Lou.
I lost a cable on the way down.
Yeah, you know what? Like, I do a lot of talks, but I still get really nervous before every single talk.
I
you know?
do, actually.
Like, I think that's part of why I enjoy them so much. Like in demos.
Posture. What tier is posture so far? Terrible.
But I still feel it's like anyway. So
Terrible.
I'm part of this
I don't know what it is
Temple Collective
about
and
academic conferences and
the name of my presentation
bad
today
posture. Also,
is a roost.
do I turn this up now? No, I think this is fine.
Unblocking creation
I think we're fine volumes.
with friends. And so part
do you
one
see
is
that?
about creation.
It didn't pop up on the screen. There's always a
Creation.
delay. And
with friends.
I went to the next slide
And
before
so
it could
part
catch
one is
up.
about creation, or more specifically, creative work. And so for me, creative work.
Do you see? Do you know this font? Do you see? Do you see? That font is the font. Well, it's not really a font, but it's used from define, right? This is it's bot speaking. It's anytime I define something, I use that bot rating.
Work is when you use your imagination
robot,
to
yeah,
make
it's
something.
bot.
And it could be anything. It could be baking a cake, writing something, programming
seems
a
like
program,
it's also consistently
doing a
about
presentation,
mic
making a song.
adjustability.
And I think like
Oh,
when
at
we're
academic
being
conferences,
creative, we
yes.
have all these blockers, right, that get in our way. Like, think about like what
Look,
stopped you from
I
doing
could've-
creative
I
work,
could've
which is
made the
very
microphone
important
higher.
work.
I could've
Right?
done
It could
it.
be that you've just run out of paint, right? So you can't do your painting, or it could be that you don't know how to use this programming language, or you feel too nervous to go up on stage. Yeah, there it is. It's a slight delay. I'll factor that in, right? Funnily enough, I experienced all of these today, and you know, but there are so many different blockers that we could feel, right? You could probably think of.
That was Fusili. This I'm eating pasta. I
Oh, you're
guess
right.
this talk
And
was after my death
we could
of
take
the
a look at
Taddy
these,
Web
and I
talk.
think we could like map them out, right? We could map
So
them into different
that
categories.
previous one I
We could like
knew went
categorize them. We
badly.
could put them in a scale.
So I guess I'm
just
feeling a
starting my
bit
timer
nervous.
now. Boom.
Which actually usually means I
So
do better.
I think we could map them out like this, right? We could say some of them are.
Is paint
I
a
think some of
programming
them are
language?
intellectual
No.
blockers, and some of them are emotional blockers. It doesn't mean anything. I just made up these terms, right? It doesn't mean anything. But I'm going to tell you what it means in a second. But so let's
I'll get
color
that,
code
'cause
them.
I have
Let's
the
color code them,
lanyard,
and
you know.
look, I've color coded them all, and we could like split them all
The
out.
hair
So
doesn't
here we
work
have
with this top.
intellectual
No.
blockers at the bottom. And for me, this is like when you can't
She's
figure
serving
out how to
something, but
do
it's not
something.
good.
You don't have the resources, materials, or the brain power to figure out how to make the thing you want to make. And emotional blockers, I think they're really different. It's when you know how to figure out something, but your emotions get in the way, right? You feel too distracted or shy or nervous.
I like how emotive I am here. Like,
or something else.
the panic is real.
And I think
it's
life,
like back to TodePond roots. Enough of this death of the Taddy Web rubbish. Well, I liked the first one. I didn't like the second one. But even the first one was like not very TodePond, you know.
life coding.
This is more
It's got too many syllables. I have
So there's this huge discourse and disagreement about whether to call stuff live programming or live coding. And I'd kind of like to take the mick out of it by using them very interchangeably and wrong.
coding.
So
It's got too many syllables. I have 14 minutes.
some people
live
hate
coding
that. Some people hate it so much. It's kind of funny.
is great for tackling many of these creative blockers, right? So like this is like the canonical example of using live coding for
Brett Victor.
being creative, doing creative work, right? Which Joshua said earlier. If you're on catch up, go watch it. And
He's pointing at me. He's pointing at... Did you see? Did you see that?
doing creative work, right? Which Joshua said earlier. If you're on
That should be like down your drink.
catch up, go
for
watch
a camera
it.
point.
And Untangled does the same sort of thing. It helps you to figure out what you're doing when you're being creative. This is Strudel by Felix Roos. It's a live programming
It's
tool.
not just by Felix. It's by a bunch of people.
And it visualizes the different parts of your program that are running. It helps you figure out
Thank you,
what's
Daniel.
going on in your program.
Thank you.
But I think we have this huge
It's all
bias
downhill from here.
towards solving intellectual blockers. I think we often ignore, or at least we're not explicit about, emotional blockers, in my opinion.
We've still got 50 people.
So, you know, like we're so focused on tools for thought. It's all about like the thinking.
We're getting
sometimes the feeling.
I'm
like
getting
the last
reviewed
talk.
by
But usually
Danelius.
it's about tools for thought, right? Like we have this huge, I think we have this huge bias towards the bicycle for the mind, right? Everyone's trying to make the bicycle for the mind. And I think that's great, but like, I think we need the bicycle for the heart.
So, you know, people...
No.
People love the bicycle for the mind analogy.
That's too cheesy. I would never... Anyway, so there are lots of tools out there. They're not live coding tools, but there are tools out there that try to help you get over emotional blockers, like TL Draw, which uses sloppiness to make you stop trying to be perfect and just make stuff.
I'm really yelling
and
at
there's
this.
Sunspiel, right, which is a video game.
I kind of like the
people
yelling.
don't use it as
I
a
think I
video
should
game.
Yell more.
They use it as an art tool. People draw in it. Like, why would they do that? Why would they draw in a video game and not something like Photoshop? Why?
Why?
Like, that should make us ask these questions when we see something strange like this. And the reason is people often explain it. And you just read the comments.
Read the comments, lol.
They say, it's something about drawing and creating in an environment of play. And it's about the expectations. You're not expected in creating in an environment of play.
Do you hear that little intonation? I definitely picked that up from Matt Webb, who said he picked that up from someone else. And it's kind of weird. It's like infectious when it gets in your head.
And it's about the expectations. You're not expected to draw something good with Sunspiel. So you feel more free to draw something good, right?
But why?
Electroplankton is this musical instrument that you do not control. You don't control it. You just influence it. So if it makes something bad, it's not your fault. There are no emotional blockers. The responsibility is taken away from you. And the automaton is this toy musical instrument. But the weird thing about it, despite being a toy, it's actually really hard to play. And that's very emotionally, creatively freeing because there's no expectations.
Do you remember this?
Hey, look, that's Haley. Haley, okay, Haley, can you
We watched this earlier. We watched this earlier today.
Perfect.
Like only 3 hours ago.
I'm going to show you one more time.
And next up, so
Listen to this beautiful,
Haley. Okay, Haley.
beautiful voice. You come in at the right time, yeah.
Perfect.
Do you remember that?
Okay, and go back.
Do you remember that?
And the algorithm community has this culture of embracing mistakes and encouraging newcomers, right? And so in live programming tools like Strudel and Tidal Cycles, the community...
Do you hear how I said live programming tools like Strudel? That was a little joke.
One of its features, right?
Because it's live coding, not live programming, and I'm intentionally getting it wrong.
That's one of its features of this live programming tool, is the community. So, right, part 2, Arust. Orion, where are you? You need to come up. Great. So I thought, could I try to, as a thought experiment, try to combine many of these strengths together into one tool? And what's happened is that it's made something completely ridiculous, right? Yeah,
Do you remember Alex
hold this
from earlier? This is Orion's
just roughly.
turn. You remember this?
No, here. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so when you...
But because it was an academic conference, I was going to do the noises, not anyone else.
Load Arust, you're presented...
And also genuinely, there was no time, because it was such a short segment,
you're doing great.
And I did go over
You're presented with this mantra, and it says normalize sharing scrappy fiddles. And what that means is that when someone makes something sort of that they're a bit shy about...
You remember this.
That should be normal. It's not good, it's not bad, it's
this
just normal,
the
right? It's part of the culture of this.
Let's cover
and when
this.
you click it, thanks. And when you click on the screen, did you see that circle? Just appear from the... I'm going to do it again, right? Watch. I click on the screen and the circle appears. And it actually appears somewhere random. All right, okay, I promise it's random, right?
Yeah, wait.
Okay.
Oh, I said, do you see it? Ding.
So I didn't make this. Arust made that little shape, okay? And that's part of the feeling that it's creating, is that you're not in control. Arust is in control. Arust made it, right? And I can move it around. This is like a little simulation. I can zoom in. I can drag the camera like this. And it should feel like I'm interacting, influencing a physical simulation, right? And I can click on this and click against someone else, and it makes this other shape that I can also move around.
Talk about Arust in a more sensible
let's hope this
way.
Works. If I click
now, having just seen the really silly way earlier.
No, I
Starry
cannot.
Sky says, I feel like I'm at a one-day conference, but every talk is Lou Wilson. That is what this is like, isn't it?
Let's see.
And we're chatting in the back about how bad or good it is.
Oh,
the Lou Wilson
that worked too much.
con.
Yeah, I think down a bit.
Lou Wilson.
Okay, great. So I've recorded this. Sound.
The volume was way too high on the mic.
And I can keep recording more sounds.
Jesus Christ.
2. 2, right? And what I can do is I can change the starting point of this sound. 2.
1.
So I can make it start later, or I can make it start earlier. But really importantly, it's really hard. I can't see anything. I've been intentionally, like, there's really bad granularity.
It's like, can you see it? No, you can't see it. Oh, you can't see it.
Of feedback here, right? I can't see exactly where the sound went.
That's a reference to a talk that came earlier in the day.
And that's on purpose. So you stop fussing over it. It's just, I just guess, right? Around like this. What I can also do is
it's
move
the one
it
I
up and down.
pointed to the camera about, actually.
1, 2, 1, 1, 2.
And I can change the pitch.
1.
And this does a couple of things. Like, partly it sounds funny and silly. Like I could go like this.
Remember
I could go
this?
right, and then I've sort of made a musical instrument.
I didn't get the audience involved. I didn't have enough time.
Farther away. Yeah. And delete that. And so partly it sounds silly, so it's like a way of like loosening you up. It's like an icebreaker, right? But partly it sort of stops you from fiddling and moving things around, because like every time you move a sound, there's a risk that you accidentally mess up its pitch. So if I create another one, 3, 1, 3. If I move it over here, there's a chance that it messes up the pitch. So I don't want to do that. This is encouraging you to just leave it alone. Don't move your sounds. Leave them where they are. It's okay to be messy.
Explaining some of it.
And do you see this? I can delete sounds that I don't want.
I think I did an okay job.
The thing is, some of them are too important. So like, I can't delete the creation block. It comes back, right? So if I delete this, it'll disappear again. Like even if I zoom out. Even if I zoom out.
So this,
a long way, like if I delete it there, it's over here, right? Yeah, and yeah, you just saw that. Don't worry about zooming out too far. You can't get lost, right? You just
demo like, maybe was B2.
You can zoom all the way in and and then all the way out. Yeah, whatever. It's just a gimmick. And so this one it lets you connect things together
around it,
and this lets you create more interesting sounds, because you can play two sounds on the same beat, right? This connects them, and it's 2 sounds on the same beat. 3. And you can
really racing
multiple,
through,
like in a chain.
But I'm okay with that.
3. Right? Or you can do like stuff like this.
And I kind of want you to get confused at this point,
right?
Because
what you can do is you can click this button here.
Right.
Instead of making it fire on the same beat, you make it fire 1 beat later. So watch this.
Is this live programming?
2. And you can start to create like a chain, right?
This is live programming.
1, 2, 3.
It's also live
and then you can like make a loop.
1, 2, 3.
This was some decent live
programming. So this is like a really simple way.
2, 3.
Oh shit, that's going to be a bad one.
Oh shit.
All right.
1, 2, 3. 3.
I forgot to turn on focus mode that mutes everything else
when
you
really
want to
simple
record.
way of making
2, 3.
So I quickly deleted it and turned it on.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Right?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
So
1.
So remember, this makes it fire 1 beat later. If I click it again, listen. If I click it again, it makes it fire 1 beat earlier. This was really hard to program, right? So like, I'm gonna press it, you're gonna hear 1, and then you'll hear 2, but like in the past, right?
And you remember this from earlier? Those of you who were here 4 hours ago.
Did you hear the 2? No?
1.
We can't hear the past, right? So what you have to do is like
you
send like a signal into the future, which sends it to the past, which ends up being the present.
2, 1.
Or you could like flip it and send it to the past, which then comes back to the future.
2.
Back to the future.
You're following, right?
Is that a reference?
Very
I think I just said it by accident.
So one last thing, you can change the color of a wire, and it changes the color of the pulse that passes through, like this. And like so, red pulses only pass don't pass through wires of different colors, and you can use this as a way of like doing control flow.
Thank you, Daniel. That's
and the
very
fun thing
kind.
is that you can like combine different colors
You've
together.
seen how it's changed over time.
Make patterns like this, right? And can like mix colors. Oh no, wait.
Yeah,
Let's see. This needs to be white.
Flip it, work it,
and this
and
I'll do
reverse
blue.
it.
We combine like blue and green together, and you get different. You invent new colors, right? And this. Thank you. You've done very well.
Do you remember
there.
when
I'll
it
do
was
that
so
now.
simple and I was just
so
doing like Spice Girls reference?
You can use this color system to make all sorts of logic
In my
gates
second
and things,
ever
and people
talk.
in the community have built
Those were the good old
amazing
days.
things. Like this is a bit adder. Here's a not
Cool.
gate using an.
Yeah, I showed these this time. I didn't show these in the previous Aroost thing, but I showed them in the Heart of Closure thing. So this is like kind of merging together of all the Aroost
Another feature.
stuff.
So this is Turing complete. Stop asking me about it. Right.
Look, and there's
But then
and there's the in joke from last year's Splash, the year before, where people kept asking me about Turing completeness. And now the audio's working this time. It was not working in Heart of Closure, but I figured it out.
the more interesting thing for me is that people. This is Ivan Reese made this song using Aroost. And
It's a bit
instead
loud.
of programming really complicated things, the easiest thing to do is just to perform it, right? You can see he's like clicking different parts of this instrument he's made, and I'm really, really pleased that lots of people have made
Rookie
clicking
error.
different parts of this instrument he's
Do you
made.
see the
and
flash?
I'm really, really
See the
pleased that lots
flicker?
of people have made
I don't make that
different
kind of mistake
music,
anymore.
well,
I have
they've
higher
live
standards
programmed
now.
musical
Since
instruments for themselves
October.
to play and perform. Here's one from Avon, and each one has like an element of. I was worried that all songs made with Aroost would sound the same, but they all have that person's personality in them. Here's one by Alex McLean from the live programming world.
You see, I said live programming instead of live coding, which very much gets on certain people's nerves.
Using samples, but some people like Elliot Evans use what they have around them, like typing and tapping things to make different kinds of noises. This is one of my favorites.
Elliot, who was in the room this time.
This is non-nullish.
And Ivan Reese was also in the room.
I think she said her boyfriend was like using a hairdryer or something, and she's used it to make like a nice little song.
I really like this one because it's really simple, but also I like the way it's like arranged like a little pattern, you know.
I'm gonna hurry up. Right. So
at this point I had actually hit my ending time, I think.
I was
So
really
I
pleased that so
overran
many
quite a
different people used Aroost. One of those people was Shane Crowley, who wrote up their experience of trying Aroost in a blog post. And I'm really, really pleased like the effect it had on them. They said that their discovery of Aroost led to a sudden burst of music making, not just in Aroost, but in other things as well. It got them back to a place where they could make something. So that for me was really, I was really pleased to see that. Also, reviewer C said this.
Look how quickly I'm talking now, but you know, it's the right thing to do. Sol says, respect to the people that have been here for 6 hours. Yeah, like myself.
They had the
and
same
Starry
thing
Sky
happen to them.
and maybe
They
Scat.
said they've been
and
blocked
Cafe,
on composition
Um,
of music, even though they do a lot of music themselves. And they found that making music with Aroost was quite freeing. So this for me was, I was really happy to
I
see
now
that.
know who that reviewer is.
It also changed me a lot. I
But it's
used to be
supposed to be
very
secret.
shy about making and sharing music.
Jacob
and it
says,
completely
I've been here for
changed
6
that for
minutes.
me.
Welcome.
It also changed the kind
We're
of music
watching
that I make with
every
other instruments and
single
tools.
talk
Like, here's one I made
I've
last
ever
night
done
in
under
the
TodePond.
hotel.
Pasta
I
gang.
think you heard it a
Pasta
bit
gang.
earlier.
Pasta gang. It's Pasta gang.
It's nothing really. Like so, this is using Flock by Damien Silvani. So my hope is that this is.
Check out these wacky visuals right here. And what the hell is going on here? But I kind of like it.
It's just a very silly, ridiculous thought experiment. My hope is that it starts a conversation about emotional blockers. We don't just want to help people think better. We want to help people to feel better. Not like feel good. Not feel good. When I say feel better, I don't think it's enough that a tool feels good. I know lots of people want their tool to feel good to use, but feeling good is not the same as feeling free from emotional blockers. Getting through a blocker can be
Jacob.
uncomfortable, it can be painful.
Hopefully
And I
it
think we should
keeps
make tools that help people do that,
continuing.
because that's sometimes what we want. The most surprising thing to me.
Look, it's Toad's eye. So the reason I said it's not enough to make your tool feel good is because I know a lot of people who work in the future of coding world focus on making something feel nice to use. But that really doesn't help. A lot of things feel nice, they might not be good for you. You know? Chocolate is nice to eat. It's not good to have it all the time. Sometimes you got to do stuff that doesn't feel nice, you know?
We're seeing that
Anyways, this Toad's
the
eye.
most important part of our roost was not anything I did. It was from the community. And that was
And like at this point, this idea of the community, I guess, making a tool felt very new and fresh.
That was
But
really
now,
surprising and enlightening for me, and I'm still learning what that means.
I was still learning. I'm still learning
like I said,
now.
I put out this mantra, and
but I have a much better
really
idea.
run with it. It's gone a bit crazy. Like it's getting a little bit. It's getting a little bit out of hand, right? It's sort of, and I think.
So that's Alan Kay. He's like a big figure in the future of coding world, and Anselm, someone who I mentioned, that was a talk I mentioned earlier, like 4 hours ago. Put a fake quote. He put a fake quote in his presentation saying that Alan Kay said something about scrappy fiddles, which is something I say, as a kind of a joke on the obsession with scrappy fiddles.
I think it's really important that when we build tools, it's not just about the tool. It's about building a community, or it's about like making room for community to grow. Because there's no point doing any of this in isolation. So like this is nothing to do with.
Oh look, Pasta Gang spotted. Pasta Gang. Look, Pasta Gang. Yeah. Wow.
But a roost led me to this point, right? This is a song that has been made by about 10 to 15 people over the course of 2 days, all collaborating in this shared environment with Strudel and Hydra and its flock. And a lot of these people are sort of repeating this mantra of normalize sharing scrappy fiddles. And so I encourage you, as people building tools or building things, don't do it in isolation. You're going to learn so much more by sharing your work, making it open, and getting other people involved. That's the end. Thank you.
It's kind of wild seeing that. It's kind of wild. That's wild. Oh man. Is it really loud? It's really loud, isn't it? Yes. It's very wild seeing that now, because I guess it was really predicting a bunch of the Pasta Gang stuff that was going to happen, which was only just starting at that point. But it was starting, you know. Okay. 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 So what do we think? Outfit? B tier. C tier. Will there be a talk where you're wearing all Minion merch? Maybe eventually. Demo, it was pretty good. B tier, it wasn't the main part. Talk, I liked the talk a lot. I think I got quite enthusiastic about it, you know? I got quite enthusiastic about it. So I think the talk, I'll put as A tier. Voice, I think the voice was part of why I liked the talk. You know? Posture, F tier. When will you do a talk about rating your talks? I'm doing it right now, motherfucker. Are we watching the stream or watching Lou re-watching the stream? No, you're watching the stream. And hello, Paolo-y and Spiral Ganglion. You just appeared in a talk. Alright. We got 2 more left. Dialogues are natural code now. And then, I am not dead yet, and the recording of this has not been released yet. So hopefully it comes out within the next 40 minutes? Better do. Okay. Are you ready? We've got 2 more. 2 more talks. Let's tell the world. Wait, where's the link? Where's the link? Here it is. Here it is. Let's do it. I can feel the ending. I can feel it. Wow. It is still nothing about this it looks straight to me. Completely straight. Dialogues on natural code. I haven't forgot any talks, have I?
Is this thing on? All right.
Goodbye, Daniel.
So,
thank you for being here.
Next essay is on dialogue.
Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that?
Is this thing on?
Yeah, this sounds
all right.
Sounds good. So, next essay is on.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm pointing at the camera. That's a drink.
Dialogues on natural code. Go ahead.
Open with a brace bracket to say we're about to experience some code, some natural code.
Hello. Hi.
Context for this talk is very much needed because this talk I spoke just after something happened that really threw me off. There was Philena's talk just before mine, and it was about feminism in programming language research. Yes, it was Kathy. And it was a really, really good talk. But then this one person came and asked the first question immediately, and it was like so rude and offensive and horrendous and disgusting. And it really like messed me up. And I just about calmed down before this talk, and then I got up and like literally in like this moment I saw that person just sitting at the back looking grumpy, and it really got to me.
Natural code. Go ahead.
Hello.
And it was like it broke my brain. And this first, I was supposed to deliver this in like content at about like 3 times the speed than I actually did, and I massively overran. And I'm not saying it was because of that, but I am saying it was certainly a factor, and maybe the fact that I was not I don't know, I have a tendency to overrun. So if something throws me off, I realize now that I have the tendency to overrun by like a significant amount, not just by a little bit, by like loads. And you'll see this later on in the talk where I realize this, and I just sort of go with it, and it actually turned out pretty well, maybe even for the better. Anyway, let's see.
Hi, that was an absolutely incredible talk, and so I'm feeling the pressure. But I'm also just
Lucia,
hugely
welcome
honored to follow like, a talk like that. Like you could, right? I'm shaking a bit. Like I feel the adrenaline. But let's do it. Right. So my name is Lou, or Luke. It's a very long story. And
drink.
unfortunately, so
Ding.
my co-conspirator
Ding.
Dave Ackley can't make it in person today, but he's going to be involved. And he's
is.
also, I think, on the live. He's in the live chat, I think, on YouTube.
Ding, that's a ding.
And I should say that this work is supported by his not-for-profit called Living Computation Foundation. Paid for my ticket today. So I just want to give thanks to anyone who's ever sort of
Still
contributed
doing the
to
multiple
that.
name thing,
That's-
eh?
If
Will I
this
ever
is bad,
stop?
then it's your fault. Right, so to give you some background, that's me. For a long time, I was a teacher for like most of my career. I was a teacher. I worked with really, really tiny kids, mostly.
Pretty
but
good
not
outfit.
always with,
Pretty good outfit.
Look, I'm shaking. I'm shaking. Oh my god. Okay.
You see, okay, you know why I'm shaking though? You know why I'm shaking? It's because I was feeling nervous from the thing that just happened
Mostly,
beforehand.
but not always with communication difficulties.
And
but
there was
currently
someone
I'm a software
in the
engineer
crowd who,
at TodePond. I'm also a researcher
who I
in
knew, who was a
residence
friend of mine,
at
new friend
a
of
lab
mine,
called
who was
Switch.
looking at me like going like,
I'm part of this
calm,
new collective called
and it was actually really
But
helpful.
yeah, anyway, part one, Lou, that's me. So typical tentpole.
Yes, communication difficulties. That's like the shorthand. Yes.
But yeah, anyway, part one, Lou, that's me. So to explain this piece of work I'm showing today, I need to go eight years back to when I was a teacher, right? So that's me. That was before hormones, right? So, and when I was a teacher, I discovered these videos on YouTube by Dave Ackley. He
Like
has
the
this whole sort of
biscuits. Yeah.
this body of work on the internet for everyone to see. And the
There's
reason I
biscuits
watched
in
them
this talk.
is because he has a very relaxing voice.
Yeah, he
And I'm
does.
not joking.
Just
That
like
is
me.
That is why I watched them. I really enjoyed how calming they were. They're kind of amazing.
You'll
The
see it later,
setup
'cause
is
he talks in the
fantastic. It
talk.
has this sort of like black background, and Dave like looks through his slides.
He does.
To the left, often wearing a suit and tie, not here. But after listening,
You
after
see the
watching
Hugie?
this video,
That's like
for
my
about,
my background.
like
is
100
Hugie,
times,
right?
some of
on the
its
screen.
ideas started to resonate with me, right? So
My
this,
voice is
this
still
is Dave
ASMR.
showing
Yeah,
the simulation
unintentional ASMR,
of
but
artificial
intentionally.
life, right? But Dave said it was more than just that. It's more than that. This is not just artificial life. This is life.
Whoa.
Right?
Whoa.
I thought that was interesting. That was
Whoa.
interesting. So I started to build my own things, which were similar, and this was the first thing I ever made, sort of inspired by Dave Ackley's work, and I sort of kept going, and I haven't stopped. And so I made this thing called TodePond, which is like a living computation. It's a simulation, and yeah, and I've kept going. This is like my latest attempt, which I presented last year at Splash at Live. And it was the first time.
So all of this is taking way too long, but it's okay. You know, I think I was trying to channel. Yes, we've seen that talk before. Yes, we saw it. I don't know, 3 hours ago, maybe 4 hours ago.
Presented anything like academic-y in my life.
This is taking too long.
I was inspired in other ways. This is another video we
raced
did.
through this.
This on the left here, that's called the self-image. It's the
But
symbol.
I
I'll
kind
get
of
to
like
later.
how it's going a little bit
And
slower in a way.
I sort of ran with that icon, like that symbolism in
0 to
in
7
some of my
hours
more
ago.
artistic projects too. So, okay, so yeah, I was sort of deeply inspired by Dave Ackley's
Are
work.
we at 8 hours yet?
And one day I put
Oh
out
my
this blog
God.
post on my blog, and on my blog I usually write things that I've like learned or I'm trying to sort of reaffirm to myself. And one of the things that I did learn was sometimes you can just ask questions, right? I don't know if you know this.
Not yet.
You can just
We're
ask
approaching
for
8
things.
hours.
And I guess Dave read my blog post.
This
so
is
he
even
sent me
longer
an
than
email
when we watched every single video.
saying,
Oh my
just
God.
asking, this was immediately after the blog post, would you be interested in booking a Zoom slot sometime? Like, I've noticed you're obsessed with me, Lou.
It's true.
So we had a Zoom call.
Yeah.
And it was like shortly after my birthday.
Was it my birthday?
And it was
or
great.
someone else's birthday?
And we carried on chatting.
The
about
joke
once a month.
landed, yes.
I learned a lot from him about like working in
How times have
academia for a long
changed.
time,
Jokes
publishing
land
lots of
now.
things, like how he thinks about code and what it means for something to be anyway. And then he said something crazy, right? He said something crazy.
Catching
He
on
said,
from like the fourth talk.
Let's write a paper.
Are you, Lucia? Are you in the
and
past?
I
Wait,
said,
how would you even
that's
hear
ridiculous,
this?
That's ridiculous. And actually, we didn't write a paper. We wrote an essay. And I'm very sorry, Jonathan.
What a question.
Because I read your call for papers, and we wrote an essay called Dialogues on Natural Code.
Do you see, it didn't pop up on the
So
screen
one of the things
because of
that
the delay.
we were talking a lot about at the time was...
Whoa,
okay, so
Lucia, that's crazy.
Dave has this crazy idea.
It's not too,
right?
it's
and I
rude
say
to call
crazy
it crazy.
as a compliment.
Okay,
right?
yes.
And so I asked him, so why is it so important to you that we see natural language as code?
Do you see how I've got this yellow background and black? It's actually the colors that Dave uses in his videos, but flipped.
Because this is something that Dave kept saying to me, right? He kept saying that all communication can be viewed as code, right? All of it.
Oh, B-movie? Is that?
It's this crazy idea, and this idea is
that
called,
a B-movie reference?
There's like a delay. Natural code.
Right.
I'm gonna like work that into my timings, right?
Yes.
This idea is called natural code.
This happens so often where there's a delay. It's quite annoying.
Kind of like we have programming languages, right? And we also have natural languages, so we can also have like natural code. It's a cutesy name, but that's what it means, right? And so we thought like the best way that we could do our essay was to actually make it this dialogue between me and him to be like this example of communication, this example of natural code. So what we did is we recorded
we have
all of
programming code
we had like a
and
call a
natural
week
code.
for many months.
That's
we recorded everything. And then in the essay, it's just snippets of that. Right, so
I mean,
including the bits where
we have like traditional
each other,
code and
including
natural code.
especially those bits. It's often the most interesting bits. But I would say that there is some cleaning up, right? It's not completely faithful. Like, and trust me, like this is what I actually said, and this is how much better.
Yeah,
it
you
looks
see all the
in the
ums
essay.
and ahs.
So you're welcome. You don't want the truth. You can't deal with it, right? The other thing we did was like the nice thing is you can add references to something you've said. So sometimes I would say to Dave, it's like, oh, but trust me, I can reference that, when I've got it in the back of my mind. The other thing you can do is refer to Fig 2 in your essay. But
in
actually,
your essay,
like,
no,
after doing
in
this
your
for many months,
speech
and
is what I meant
got
to say. I
conditionally
said the wrong
accepted, so we
thing.
actually spent a lot more time on it as well.
Yeah, I spent a
we got
lot of
quite used
time
to
on
this
this
format,
paper.
and many of the dialogues actually started happening like async. So this particular paragraph,
It was
I
like-
wrote that top line on one day.
We used
one
the
day
PDF
later, Dave
as
wrote
a
the
social
second
media
line.
site.
A day later, I spoke on the following one. A day later, Dave wrote on the following one. So these dialogues weren't just
someone there.
happening at the same time. They started happening like in many different ways. And yeah, anyway, back to the talk. So, to answer this
We had
question
async
about like
natural code.
why Dave has
Text
this idea of
speech
natural
melding.
code.
That sounds deep.
We
That
figured
sounds
out
good.
through this whole dialogue that it starts with this, right? It starts with
I think I like it when I speak
Dave
slower.
said, I think living organisms can be meaningfully viewed as machines. And that's the first line of our essay. And of
Async
course, my response
natural code.
is it's just, sorry, what? Like
I'm not
animals?
a machine, am I?
Like, when I think of a machine, I think of like a computer or like a gizmo or a gadget or a robot. But no, Dave says machines are physical arrangements of matter. They move and do work. And they have power supplies.
That's kind of like me,
You know what that
I
means,
guess.
right? You know what that means? Right, like,
Right, that's me, right?
does that mean we're machines?
Are you a machine?
You know? I don't feel like a machine.
Do you feel like a machine?
Am I a machine? Right?
Am I a robot?
Am I a robot?
Is this play about? Whoa!
You're
I
nodding.
said the same thing.
The thing is, I'm not this kind of machine, right? I'm this kind of machine.
Yeah.
Right? I have power
You're
supplies.
this kind of machine too.
I have power supplies with the food I eat and things like that. I'm an arrangement of matter. The thing is, when I go to the doctor, I kind of want them to think of me as a
Are we
machine.
humans or are we dancers?
When something's gone wrong, like, my immune system's all messed up, right? I need them to think about me in terms of like matter and biology and bits and pieces, right? So this is the first idea, right? We are machines. Following so far? Yeah, you're just going to go with me, right? You're going to go with me on this, right? So as well as being machinery, living things are also capable of building machinery.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying, right, Dave?
Are we
That's what you're saying.
We're systems.
You know, like we build bridges, they're machines. We build programmable machines, like Turing machines.
I don't know what all these slashes mean. I'm not a zoomer,
it's even more
right?
than that. Like even a fire, even a campfire, we still have to build.
I don't.
Right? Like
I don't
get
understand
bits
your
of wood,
zoomer
we
references.
build this campfire, and
I'm
then
a millennial.
we like push its button, we flick a switch by lighting it to turn it on. So one example we used in the essay was burgers.
Zoomers
right?
are so funny.
Dave was saying to me, that even a burger, even building a burger is like building a machine, right? It's a really bad example. But like,
You can run
one
Gulf
of the
of
reviewers
Mexico,
really disagreed.
which is Dreambird in your head.
I would like to thank
can.
our shepherd, Alan, for
Alan was in the
discouraging
audience.
us from writing a whole page on the machine status
You know,
of the burger.
a burger
right?
is a machine.
Maybe next year, right? But the thing is, if
I'm
we're
31,
machines as well, like
which
another
makes
way
me a
that
millennial.
life builds machinery is through reproduction, right? That's pretty, like if we really accept those first two things, you know, we are machines, we build machines.
Are you following? Are you following? So we are machines, and we build, and we build more machines. Right? We are machines that can produce other machines. We are humans that can produce other humans. You're following, right? Listen, it's 5 minutes to 1 a.m. here. Just go with it.
And I said,
we're live.
And you're saying, just want to get this completely right. There are two ways of building machinery, right? Directly, you know, with wood, hammer, nail, we build a machine with our hands and tools. You
want to know the burger? You want to know if a burger is a machine? Well, there's. I can't deal. I can't afford to pause for much longer. But I will tell you, there are two ways in which a burger can be seen as a machine. One is that it has like a source of energy. It's like it has fuel inside it, right? Inside the burger. And you use it by eating it. And it's like a specific arrangement. It's like you put these different things and it sort of creates this machine-like structure that it kind of like a building, but this can be used and you use it by eating it. That's one way it could be viewed as a machine. That's probably like a weaker way. Another way a burger can be a machine is it's like a sort of like a hand-powered machine in the sense that what's it called? Like a kind of screwdriver where you have to turn it with your hand. You have to operate it with your the source of energy here is your arm. Operates a machine. And a burger needs to be operated by your arm and put in your mouth. How does consciousness fit into machines? I don't know.
But also,
I don't know, but
indirectly, you know, you get another machine to build a machine for you, right? If you can find a programmable machine like
are burgers Turing complete? No, not all machines are Turing
ship
complete.
some code
we know this.
and get it to build a machine for you, or we can transmit code to that programmable machine, or even just like
right. To build a machine, you can either do it yourself or you get another machine to do it.
Clicking the light switch on the wall, we can kind of see it. Like, if we stretch our imagination a little bit, we are like programming it in a way. It's just a very simple program.
Oh my god!
And these are some mantras that
I guess a burger was once a different machine. I mean, I'm a vegetarian, so
Dave kept saying to me, "We ship code,
Turing
right?
machines.
We are coders." We could say.
Burgers are ex-Turing machines.
So,
Aroost
catch up. We are machines.
is
we
Turing
build
complete.
machines. We program machines.
I already
This
told
is
you.
all pretty normal, and now it's going to start to go really crazy, right? Okay. So
Yusuf is correct. Nothing is really Turing
I
complete.
see where this is going. I see where this is going.
Turing complete-ish.
So you're saying that the programmable machine could be a person, right?
Right. Did you hear that? It's like you can, like, we are kind of a machine.
You could, like, if we accept those
Yes,
three
I've
things,
shown
then we
you
just
the
say that
Aroost logic gates twice,
we
I think.
code a person. And Dave says, yes, we transmit natural code all the time. When we talk with each other or teach stuff to our kids, you know, we could say to someone, hey, can you help me build this shelter?
pretty normal,
In a
right?
way, you're transmitting code to them. You're trying to get them to do something.
That we try and get
You know,
people
can
to
you
do
build a
stuff.
fire while I gather
Often to
food?
help them, you know.
Or even something like duck. There's a rock coming. You know, it's a way, you're trying to help them by coding them. We are machines, we build machines, we program machines, we are programmable. This is the crazy idea. Sometimes we're the coder. We already know we're coders. We're all coders here. Right, programmers, sorry. But
There's a little joke about the live programming versus live coding thing again.
sometimes we're the machine. We're the machine. Right? This is the crazy idea of natural code. And Dave says, if I was trying to wrap it all up in a box, I'd say, and we did.
We put it in a
I
box.
think we should use. Yeah,
Are you being programmed right now?
It's nice when you can format your
maybe,
speech.
if you let yourself.
I think we should use our knowledge of programming languages.
Am I
of
being
software
programmed
and
right now?
computing
Yeah,
to
I think I am,
examine
by
our
you.
own natural code, to understand it and debug it, to make society better, and to improve our shared code base.
So this is
natural
like-
code is like another lens we can look through.
It's a way of
It's
thinking.
not the only lens; it's just another lens.
It's
Warning!
It's
Warning, warning, warning. This is a technological fallacy, potentially, right? Like, so.
What does subordination mean?
Reviewer C put it really well. They said, you know, they're worried about the ideological, technocratic undertones of the essay.
Am I
It's a
programming
pervasive
you? I
fallacy
don't know.
in the tech world to see all our problems as technological, right? Every human interaction, I'm saying, is reduced to a kind of programming. And I completely agree. And this was something that...
Yeah, I mean, like, I think like people in our world try to make other people do things. They try to program other people, right? That's not a new thing. That happens all the time, and it kind of sucks.
that we're really worried about.
So we're trying to like identify that in a way.
And I think this is like a risky idea, because if people take
No,
it
Reviewer C
in the
was
wrong
helpful.
way, it can be this sort of like this imposing of tech on everything, which would be terrible, right? And so I think it goes even further. I think it almost seems like psychopathic, right, to say that like we're coding people, we're trying to program and manipulate people, right? And Dave, I think he was a bit shocked by this, right? But like,
so like, no, I mean like we're programmers. We want to try and influence people positively. Also want to influence yourself possibly positively. But also when you're programming, you're trying to get different systems, different things to work together well, right? That seems like a good idea.
I think it's really important that we see it from a different point of view. That's not what we're saying. That's not what I'm saying. Right?
I think if you're an evil programmer, you're going to try and manipulate people. If you're a good programmer, you're going to try and help people, right?
Right. I think we're very used to coding other people. We have a code of conduct.
Yeah, we do this all the time.
Right? Already. We all do this already. You know, like we've all been coded by one of these things, right? You know, design systems a computer is not consuming this. It's a person that's getting coded by this. A pattern language, like it's a way of coding people, right? Advertising, you know, that's That's a way of manipulating people, but we should at least, why not just acknowledge that this is trying to program people to drink Coca-Cola? Actually, I had one for lunch. All right, so...
Yeah, I realized after this that I picked up a Coke at lunch, and I was like, whoa, did I like Darren Brown myself, you know? Did I plant the idea from this talk?
Get programmed my own slides.
And the slides are even red and white.
This is
I didn't
not
even
subliminal.
realize.
So, like, I think this is important, right? You know, like, we need to be careful. There is the potential for a technocratic fallacy, right? We can't boil down communication to just getting someone to do stuff.
That's not
cold,
it. That's
right?
not what
But
all communication
just wanted
is.
to
You
give
know?
that warning, and now we can continue with the essay, right? So, when I was a teacher, like I said, I worked with children with communication difficulties, and a lot of the time, not all the children, but some of them
Speech and language.
actually struggled to see the purpose
It's the
of
term,
communication.
really.
Many of us learn this naturally, many of us don't. And so this is PECS, it's a picture exchange communication system, and it's one way of demonstrating to children and adults that communication is valuable because it can make
I have not
do
read
things.
Words
so if you say,
Made
if
Flesh.
you hand someone
Should
these
I read
cards,
it?
I want bubbles, and this happened many times, then
I'll make a note.
I would give a child bubbles, right? And in the paper we talk about biscuits, but Dave keeps saying
Biscuits.
cookies.
Who said
but
biscuits earlier?
Either way. So
I should read it. Okay, I'll read it.
so, you know, so many children
You
realize
programmed
that
me.
communication
You
is
coded
valuable
me.
because when you transmit
You installed some software in my brain.
code, when you communicate, you can get people to do things. And there are ways of sort of building on this, and you can use PECS for much more complicated communications, right? But here's the thing, like, PECS is useful because it uses symbols. Right? If you don't have language, you just have to point or grab a cookie, right? But when you can use a symbol, you don't need to see the cookie biscuit.
It can be out of
to
sight.
ask for it. You can ask for it in another room. You can be playing with your bubbles and ask for a biscuit. This is one of the reasons why language is great. You know, like, you can point at 3 cookies if you want 3 cookies, or you could sort of hand over 3 cards. And then the thing is, this starts to get very cumbersome and annoying. And
Welcome back,
you know,
Scat.
this is when
Hopefully
you
my connection
typically,
is fine.
if you're a child going through PECS,
think
then
it
you will
is.
switch to more advanced abstract ways of communicating. Usually PECS gets very annoying, so you switch to something like a pod book or just speech or signing, right?
I guess so.
But
coding.
I think this is like an interesting
can be
example
viewed
because
as communication, and
we're
communication can be
acknowledging
viewed as
that
coding.
communication is helpful because it gets people to do things, right? We've just had to go through it explicitly here. So, like, a lot of this work is very
Communication
inspired
is important.
by my teaching days, right? Of course, it didn't take long for the people to, you know, ask for, Mr. Wilson, I want 1 million cookies. No.
Or 99
right?
cookies, 99
Another warning.
cents.
Another warning. This is my favorite one, right?
Have you spotted this?
Non-determinism detected.
Non-determinism.
Right? Computers are deterministic, and humans are not.
Have you
right, is what I
noticed?
said today,
Kind of.
right? How can we talk about
Is that
code
true?
when it's not going to run the same way each time, right? Dave said people certainly, you know, don't do the same thing every time.
Yusuf says
Many people say
computers aren't deterministic, though. You're right. You're right. That's coming up now.
well, if it's not deterministic, then it's not computation. And I have news for you, buddy.
Yes.
Right? Determinism
Mark.
is an illusion.
Your
in the
computer
real
does
world,
whatever it wants. I can't control
All
it.
code
Oh no, it's gone
runs
rogue.
In the real world.
It's gone rogue.
I'm sorry to break it to you.
All code runs in the real world, right? We do a hell of a lot to keep that illusion of determinism. That's right. Are quantum computers more human? Whoa. Don't know.
Don't shoot the messenger, right?
Mm.
Theoretically,
Yes.
code runs, you know, I don't know
Lucia
where.
says
on
communication
PDFs
exists in a
or
world where you
something,
expect
right?
the recipient to have a something, right?
But
It's like
all real code runs in the real world.
you assume that you have some shared language, some shared assumption, some shared dictionary, right? Otherwise, there's no point transmitting like symbols you only want to transmit symbols if you know someone else has a similar idea of what those symbols are. It doesn't need to be exactly the same idea, but you want to know that you have some similar idea, right?
All running code is non-deterministic, and I can prove it to you. If you think you have found a deterministic program, then bring it to me, and I can prove to you that it will not necessarily finish. All I need to prove it to you is a hammer, and I can smash your computer because it's in the real world.
Yes.
Anyway. The way we get around non-deterministic
Right?
execution of code is that we can run it.
There's no such thing as like you cannot. Maybe in theory, there is like deterministic code, but in reality, nothing is sure to finish running because I can smash it.
Again and again and again. If we think
Yeah,
like
you
the
said-
net gain
That's
is,
right.
is-
That's
is
why
positive,
compression
right? We do this
algorithms
in
work
web
because
development all the
we
time.
agree
read
on a
runs,
way to
right?
compress
So this
or
is how we get
decompress
around non-deterministic code. Is you run it again and again and again and again and again, and now we get to part 2. In that spirit, Dave is now going to tell you some of these things again.
Yes. Oh, can you hear him? Yes.
Could I ask for the volume to go up a bit?
So this is actually faked. I exported the video and I put the audio on.
I wish I could be there with you.
And
but
I
am coming
even
to you
faked the
from
volume changes.
Last week in
Right.
New Mexico. The idea here is that I'm just going to try to drill a little bit
That's
more
Dave.
deeply into these
Got
ideas of
relaxing
natural
voice,
code
hasn't he?
for a couple of minutes and maybe find a few takes on them, and then hopefully,
It's Dave.
be able to make sense out of it for all of us.
I said I make no
That sounds
promises.
good to me as far as it goes.
He's
so
a time
the
traveler.
very idea,
This is not live.
This crazy idea that
I'm
saying
live.
natural language between people is like code,
Mhm.
programming code between a programmer and a programmable machine. I think it's fair to say, as the intro, that both people and both humans, both you and I, and digital computers can be viewed not just as machines, but as programmable machines. Okay, that's great. But in almost every way beyond that, programmable machines of our kind and programmable machines of the silicon kind are almost complementary rather than identical. And one of the biggest ways that we did.
I do believe in what's being said. I do. Yeah. I think it's like it's maybe the way it's put forward makes it sound like kind of crazier than it actually is, because that kind of makes it interesting. But yeah, no, I mean, I think we can see things through certain lenses, and one of those lenses is we can see things as code, you know? You can see things in lots of lenses, though. It's funny when Dave's talking, I feel like I can just listen a bit more, you know?
Differ is,
and then we get to the final talk,
the idea of deterministic execution, that the backbone of traditional digital computing has been this idea of deterministic execution. The hardware guarantees, with an asterisk, that it'll do the same thing every time. And people don't have that kind of guarantee.
Lucia says, there's a thing here in programming that has this weird engineering bias, like things are systemed to be used instead of like worlds that can be shared. I didn't say that. I'm not saying that, right? You know, like maybe you have that perception, but I don't have that perception. Kelsey says, you can ask people to do things and sometimes they do them. Is this a conspiracy theory? Yeah, it's like we're not really saying much so far. Like nothing is too crazy at this point, I don't think. It should be pretty straightforward, but we're saying it in maybe an embellished way to make it sound interesting. And Sol says, I'm actively falling asleep. Have a great last few talks, everyone. Thanks for being here.
Beyond just people, living systems don't have that kind of guarantee. The vagaries of the natural world means you have a plan that you're going to try to reach the apple and eat it. But as Professor Tyson once said, you know, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. That's what non-determinism is like. And what does that mean? Well, that means if we want to think about...
Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. That was kind of like my hammer thing.
what's supposed to happen. We have a desire. We have expressed it in code. We want to execute that
Yeah.
code or ship that code someplace
Professor
else and have it
Tyson.
be executed there, whatever it is. We have to consider not just the plan as
Richard says, but ain't the world based on a string of codes to work, like a DNA and stuff? Like our DNA is a kind of code, right? It's kind of machine code. I can't remember if I included it in this essay, but like it was pretty crazy reading about the RNA vaccine, like, and how it was coded. Anyway.
As we have stated it, the master plan, but we have to consider the possibility that it won't work. We have to consider the possibility that it will fail. We have to consider the possibility that it will work differently on machine A and machine B. Why?
That's a good point,
Because
Yusuf.
there are implementation dependencies. And in traditional computing, in traditional programming languages, implementation dependencies are always lame. We hate implementation dependencies as programmers. We want the world...
Oh no, why am I
digital
interrupting him? No,
Work
come
in
on.
web development, right? Like, and when something works different in Safari compared to Fire.
To clean all that up so that it's guaranteed to work the same way every time. That was the deal. And now you tell me it's going to do, it might be signed and it might be unsigned depending on what computer it happens to be running on. Well, I don't want to have to worry about that.
This is late night
the real
TodePond
world
Live.
living systems have to worry
This is
about
when it
that.
gets more
and
trippy.
So once we get beyond
This is
determinism,
late
you know, and
TodePond
determinism is
late
like
and
crack.
live,
It
baby.
really is a drug. It really is addictive because it allows us to skip a tremendous amount of stuff about error correcting and deciding what whether we would rather have this kind of implementation problem or that kind of implementation problem. It allows us to sweep it all under the rug. That's hardware's job. Hardware provides reliability. Software
TodePond coast to
provides
coast, baby.
desirability. And once we
we're
get past
dropping
that, once we
Europeans
have
by
to
a
give
second.
that up, and I say
Gaining
we have
North
to give it up.
Americans.
That's kind of why we're all here
And
talking.
South Americans.
Implementability becomes a primary concern. So we can take this program and we can claim, is it implementable? Can we run it on machinery that we can actually acquire? And it might be possible that the program is completely implementable in some principle, but it would cost far too many trillions of dollars to build a machine that would do it. Or it might be that it's not implementable even in principle because it has some internal contradiction where at one point it's going to say the thing has to be up and the other place it's going to have to be down. Can't be both at the same time. So that's a bummer.
That's a bummer.
We're going to have to get past that. And if we can get past that, we are going to learn that natural code has all of these techniques, all of these designs, all of this stuff. People have all of these designs and things to help make programmability
It is pretty relaxing,
possible
isn't it?
without hardware determinism. So,
Like, I love these videos,
Oh,
honestly.
I
Like,
do.
I was pleased to get like a custom-made Dave Ackley video, right? For anyway, there's more.
once, you know, Shannon information, send how much information can you send through a channel? Beautiful mathematical information.
It feels rude for me to like react to this because it's not my own
and so forth.
bit,
Well understood.
I guess, you know what I mean?
Has
You know what
one
I
huge
mean?
assumption built into it, which is that the transmitter and the receiver share the identical dictionary.
Yes, this is what we were talking
that's
about
great.
earlier
And
in
it makes
chat.
sense from the point of view of the phone company. They don't care what language you speak as long as you're talking and so forth and paying the toll. But for a bigger picture, for understanding machinery in general, for understanding how to build entire systems.
Look at
for
this.
a
I'm
bigger
like checking my phone timer, thinking like, oh god, I'm going over so much.
picture for understanding machinery in general, for understanding how to build entire systems, not just communication channels. We have to understand, how does a shared dictionary come to be? And the idea is that, you know, Chomsky's hierarchy with, you know, recursive modular languages and subclauses and the man with the dog, with the hat, with the fun, and so forth, as a way to get complexity, you know, well, that's great as far as it goes. But we take an alternate approach.
No.
We say we can.
Dave stuck to his
incredibly
timings.
complex recursive syntax
Dave
if we
stuck
can
to his
keep naming
timings.
things.
I didn't stick
If
to
we
my
can say, well,
timings.
A is B, or A is B
And
and C put together, you know, whatever it is.
I would
with
not
very
play him at
little
1.5
syntax, we can start
times.
building a large dictionary and express many, many concepts. And most, I don't know. If we look at the code transmissions that are happening on Earth, if we could imagine analyzing, like the NSA, you know, every bit that moves through every fiber and every radio wave that moves through every Wi-Fi, if we could imagine categorizing all of those computations, all of those code transmissions, a vast majority of them would turn out to be dictionary maintenance, saying A is B, A is B, B is C, and so forth.
So
How do I
Lucia,
know
I
this?
think the thing you were
Because
saying is kind of what the
advertising
reviewer was
is
saying.
Dictionary maintenance.
That's-
Advertising is repeating over and over again. From
Oh yeah, this was like Coca-Cola I mentioned earlier that like Darren browned me into buying it. And I don't know if that's a British reference, but Lucia, the thing you were saying was like
on the valley of the
Green Giant.
this was like an advert, right? From the valley of
tremendous.
So I think Dave was referencing, right? I had to look this up, right? Does anyone here know, like, from the valley?
and all these
Right. So
everyone
I'm too young.
all the Americans
Advertising in the
knew
world.
this
Advertising
reference.
threatens to choke the communication channels that were trying to send other kinds of code. Other
So
dictionary
Lucia, I think
entries
the thing
that
you were
might be
saying
more
was what
important, but
the
less
reviewer
money
was
involved
saying, that there's
than
a
advertising.
risk
And
of
We
a
Are Coders
technocratic
is an
fallacy,
example of
right?
a
Which is very
advertisement,
common.
a slogan, a symbol.
So we have to be conscious of that,
Natural code,
basically.
when Lou and I were having our discussions, didn't start out as natural code. It started out as, what the heck could we write a paper about? And I say, well, how about natural language is kind of like programming language. It's like natural language and programming language, natural programming language, natural programming, natural code. And
Right. So this is what happened, right? So me and Dave are talking all the time, and I say, that thing you said about how all language is code.
Can't believe I'm interrupting him.
And he would say, no, it's not quite like that, And then we have to sort of hash out this definition again of like the intricacies of what it means, and it just became so much easier.
Do I look tired yet? I think I look surprisingly untired. I'm surviving this
that was
somehow.
a process of bumming down a program,
Bumming
making the
down.
program shorter, in order to make it more memorable, so that we would have a nice little token that we could hang it on. That's why we settled on natural code. We Are Coders is something I came up with a few years ago. Before there's a YouTube video
like
about
natural code is a symbol
It's the
in
same
our
thing.
shared
When I started out, I was
dictionary,
talking
right?
about we are programmers. I didn't like the word coders. Coders sounded, I don't know, humble or not as professional, or we are programmers. But the vastly shorter length of coders completely overwhelmed. We are programmers. That is not a slogan. That is not a good punchy symbol. We are coders. It is.
Right. Next. So like there's
This is the thing I
live
mentioned
programming.
earlier
Do you know that
from the previous talk?
there was once
you know?
this thing called live programming, and there was a mailing list for it a long time ago, and it was too long. It wasn't wordy enough.
Oh, dumbing
So
down.
they changed it to live
I thought
coding,
it was-
but it's been very confusing because now there's a new thing called live programming, which is, anyway, it's the same thing with natural code. It was just so much easier and quicker to say it.
But this is the thing. This
Beyond
is
just
what I was
building
saying,
vocabulary.
right? Like the question between live coding and live programming. It's funny because actually in history, live coding used to be called live why am I saying the same thing that I just
We
said?
also need to build simple constructs, simple syntactic fill-in-the-blank,
Live,
role-filling
live.
sorts of things, like an API, an application program interface, in traditional programming. We have this thing. You can insert at the front, you can insert at the back, you can remove from the front or back, you can ask if it's empty, you can say, these various things. An application program interface.
How long have we been
We're
going
going to do the
now?
same thing in natural code. But it's going to be obviously not built for deterministic things and so forth. And so I have tried to get myself, instead of saying APIs, which risks the confusion with traditional interpretations, I'm calling them APIs. I'm pronouncing it
from the
as a word.
past.
And we're making that that's a term of art. That's a jargon term for natural code. An API is a simple template for structuring code, where you can fill in the blanks
APIs.
inside the template and get stuff that might be useful, that somebody might want to explain.
APIs is
and
like
the
a-
example that we do in the paper is the idea of the self
Like a more friendly word
and
for
the idea
API.
is, and again, this goes back from that video about We Are Coders, that if we choose to say, well, among all the possible processes, the
Happy.
combination of an input, internal sequencing, some judgment about
So
good and bad, and
natural
output is a
code
set of
is an
processes that kind of
API,
all
you
hang
know?
together that we can imagine using in lots of ways. So there's a symbol for it. You can see an input side, an output side, a sequence going around in a circle, which I can never get right, and then up and down for judgment and so forth. And they have all these places that we can use them. And so the idea is that something like this figure that we're looking at here is
here
because it suggests a way of describing many different situations. And there's a second figure which gives a bunch of examples.
This is the self-image.
It can be put into this same framework. Can it be expressed using the same API? And the claim is that is useful in and of itself, especially if we can imagine that we're doing it in a way that has a room for lots of expressiveness. And so the suggestion is there are states of people that are maybe not optimally desirable, like being depressed, where whatever it is, you're going around and around, thinking about things in your head, thinking about things in your head, hating it, and that's a bummer. But maybe if we could understand it as part of a more general process of running a search process in our heads.
They wonder if
try
there's
all
some
these things and that doesn't look good enough, that doesn't
category
look good enough,
theory
and so
point
on.
here.
And they're
Someone
just all
came and
failing,
talked to
then
me
maybe
about
actually being depressed is not such a
category
bad thing.
theory
Maybe
after
being
this
depressed
talk.
is we're doing a good job at running our parametric search, but the search is too hard, and so forth. So my feeling is, I've gone past my time, that the idea of natural code is compelling. It's not amazing. It's not a magical theoretical framework that does anything. It's a way of speaking that has certain useful properties that we couldn't really talk about it this way until we understood programming and digital computing and programming language design to the level that we kind of understand it now. To me, it seems like the early days of design patterns, that there is low-hanging fruit all over the place here, where we could start fleshing out natural code APIs, natural code APIs, and exchange them with each other and say, this is compatible with that, these things go together. We could build a natural code framework that will have more and more and more scope. And that
You've
could
been
be
on
good
quite a
for
journey
our
today.
computation as a society.
Some people have just come here for the end, but thank you for accompanying me.
Blue, save me.
Okay.
Save me.
I'm already over time. I'm already over time, so I'm gonna race through and maybe cut some stuff. But so yeah, this is the self-image that I showed you earlier. This is like just a way of thinking about a computation, whether that's like an unnatural computation like a computer program, or a natural computation like a computer program.
Like
right?
me, I'm a computer program.
Dave gets it. I used it too, but we were kind of both doing this on our own.
This is what I showed
We
you.
were both doing it on our own and just using it for like introspection or something, and that's not very helpful, right? So the whole idea of our dialogues was that we wanted to like sync up, right? Are we talking about the same thing? What are we talking about? And throughout this whole process, I think me and Dave ended up finding some shared language around it, and that's like kind of the output of this work.
Yeah, Richard,
this
the
word,
whole thing
code.
will be
you know
available.
what we're talking about.
I mean, it is available now. You can just scroll backwards through time.
There are some things I'm going to skip over now.
So I mentioned earlier that I went really, really over time on this talk. And you're going to see this now. You're going to see me like blitz through some stuff now. And it was kind of funny. And I kind of like it.
Speak to me afterwards. Speak to me afterwards.
So that was a talk from earlier that we saw like... 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago? I don't know.
Do you know what? Actually, I think it makes it better if I just go through the slides like this.
Should have done the whole thing like this.
We don't need any syntax, right?
Is
there syntax? That's next year, right? Do you know, this is a way better way of doing a presentation.
Yeah.
What I will end on, this is because this is the important stuff. The other stuff was just bonus. Is that, yeah, like I said, this process of these dialogues between me and Dave, it was about building APIs, or to be more specific, building one API between me and Dave, right? For me, it's building bridges, and that's what this natural code idea is about.
Yeah, I guess
it's about knowing
If
that
I had more time,
we're
could go
maybe
through
sometimes speaking different
what those
languages,
deleted
and we want to
slides
know
would
how
have
to
been.
translate between them.
I don't have time right now.
It's a very general, like high-level idea. I don't think we cut vagueness as a service from the essay. It was in one of the versions. It's been this crazy, exciting experience.
A lot of this is
Me
just
and Dave,
you can define
I'm
things
essentially
however
the
you want.
second natural coder.
It's
next,
just part of building a program, building
I think
like it.
I'm interested in sharing this more widely and seeing how people react. I have no idea how they're going to
And
react.
people shouldn't get so
to
uptight
this
about
crazy idea.
definitions.
We're going to go step by step. That's the end. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much for the talk. There's time for questions.
Oh my God. Outfit, pretty banging outfit, I'd say. Demo, well, in this case, the demo was Dave. The demo was Dave. So that's got to be S tier. Talk, I would say, weirdly, by going slow by accident, it actually made it better. But I'm gonna give it a B tier. I think I'm still at, like the early stages of understanding these concepts. Voice, it was fine. B tier. Oh, I spelled posture wrong here. This is really important. Posture, B tier. It was pretty good. I don't know. Do you know what? Maybe A tier because people seem to be into it in the chat. I don't know. No, I'm gonna go B tier. The thing is, I think I know I can do better on natural code, so I want to leave room for growth in the future. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Yeah, it's an introductory talk. You know what I mean? You know what's next? I don't think this is released yet. I don't think they've released it overnight. Oh, parameterized. $4. Thank you. I forgive you. We're at the final talk now. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Oh God. Oh my God. So, the problem is that they haven't released this talk yet. So, luckily, I recorded some of it, but I didn't manage to record all of it. So, you know what I'm gonna have to do? You know what I'm gonna have to do now? Even though it's 1:30 AM for me. I'm gonna have to recreate the talk right now. We're gonna do it live, right? We're gonna do it live. Are you ready? Okay. So, let's tell everyone. This is it. I am not dead yet. Coming up now. Recreated live. Okay. This is not procedural music. I made this. 2 minutes, we're starting. Live, live, live. Alright, alright. It's coming. It's coming. Whoa. 2 minutes. I was too slow. I was too slow. I'm sorry. But I had to go get something important. Here it is. People ask for it. We have to. We are done for. Right. We've got the frog onesie. We have to finish this as we mean to go on. All right. This is it. We're really doing it. The final talk. We have watched all of these talks, and this is the most recent talk that I did just 2 weeks ago. But the recording is not out yet. So I only managed to get a little bit of it. I only managed to record a bit of it. And the rest of it, we're gonna do it live, okay? So, let's open PowerPoint. Let's do it. think the recording stopped here. Yes, this is it. No, fine, it's fine. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here it is, one of these. I am not dead yet. So, I have a recording up until a certain point of the video, and then I need to take over because the recording got broken halfway through, right? So get chat open. Let's do it. I'm just gonna have to take over from old me and become the new me. I didn't react to the swallowing myself talk because I don't have a proper recording of it, right? So the talk starts here. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Okay. I'm starting my timer. Can you hear it? Right. I think it needs to go up. Okay. My name is Lou, or Luke. Just turn the volume up. That's fine. And I am not dead. Oh yeah, this is the other thing. It cut off some of the picture to start with. Oh yeah, dang. It cut off some of the picture. Let me show you what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to look like this, right? So you just imagine you can see the whole thing, right? You just imagine you can see the whole thing. It gets fixed very shortly, I promise. People love the fact that I'm not dead, right? They cheered it. They cheered it.
Yet.
My webcam also cuts part of it off. That's fine. That's totally fine.
I am going to die.
I am not dead, even though it's 1:40.
But for now, I'm alive.
I'm alive.
Yeah. Which means I can be here live, speaking to you now live right now. Which means
I'm not dead.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Anything.
Except that's not really true, is it?
What?
I mean, sure, I'm standing here live right now, but I'm giving you a highly rehearsed, pre-scripted talk.
What?
This doesn't feel live to me, right? This may as well be a recording that you watch 2 weeks from now.
We are watching this as a recording 2 weeks from now. Wait a second, this was 2 weeks ago, and we are watching a recording of it 2 weeks in the future. All right.
I mean, look, I have all my slides pre-prepared here, with my, you see, with my script at the bottom telling me exactly what to say. Look, here's where I say, hi, I'm little Luke, this is fine, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I make stupid videos about my coding projects, blah, blah, blah. I'm part of a collective called TodePond.
Oh, yeah, Temple.
I'm part of a group called Pasta Gang,
yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
There's a new one. Don't know if I mentioned it.
And I keep going through my slides until the end.
Oh.
Oh.
Yes, I remember this part of the talk that I gave 2 weeks ago. I'll just pause it for a second. I remember this part where I got to the end of my slides.
So, so now that I've run out of slides, now I really am live.
Well, I know you're not live. I'm live. You're recorded.
Which means anything can happen.
Anything can happen?
Except, that's not really true, is it?
No, it's not true.
Because even this is highly rehearsed and pre-scripted, you know? What you're seeing on the screen, it's not live. It's actually a video that I recorded 2 weeks ago. Look, it's right here. Look. If
What?
You just,
Yeah. Do you see that? Do you see that?
nothing about this is live.
Yeah, nothing about this is live. I mean, look, here it is right here. This was a recursive screenshot, as you can see. And this is a video recording that 2 weeks ago, I recorded this 2 weeks ago, you know? Wait a second. So this was just a video, okay? And then...
You know? Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm not live. Right? I'm not live yet. Right?
No, I'm
Are
live
you
now.
following? Right.
But this, you were...
Are you following so far?
No, I'm not following.
Right. Okay. On the scale of liveness, from not live to 2 live, you know, we're here.
So real talk. Because I was trying to record my screen during this, it wasn't supposed to come up with the notes view, but I quickly hid this afterwards.
You know, we're not live. You know, we're not live.
Notes view
we're
is
not
for
live
cowards.
So
I never use notes view in my talks.
let's do an experiment. Let's gradually increase the liveness of this talk.
Yeah?
Until we get to 2 live.
So I don't know if you could hear, but they said they're going to gradually increase it from not live to 2 live. And I guess they're going to continue for another 2 weeks after that until they get to this moment.
Sweet spot. Right? And maybe we'll learn where that is and why that is.
Why are we being
Maybe,
alive
but
right now, though?
Anything could happen. So let's start simple. This is Sand Pond.
Do you remember this?
And this is a live demo, right? So this
remember
is live.
this?
This is Sand Pond. It's a simulation I made a long time ago, and you can create elements in it. And I made a whole bunch of things that I made earlier, not now. So this is water. You can
yeah,
put down
the elements.
like stone.
Yeah,
and,
do you remember this
and
from
fire to like
from
do
spatial
stuff,
programming
and then
without
the
escape
slime. The script quality is going to level down, right? And
Yeah,
and
the
you
script
can
quality
do other
has
things,
gone
like I
level
have
down.
this rainbow sand, and then if you want to like clear the screen, you do. This is live demo, right? And
You can
we
see
have,
it on the screen
you can
behind
also drop carrots,
behind them too.
and
look.
you're wondering why can you drop carrots, and that's for the rabbits.
Did you have
and-
wood? Not
and
not
we've
in
got
this
cheese,
one.
and you might be wondering why have you got cheese, and that's for the mice, right? And you know you can do fun stuff in this, but all of this I've coded earlier. So like, look, if I just like look up a
So it's
simple
not
element,
live at all,
You can
really?
you can see you can't see it because
This is
I need
just
to
a
fix dark
recording from
mode,
2
but-
weeks ago.
But you can see the code for this sand element, and it's done with these before and after pictures. But look, you can't edit it. It's
Doesn't work?
it's just a live demo, right? So
It's not.
So let's see. Yeah,
It's not
we've gone up.
live.
We've gone up just a little bit. Is everyone feeling okay?
I'm
Alright.
not feeling okay.
Right. All right. Okay. So, you know, when I made this a long time ago,
I'm definitely
I think
not
probably
feeling
the most
okay.
satisfying thing about this project for me was that
It's a dead demo.
someone called Sam Destoy made something with the tool, with the engine. They coded these wonderful trees, and then they made these gorillas that climb up it. And this was really, really amazing for me. It's like someone on the other side of the world made something in this, and yeah, I felt like a connection to this person. We had a call. It was great, and I really tried hard to convince other people to make things with. I made
Which
so
one
many
of the man is a real
tutorials,
one? What the fuck?
And no one made anything.
I'm the real one. I'm live.
It was just.
This is
it was
already
just
too live for
Sam.
me.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
we've
Sam.
made it. This is
Thank
in
you,
the
Sam.
past.
And
this was not live.
So you know we could.
But
I
this
think
is
the
live.
problem was it was too.
Right
You
now.
couldn't make stuff. You couldn't make
None
stuff
of
in the
that was
tool, right?
live.
It wasn't. You couldn't live code it. You had to go out and you had to refresh. Blah 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 blah. So. You know, let's go a bit liver, right?
No,
we
we've
need
gone
to go
live
liver.
enough.
All right, so I made this thing called TodePond. No,
There's no need.
Here it is. This, so this actually.
Do you remember
I'm doing a
this?
workshop on this. On
Do you remember this
Saturday.
from the
So this is TodePond, right? And what you can do is you can draw stuff on
9
the screen.
hours
and you
ago?
can- and you can clear the screen, and you can draw some more, and you can clear the screen. Are you follow?
Do you remember this from
Right,
9
okay.
hours ago?
And I'm drawing white because in the top left it's white, but if I open white, you know
Yeah,
that every
and
color is made
then
of
8
red,
hours
green,
ago,
and blue. So I can
is
change
this
one
your
of these
livelihood?
channels and draw a different color. I'm going to change like the green channel to this, and I get a
That's
different
how
color
live it
if I
is.
avoid the bug.
Did you
And
see the
then
bug?
what I can
Did the
actually
bug
do is
there?
drag this range.
Look at me
drag a
now. I
range
mean, look
of
at me
colours.
2 weeks
I
ago.
can draw a range of colors.
I-
Okay? Are you following? All right. Or I can like remove some of these channels.
so
and I say,
comfortable
actually, I'm
with
just going
TodePond
to
now.
draw in the red channel. Do you see that?
I've
right?
done it so many
Yeah,
times.
Okay, I'm getting distracted. I'm gonna cut
It
to the
doesn't even
chase.
feel
So
live anymore.
What you can do is you can make these rules. You can say like, every green square.
I'm just doing the same thing
on
again
the
and again.
Grid, we're gonna change it
Like 5 dings.
into I don't know, like pink, right? And watch
I
this.
finished
Boom.
my drink.
Like all the green change. And I've coded that. I just live coded that.
Wait,
If
wait,
I
wait,
draw
wait,
more
wait, wait,
green,
wait, wait.
It changes into pink. I'm gonna
It's pink. You know why it's pink? Do you know why it's pink? You know why it's pink. You know what's coming.
pause it, draw some green, unpause it. Are you following?
pink-
right?
pink
right?
sand.
Okay, so
That's
what you
right,
can do
it's
is
coming.
Actually, wait. I think I turned everything to pink.
Because remember the
Mm,
second
okay.
talk we watched?
What you can do
I
is you
forgot to make it
can
pink.
Make a rule that's
I
bigger
failed,
than
not anymore.
just one square. I could say if pink is above black,
5th time lucky.
then swap their positions, right? So I'm going to pause it. I'll put down some pink. When I unpause it, what's going on? What? You've watched my videos, it's cheating. All right, but
So-
yes. Right, watch this. Yeah, it falls down, right? And you
You
can,
see how I asked people what it would
it's
do?
kind of like falling like sand, right? And you can make another rule, like with any size, you could say like, actually, if pink is above black but kind of to the side, then actually replace that. Replace that with this, and now it's like falling down diagonally as well. Do you see that?
Do you see
and I
that?
can like flip this rule in both
Do you see that?
directions, and I've made pink sand. Can you see, right? And did you see how when I was building those rules?
They made
Sometimes
pink sand.
unexpected stuff was happening because I'd like half made a rule, right? And I find that kind of interesting. Like if I just take off one of these squares, like suddenly we get a very different kind of rule. Like and you can go very very
going off
far
script.
with this. And I've made some earlier. So
I've
this
got
is not
hardly
from
anything
scratch.
planned,
Okay,
right?
so this is like a little lightning element.
You
that I
see how
made,
that's
right?
changed?
And watch this. I'm gonna like make a
When I
new
used to do
element that's like
TodePond,
my
it was so,
lightning spawner. So I say
like,
like
pre-scripted.
if there is an orange
Here
square,
it's getting
then
liver.
put like pink below it, and that's like spawning lightning now, right? And now I can test out some lightning changes. So I'm not sure what these rules really do, but I can try like turning them off.
I'm just
okay?
trying random stuff.
And seeing like
like
the different things that
live.
happen. Okay,
Is that a ding?
That's interesting. Like okay, this one it looks like it's making it go diagonally, or I could try like changing one of these. Whoa. Okay, I could try changing one of
Look
these
at
rules.
this,
But
I'm just
as I'm
do-
doing it each time, like strange things are happening. In fact, I kind
very
of
different.
like this. Ooh. So now this one is only
It's
reducing.
very different to what it used to be,
the
right?
down arrow here means it's
I used to
reducing
just
red.
follow a script.
And we get something completely different. I don't even know what's going on.
Now
I'm
I
just
don't even-
changing the code and like
I don't even know
working
what's going on
my
either.
way through it. Like
Now I don't even have a script.
every time I rehearse this is completely different, right?
Yeah.
Even though
I didn't even rehearse this.
So we're getting
I
a
didn't
bit
even
more
rehearse
live,
this.
right? Can you feel it?
It's like I
Can you
actually
feel like
rehearsed
the
that.
quality, like?
The quality is going down for sure.
It's not about quality. It's about energy, right?
Yeah, it's about
so,
energy.
and like, you can like.
Can you feel it?
You can split.
Is
these
can you feel
squares
it? Is the
into
new
smaller
can you see
squares
it?
And go deeper and deeper and make fractals
This
and things
again.
like this with this tool as well. Like and I can just like play around with, I don't know, the shape of this fractal. So what it's doing, it's saying any pink square, replace it with like this pattern, right? And it's like this recursive thing that keeps going and keeps going, and I can just try playing around with different ways of doing this. Like what happens if, I don't know, like I add a bit of like random rotation, right? It's going to make a completely different thing, right? And it's just something to play with. And I'm going to refresh this so it doesn't crash in the background, right? But look, like we've got quite a bit live.
Yeah.
Now. I think we're
Pretty
live
live.
coding now. I think it's
We're
not
live-
not
actually
your
live
normal
programming.
tippy-tappy live coding.
Live programming.
That got more laughs.
People
than I
laughed at that. I
expected,
don't know
right?
why. That's not a quad
But
tree.
it is live coding, and actually, yeah, it works. Lots of people made things with this tool and sent it to me. So this
That's a
is
reference.
some
That's a
really nice
callback.
waves made by Ori. This is a
Parlouis.
game of life simulation made by Parlouis, and I really like the way
Parlouis
that
was here not too
this
long
is
ago.
like pulsing
Parlouis is
back
here.
and forth to carry out this computation. And
It's Parlouis. It's huge.
this is really, really impressive, by the way, as well. This one in
It's
particular.
very impressive.
And lots of people shared their little snapshots of TodePond. So yeah,
Lots of
that did
people
a lot
did.
better. However, they're still snapshots, right? We're only seeing like one little moment in time
Yeah.
of what someone's made, right? We could
Which
we
U
could
do I look
definitely
at?
Go a bit liver.
You can look
right?
at any U.
Yeah. Are you ready?
I'm not ready.
So this is where it gets really silly.
Oh no, you're not going to do
so,
it, are you?
this is a roost, and I need your help. Okay. Can you would you be okay to come up?
I'm gonna do it,
onto
aren't
stage
I?
with me? Okay, fantastic.
Because it's here.
Okay. Testing. Actually, why am I testing?
I wouldn't do this in a talk.
Yeah. All right, we got one of these ones. All right. Yeah, it works? It works. Okay, great. Stand here. So you're in charge. Okay. So this
That's a lot of-
this is a roost, and when
a lot of
you first
tabs
load a
open.
roost, you get this mantra: normalize sharing scrappy fiddles, and it means like. I don't know.
Only
but
watched
it means
6
like make
hours.
it make it okay for people to share stuff that they're shy about, right? And that's what this tool is all about. Okay, so are you ready?
Nearly at 9 hours.
Kind of.
I'll take it. All right. So we have this arrow on the screen.
They
Can
were
you see
funny.
that?
They were
I
great.
see the arrow on the screen.
Oh yeah, you see it on there. All right. No, that's fine. That's
I can
fine.
see one
And-
behind me and one.
And
in front
They
of
were,
I'm going to
they were
click
chatting.
this out,
This is the final talk.
and now I have
But this one,
recording.
I don't have a
arrow,
full
right?
recording
And
of,
you
so
see-
I'm going to have
you've
to
got a
do
very
some of it
important job,
myself.
because you need to speak into 2 microphones. There's a microphone here for the computer, and there's a microphone here for the people. All right. So come here. Right. I'm going to click record, and
They're
then
such
I
a
need you to
legend.
say something. Okay. Ready?
Bebopalula.
All right. Let's see if it works.
Bebopalula.
Yeah. There's the pause. All right. Fantastic. And we'll turn it up.
I love it.
And I need you to say
I love
something
it.
else. Are you ready?
It's so good.
Something else.
They said something
All
else.
right, very clever. All right, here we go. Okay, so we have... And what you can do is you can drag them down to make them lower, or drag them higher to make them higher. And the purpose of this is to kind of be an icebreaker, and it sounds a little bit
You
silly.
remember this
Okay,
from
we're going to
earlier?
do one together now. Okay, you ready?
But now you're staring at them through the computer. We did this earlier too. But with
Okay,
a
and
whole
what
conference.
we can do is we make this instrument.
It's It's funny that you can see it on the screen behind me and down here.
Oh wow, I'm going to delete that. But okay, and by the way, you can delete.
Do you remember
these
this from
sounds,
earlier?
as well. But if you delete one of these important nodes, then it comes back, like on the side that you see that. Right. If I delete this, and it pops back.
Oh,
Even if I,
Yusuf, thanks for
even
joining
if
the
I- oh, yeah,
Patreon.
don't worry about zooming out too far.
I forgive you.
So even if I zoom out and I delete
Thank you
one,
very
then
much. Welcome
here it
to the
is.
pond.
Right, okay, fine. So we're gonna. Yeah, I need someone else. In fact, Jane, could you come and help?
What part of the
Right,
talk
so-
came back?
Oh.
The
I have
getting
to
people
do
up
Just hold this.
for the liveness.
Okay. Right. So I'm gonna count. I need you to continue. Okay.
The counting is back.
1, 2. No, not yet. Now. What? 2.
Deleting
Stop,
things.
stop, stop.
Yes. Yeah, that was
You're
in the
charge.
second one too.
I need you to carry on from 1. Okay, you ready? 2. No, okay. Wait, microphone's here. Microphone's
okay,
all right.
okay. Just hit me when you're.
All right. Let's go. Okay, you ready? 2. And in this one as well. Yes. 3. Okay, I think 2's enough. I like your readiness. This is good.
These-
okay,
they were
so
so
what you can do
good.
is
They were so
we have
good.
these numbers now.
They're great.
Yeah, perfect. And what you can do is you can attach them so they fire at the same time. But I'll just adjust the start of that 2 so they happen more at the same time.
Do you remember
Okay,
this?
so they're all happening roughly at the same time. And what I can do is I can like hit this button again, and it makes them happen one after the other. Do you see that? And I can make a chain.
1, 2, 3.
And what I can do is I can make a loop, right? You see that?
Do you see it? Do you see it?
And we can record more sounds. So can you give me a hi-hat?
Thing.
Oh, I forgot to mute the background.
I did
Hold on,
this.
do it
I
again.
forgot to mute it again.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Can you come and give me a bass drum?
Wait.
Ready?
Boom. Can you
Yeah.
feel it? This loo has a different vibe from the previous loos. But are you talking about this loo or that loo?
Okay, fantastic. Okay, and I need one more person.
Wait.
Okay.
Both loos. That loo.
You're going to use the
They have a different
immunosuppressant
vibe.
shaker. Great. Okay, so just stand there.
They're liver, but not as live as me.
Okay, right. So we're going to perform a song. We're going to write a song. We're going to make a
Both
song.
loos.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Straight to the
so
song.
what you're going to do is you're going to
Didn't
be our
even
vocalist.
bother showing the time
Right,
travel
and
thing.
you're also going to be in
No one
charge
cares.
of these 2 alternating. Okay. Right? They're going to take turns. It's going to be your turn, then your turn, then your turn, and we'll keep going forever. Okay.
Both loos.
So let's all right, let's go.
Live
give
loos.
Give us a vocal first.
That loo is currently pre-recorded. Yeah.
Okay, and then next. And then come nice. You need to come nice and close.
Loos. You're always as liver than you were. You're always liver
and then
than.
next.
Whoa. Alex says you're always liver than you were. Yeah, that's true. Those are that's my medicine, that's my pills. I realized they had a good shake to them.
Okay, and then.
My fault, sir.
Okay, and Jane, what you need to do is just keep recording, right?
Okay. I keep making sound.
Normal pills. They're my normal pills.
Okay, and next.
And then go.
Okay.
Your brain takes time to process information, so you're never truly live. Whoa.
Good, and then next. And give them a round of applause each time.
Keep making sounds.
Okay, ready?
Sound.
All right.
That's good. That's a good noise. So we had 3 people up there. It's kind of
Okay,
funny
now
seeing
the
my
solo.
head so zoomed in.
Yeah, a round of applause.
It's so good. I'm pretty sure this one defines live.
Okay.
I forgot to play that one. Look, I forgot to actually click it. It's fine.
Okay, and now do you hear that? That's our song.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do it
We've
live.
just made that with our bodies. So technically, if I mute this, we'll be able to carry it on.
Ding.
Right? So what
Oh,
we're
I
going to do,
said
I'm going
to
to
see
mute that in a second, and then we're going to do a live performance of the song that we just composed. All right? You ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
It's a live performance.
And that's a wrap. Give him a round of applause.
But it's not live. It's recorded. It's a recording. It's a recording from 2
So
weeks
this was
ago.
a little bit more live, right?
No, not really.
Okay, let's.
It's still a recording.
Let's go back. So we've gone quite a bit up on liveness, and it's been pretty amazing to see what people have made with this tool. And when people have made stuff in the tool, they've shared themselves using the tool. There hasn't been a snapshot of the tool. It's like they're showing how they're clicking and playing it. And it was really special for me to see people's personalities or their moods or their preferences, I guess, come through in these performances way more than just a little snapshot. And it was interesting to see people use it and different ways they were using it. So
You remember
there's
this?
this guy, Alex McLean. You probably haven't heard of him,
No, I only mentioned him in 3 other
but
talks.
he's pretty big in the live programming world. And he actually
Using unlive things
cheated because he
makes
didn't
them be
record
live
stuff.
again.
He hacked it and put his own samples in. But no matter what people did, it was
Referencing
always
things
like the playing of
lives
an
them.
instrument that they've made, right? It wasn't just letting it run.
I was
It was
watching some talks earlier.
creating something and then sharing how
Wearing
they
the same
used
thing.
it, which felt really special to me.
I'm wearing the same
This one, I think it's someone's
outfit.
boyfriend hoovering in the background, and they use that as a sound.
I remember this.
So this was very special
From
to
the-
me. But these are still recordings, right?
It is, exactly,
You know, we
like
can do
you.
it in person here.
Like you're a
but
recording.
all these people around the world, we're only connected by a recording.
Yeah.
It wasn't really, we can go live.
We can.
Right? Are you ready?
I'm not ready.
So one way of being live is by doing a live stream, and we're actually live streaming right now.
Yeah, we are.
Here we are. It's live on YouTube.
Yeah, on YouTube.
And the funny thing is,
We are live on
like,
YouTube.
turn up the volume here, then it starts to become very weird for me.
No, I mean, and for me.
Because it just becomes very hard for me to finish a sentence.
Uh-huh.
And it starts to create this feedback.
No, I know.
Like the microphone
No,
is
I know.
picking up the microphone
No, I
is
know.
picking up
Slight little
the
bit,
microphone
No, I
is
know.
audio coming out,
Slight little bit,
microphone
No, I
is
know.
audio coming out,
Slight little bit,
No, I know.
But I can make it worse.
I know you can make it worse.
I
know you can make it worse. Please don't.
I
I know you can make it worse.
Please don't.
I know you can make it worse.
And then it really starts to create this feedback loop.
It really does.
It really starts to create this feedback loop.
It really does.
It really starts to create this feedback loop.
It really does.
So in my opinion, this is even more life.
Yeah, I think this is even more life. I would agree with you.
Yeah,
I think this is even more life. I would agree with you.
I think this is even more life. Even more life.
Because it means that whatever decision you make, because it means that it's like stuff, and it's
getting a little bit better at speaking. I'm getting a little bit better at speaking. I'm getting a little bit better at speaking. I'm getting a little bit better at speaking. I'm
It's definitely a challenge. I will say that. 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 It's definitely a challenge. But it's fun. 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 What you might know teach us this. But it's fun. What you might know teach us this. But it's fun. What you might know teach us this. But it's fun. You. What you might know teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay something out. Teach us this. But it's fun. You. Lay someth realities. So it's frustrating. So hopefully that explains. So hopefully that explains. So hopefully that explains. So a few things. Hopefully that explains. So a few things. Hopefully that explains. So a few things. Hopefully that explains. I think on the scale of liveness. I think on the scale of liveness. Probably you're not on the scale of liveness. Probably you're not on the scale of liveness. Probably you're not on the scale of liveness. We're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. We're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. We're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. We're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. We're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. We're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. We're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. We're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the scale of liveness. You're not quite. You're not on the sc So yeah, I guess I've been experimenting with this kind of using YouTube live stream as this weird medium for creating really experimental whatever this is. And I guess perhaps the most live thing I've done so far is this thing called Pasta Gang that I keep mentioning. And yeah, I'm going to show you Pasta Gang now. Let's do it. So if it is, and I don't know if anyone's still watching, but let's, where's the chat gone? So Pasta Gang was down earlier, but let's see if it works. Ah, cool. Here we go. If you go to noodle.cc, I'm going to delete everything. So you can go to noodle.cc, and now we can code together. So we can all be in here, and all of these cursors are people who are watching live right now. If you don't know what to do, then just try typing something like this. I'll show you. Ah, did they break it? Whoa. I'm gonna refresh. And this, do you know CSS? If you know CSS, you can make everything change. You can even do this. And we're all in one editor together. And now, when you... Whoa. Did we kill the server? We switched the server today. And we're... So this is pretty live, because you can see, I see Jostro, Olive Drinker, and I can see Paul Louie, Craig. Someone's trying to change everything to pink. We're gonna change this to Hydra. Look, and this is how you do the visuals. Oh yeah, to make things work you have to put a $sign at the front. Like this. You want to do this. To the console. There's a lot of people in one pasta gang. Sure. Oh my god. Nice. Okay. Back to the presentation. So that's, again, a little bit more live. Perhaps too live. So this idea of getting lots of people into one collaborative editor came from someone called Felix Roos. How do I don't want this to be full screen, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Screen. Let's go here. Let's just let's do this is fine. We can just read it like this, okay? And Felix suggested this as an idea. And I guess I started discovering it pretty early on, and I showed it in some of the previous talks. Do you remember? You guys are still pasta ganging in that. It was pretty exciting. I just occasionally saw different cursors inside this one room, this one collaborative room. You can comment to each other inside the room as well. And it started out, it got called Pasta Gang for some reason. And, oh look, YouTube chat broke. Where's the chat gone? Is this it? Is this the chat? Yes. I'll open this again. Pop out chat. And lots of little, I guess, routines got picked up by people within Pasta Gang. Like everyone sees the same mantra. And let go, code die. Do you remember that? Do you remember embrace death? This became known as let code die. And bad code only. Do you see that? I said, do you see that? Bad code only is a piece of advice for people. When you're collaborating with other people, it's good to write bad code because then people can understand it more. And eventually people started creating their own tool. We were just using Noodle, and Noodle is built by Pasta Gang, and it's very similar in the sense that anyone can change it, just like anyone can change what's inside Noodle live. Everyone can change Noodle. All changes get accepted. And typically, the thing that people say when they're accepting a change is, merging without checking or merging without reviewing, which is probably a bad idea. Which means that some weird changes get accepted. Like, for example, pasting is disabled. But if you want pasting, you can switch on pasting mode, but then it means that typing gets disabled. But recently this got changed, and you can paste, but because someone made a change to Noodle inside a club, with one hand whilst holding a drink in their other hand, they accidentally typed lots of H's on their keyboard, and I think it stuck around because it's funny. There are other tools that are being made. One is called Dente, and it follows some of the same things. Like undo is disabled in Dente and Noodle. Noodle has weather. In different days of the week it has different weather, and you can see a weather forecast. Weather's changed various things, like for example, on Everyone is Mantra Day, everyone's name becomes the same as whatever's at the top of the screen, which is the current mantra, which in this screenshot is Let Code Die. You can still use a different tool if you want to keep your own name. MSN weather changes everything into MSN, where your certain phrases get replaced by emoticons. One of the most radical weather days is no Noodle weather, which means that Noodle gets disabled. My friend Daniel had a crazy idea of doing a Pasta Gang set live, where anyone can join the editor from anywhere in the world, including the club. And we started performing Pasta Gang, where anyone can join. And there's no rules, it's just completely live. You can see, that's my friend Lau. That's Bogger. You can see all the different curses of people from around the world live. It's fun because it means you don't need to be plugged in, you can just connect from anywhere, which means you can sit down in the middle of the club in front of the projector screen. And we kept doing more. Can join it. Yes, this is live. This is live. And the funny thing is that Pasta Gang started getting booked for shows. Like this is a gig, Naughty Fingers is a queer-led gig in London, and they asked Pasta Gang to perform. Here's another as an algo rave. I'll get to that in a second. But the funny thing is that Pasta Gang's people started writing a hashtag in front of it, because I think majority of the way that people communicated around Pasta Gang was posting on Mastodon with the Pasta Gang hashtag, and people thought that it always had the hashtag, but it was just because it was Mastodon. Or it even has a resident advisor page. And Pasta Gang has accidentally started earning money, so all of it goes to things we care about, like the open source software we use, like Hydra and Flock and Strudel, and also causes we care about, like the Palestine solidarity campaign, because there's a genocide going on there, obviously. And the craziest time was at the Algo Rave in London, though. So we had this algo rave going on, and we didn't do a performance. We actually just got out our laptops and started just jammed all night. have had trolls and bad actors just like everywhere else on the internet. And it's been moderated like everywhere else on the internet by everyone. There's this phrase I like: good code goes to heaven, bad code goes to algo rave. Sometimes people don't write any code, or they don't know how to, but they like to just type, I guess, little poems during sets. It's been nice to get people involved. Like, this person is someone who's completely new to performing an algorithm, and they've been starting to make these supercuts just like we saw in my other talks. So this is the same situation from two different angles. It's nice to put them on top of each other and get the sense that you're there live. Sometimes you can even get one shot of the laptops, one shot of your screen recording, and one shot of you running away from your laptop and dancing. Bogo and Pablo even did a talk in Germany where they opened up the room to the audience, which is quite risky. But it went really well, and they were a bit worried about people abusing it and adding images that they shouldn't. So they disabled images with a no images weather, but then people found out a way of getting around that anyway. And they put a dancing frog on the screen. And people around the world have been doing their own Pasta Gang performances. So this is in Karlsruhe in Germany. They had a Pasta Gang performance here, right here, look. And I had nothing to do with this. In Sheffield, Pasta Gang performed as well. Whoop. I was also nothing to do with this. In Ljubljana in Slovenia, FileNeed has been doing a very good job at putting on Pasta Gang performances and giving people around the world 15 minutes notice, very live. And here's Pasta Gang performing in Slovenia. And I met FileNeed 2 weeks ago. I also met Felix 2 weeks ago. But even just in London, meeting other Pasta Gangers has been really, really fun. And I know other people enjoy it too. These are 2 other Pasta Gangers. And it's been fun introducing it to new people and jamming all together in person sometimes. It's kind of crazy to see Noodle in Pasta Gang being used by so many people. It's pretty wild. We actually wrote a paper together, which we submitted last week, 1 week ago, so this talk is already out of date because it's not live. We also have a blog that anyone can post to. We have a podcast that anyone can make an episode for, and we have new clients appearing all the time with new experimental ways of live coding and even liver ways because this clearly isn't live enough. I think the best thing for me out of all of this has been feeling connected to people and making new friends. And for me, that's the real point and value of being live. It's feeling connected to people. So if we think about a scale of not live to too live, then I don't think we're anywhere near being too live. I think we need to be so much liver. So much liver. Even liver than my talk 2 weeks ago. Even liver than I'm being right now. Because what you're seeing right now is just me, right? I'm not putting on any filter or nothing. I'm just being an idiot on the internet. And I made this promise. And I said, I, Lou Wilson, I declare that I won't do any live coding performance or any performance unless the audience is also allowed to join in and perform with me. I wholeheartedly swear that every single one of my performances will be open for the audience to join, no matter what. This is the rules. If you can see me, can you see me? Can you see it? If you can hear me, then you can join me. That's the rules. And yeah, because really, if you go to twirl.live on your phone or your laptop, doesn't matter. I don't link my stream key. I don't have a stream key. Oh, hello. Oh, hello everyone. Then we are really all here together in some way. Because I am not dead. I'm not dead yet. But one day I will be. I am going to die. For now, I am alive. Which means I can be here. Live. Speaking to you now. Live. Right now. Which means anything can happen. It's struggling. Except that's not really true, is it? I mean, sure, right? I'm standing here, live, right now, but I'm giving you a highly rehearsed, pre-scripted talk. This doesn't feel live to me. This may as well be a recording that you watch 2 weeks from now. That you watch 2 weeks from now. You did it. That you watch 2 weeks from now. You did it.